up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the 2014 North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part to our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley. Alongside me is Aiden Zyrene Moon. How's it going?
It's going really well, Freak. Excited to be here. North American Challenger Series, kicking it off.
Yeah, it's going to be a whole bunch of fun, guys. So on Friday, we saw 5 exciting games to determine which teams would get into the European Challenger Series round of 8. Today, we're switching continents. We're going to focus on the North American talent.
Yeah, and to get you up to speed, the Challenger Series is the league where teams climb the ranks with the hopes of usurping an LCS squad and taking their spot. And in the North American LCS, that's exactly what happened to 2 tenacious teams last season. But we'll get to that in a minute. Yesterday, the top 20 Challenger groups played a 1-game elimination round, and here are your winners.
And today, these challengers will battle it out, starting off with Team LOLPro and Everfrag. Then Area of Effect takes on Necrophantasian, who are winners of a huge upset yesterday against Team 8. Then Team Green Forest goes up against No Dice Gaming.
And the action continues when Challenger veterans Denial Esports and Curse Academy take the Rift. And our final game of the day features Frank Fang and XDG Virtus.
Yeah, so all 10 challengers are, once again, in a best-of-1 elimination match. If they lose today, they have to wait for Summer Series 2 to re-qualify for this LCS opportunity.
Yeah, but today's winners will punch their ticket to the Challenger Round of 8, where they have the opportunity to play the 3 teams who fell short at the Summer Promotion Tournament: XDG, Team Coast, and Cloud9 Tempest. 2 of those teams lost their LCS spots to Challenger teams, and now they're the ones hoping this tournament is their rite of passage back in.
So speaking of rites of passage, Zyrene, has your dad told you the big news yet?
What news?
It's about lolesports.com. You can go there. Leagues and Tournaments tab, find out scores, schedules, everything you need to know about the LCS, the Challenger season. It's all there. I'm surprised he never told you about this.
I'm surprised too. Thanks for being here for me, though, Freak.
You're welcome, son. I've given you all the information you need now to be a true Challenger
Got
caster.
some daddy issues now, too.
Oh, dear. Guys, we of course have some fun here in the Challenger cast, but also we don't want to diminish what's at stake here today. We mentioned it a little bit earlier. 2 NALCS teams were demoted from the Pro League when they lost in the Summer Promo Tournament.
Yeah, Complexity qualified for an LCS berth when they convincingly beat Team Coast 3-1. And the top squad from last season's NA Challenger Series, LMQ, got in after sweeping XDG in 3 games. In fact, LMQ impressed so many people during their Challenger run that a lot of people consider them one of the top teams already in the NALCS. Haven't even played a game yet.
Yeah, definitely pretty strong, though. You saw kind of dominant performances. Think about it. Last time a team joined in the Summer Split, that was Cloud9, and they destroyed everybody. So you never know. So also keep in mind that even if your entire crew doesn't win at all, individual players can still turn some heads and make it into the pro scene. For example, Glebe Glarbu lost in the Summer Promo Tournament while playing for Cloud9 Tempest, but TSM was so impressed that they signed him to replace Xpecial as their support.
Yeah, not only is this a place where teams can make it up, but players can showcase their talent and their skill. Sheep and Bunny Fufu were both picked up last season from the Challenger Series mid-season.
Yeah.
They're just pulled up there. And
Golden Glue, too.
Yeah, Golden Glue as well, exactly.
That one didn't work out as well, for what it's worth, but
he still showcased his talent, so he basically handed his resume to a ton of people just by showing off in the LCS.
Yeah, and you got guys swapping around as well, of course, right? Shifter and Zion. Coast got demoted. They went into Dignitas. That worked really well for them as well. Xpecial clearly showed he was a great support. Curse picked him up as soon as he got dropped, so there's a lot of that going on. And it's fun, too, to see the teams that, even if the players get demoted or they get benched, they go and form a new roster as well. One of the teams we're seeing today, Curse Academy, right? You got ManCloud on there from the demoted XCG. You've got Saint Vicious, who was replaced in the Curse lineup. You got like a bunch of guys that are good names, and there's like the rumor like, will KX come back this season? There's all kinds of fun stuff for the players who are like still going for it and still trying.
And speaking of ManCloud being demoted, XDG actually has 2 rosters now, so there's a little confusion there. XDG Virtus is the team that used to be Yuma Bay, and they came up from the Challenger ladder, won in the round of 20, and now they're here today in the round of 10. But they are XDG Virtus. XDG GG is the second roster, the one that was demoted, and they will be playing in the round of 8 from the automatic berth.
Yeah,
with at least 3/5 of their old roster.
Yeah, we already know where ManCloud's going, but the rest of them so far not spoken for. So we'll see what roster they end up submitting, who ends up playing, but that'll be in either 2 or 3 weeks. Round of 8's going to be over the course of a couple of different weeks. Also keep in mind, LCS starts up in 2 days. If you didn't realize, it's less than 48 hours from now.
Yeah, Super
LCS
Week
goes live.
Kicks off with EU. And then we have 3 days of that, and then NA, 3 days of that. So mark your calendars, guys. It's going to be exciting.
Just basically like take a nap when you wake up. LCS will have already started.
48-hour nap, huh? That's how I do, especially on Mondays.
Yeah, you got sleep on through. We work weekends, so you know Mondays are weekend. Why the heck not? Unfortunately, most holidays are Mondays. If you guys don't realize that.
Yeah.
Doesn't even count for us. It's fine though. We love what we do. It's really all that's important about this one.
Seriously, I wasn't here for a while because Challenger wasn't up and we had all the playoffs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I really want to get back to working. And I was like, I'm an inadvertent workaholic.
Yeah.
Because people are like, what do you do? And I'm like, I'm a shoutcaster. And then people are like, what do you do for fun? I'm a shoutcaster.
It's like I work in gaming. It's like, well, so what do you do? I play more video games for fun. Like, and it's like, isn't that boring? It's like, no.
Nope.
I got the exact job I want. Like, this is wonderful.
I'm just increasing my qualifications.
Yeah. Right. Oh well, now I'm Diamond 1, so I'm a better right. Like if you're someone as good as Kobe, you actually play against those guys all the time in solo queue. And it's like, I was playing Neon the other day, and I'm like, I wish I had that.
Gets his research immediately by doing solo queue.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to climb back up there. I got Diamond again because people were like, who's this Platinum dude? And I was like, okay, I got to at least get back there. Right. So I was high Diamond, but now.
Yeah.
Struggling. Swapping roles is actually a lot more difficult.
Yeah, it is. It is. Actually, we do have a couple role swaps. Our first match of the day is going to be with Team LOL Pro, and they switched their AD carry LOD to the mid lane.
Yeah.
I want to see how well that works. I haven't seen many teams succeed with those role swaps. 2 days ago in EU, we had a support main playing top lane, and he didn't do very well. I think on Renekton, and it just wasn't too great. Hitun.
Not everybody can be Loveland and be like, I'm going to be the best support in China and the best jungler. And then it's like, which one do we want him in? Because wish you could just clone him and have 2 Lovelands.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
it'd be an extremely strong team.
If you had a twin, it would help.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Doesn't always work out. VVV's got Porpoise Pops and Cheese Beluga back in the day. They had that twin synergy going from jungle mid. Twinergy, yeah. But yeah, so touching back on this, so Nijaki is no longer a part of LOL Pro. We're not going to see him today at all, and he's not on the roster. LOD, their AD carry, was moved to mid lane, and they brought in old-time CLG Black AD carry Hood Stomp. Yeah. So Hood Stomp is back. I'm excited for that one.
Yeah, and again, it's one of the other faces that are coming in, like kind of from the past. He actually messaged me. He's on my friends list, so he messaged me a couple months ago. Sorry, I'm just like in terms of why he messaged me, I just felt like dropping here's how he messaged me in the League of Legends client. Why not? Whatever, relevant detail, right? But he's like, man, I really wish CLG Black hadn't. So he's a really confident player. So I'm gonna try to deliver this properly without sounding wrong on either side of it. He's like. Yeah, I really wish CLG Black hadn't disbanded, because look at where all the players went, and pretty much all of them made the LCS, right? Link still plays for CLG, etc. And he's like, I would be in the LCS right now if we didn't disband that team. I'm like, okay, that's his claim. And I'm like, and so now he's on LOL Pro, and apparently they've been doing really well in scrims. Like, he's super confident. They're the number 1 seed coming into this tournament. And he's like, yeah, I just wish I'd been doing this for the last year and a half, because then I'd be there instead of trying to qualify for it.
Yeah,
and if he's got the confidence, see him do it.
Yeah, and confidence is definitely a big booster coming into these games. Yeah. You win the round of 20. They won convincingly in 24 minutes and 30 seconds. So what ended up happening is they moved LOD to that mid lane. Yeah. And this is also a change that Team 8 made too. They took Slushy from the AD carry to mid lane. And that worked out really well for them. So I want to see what LOD does, because that's what I'm going to be comparing him to, is that role swap that Slushy had. Yeah. Because I was talking with Skara. We're dropping names. Right?
Yeah,
I was talking with Skara.
Wow, all right.
I was talking with Skara, and he's like, oh, Slushy is so good at what he does, but you can't call Slushy a good player. You can't. Because he gets overly confident, so every time you see him, you got to tell Slushy that he sucks, and he does really well.
And then he'll work harder and get himself up there. I like that. I actually want to touch on something you said. Both you talking about Team 8, as well as playing with confidence. Yes. So this is something that I guess we've talked about a little bit on the stream overall, and I know when we get players on the desk, they talk about it as well. You have to play to win and play instead of playing to not lose. And this is talking about playing with confidence, right? Is you have to play like you're the team that's going to win and be the team that makes moves. Because if you're playing in a tournament like this or LCS or solo queue, whatever it is, you're generally playing players around your skill level. Yeah. Right? They're about as good as you. I mean, hit or miss, 5%, whatever. But they're about as good as you. And if you're playing passive, you're like, well, if I don't throw, we'll just win because we're better than them. Realize that part of skill in League of Legends is your risk assessment and your ability to make plays. And and this is actually why Teammate actually lost in their round of 20, is that they were playing hyper passive, saying, well, we're just better than them. We're not going to make any plays. And I know we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but in that game, for example,
everybody wants the explanation.
Yeah, they're playing with Nocturne, Twisted Fate, and Morgana support, and they're just playing safe. It's like you have double global with crazy gank pressure, and you're not going ham for kills. That's playing to not lose, and that will throw games for you. And actually, that's what happens. We're going to see the team that beat them, Necrophantation, in our second game of the day, I believe. And it's like, hey, if you're a team that actually plays aggressively and goes in against the intimidating tournament favorite, but plays your strategy properly and plays with the right amount of aggression, suddenly you're playing better than your opponents.
Yeah. And when you're playing to not lose, you're playing reactionary.
Yeah.
Which means you aren't causing pressure, which pressure gives you a whole bunch of cards in your hands.
Yeah.
And when you're playing reactionary, you're betting on them to mess up. And if they're a really good team and they're not going to mess up, you're like, wow, we should have pressured them to force them into something.
Exactly.
And you force them to mess up. You force them to make decisions that are very hard.
Exactly. I mean, every single team in the game has lost games before, right? You get teams that looked untouchable, like, for example, SK Telecom T1K had a pretty miserable season in Korea this year, right? So far after coming back, right? They had the 15-0 season, but then came in and they got 7th place, right? And that's not exactly amazing. And that's a team with a lot of hype, an intimidating team, and other guys are going at them saying, well, we're going to force things on you. And the thing is, right, even a team that good is going to make mistakes. If you create pressure, if you force moves, and they don't react properly, and again, most teams won't because the game is hard, you get advantages every single time. You're like, hey, I identified this minion wave before you did. Hey, we identified this gank before you did, and you can make all these kinds of plays.
Yeah.
And that's the way to go about it, is you force advantages.
Yeah. And I also want to touch back on the teams now, because we'll get into Champion Select in just a moment here.
Yeah.
Everfrag has lost a ban because they're a little bit late.
Yeah.
But Jessica Jung up against Hood Stomp. So the roster here for Everfrag is going to be Acadian in the top lane. It's going to be Hax Defender in the jungle, Sushi in the mid lane, and then their bottom lane is Jessica Jung, GG Jessica Jung, and Hakuho. So Hakuho, Jessica Jung versus Hood Stomp alongside LOH. So LOH is LOH Pally, who's been around
that for a while, yeah.
Yeah. So that bottom lane, I want to see that. I want to see what Hood Stomp does against Jessica Jung, what they end up picking. It's probably going to be something like Twitch Lucian and a lot of aggression in that bottom lane. But the thing is they are both very, very good players. And Hood Stomp, he said, yeah, it could be in the LCS. See if he's really aggressive in lane and what he can do. Yeah. Because if he's super confident coming into this, which I don't know how confident you should be against Everfrag.
His exact line was, "If I knew it was this easy, I never would have left CLG Black." I was thinking about it. That was his exact quote. If I knew it was going to be this easy, I never would have left the team.
Damn.
So there you go. That's what we're measuring ourselves
this
to.
Easy.
This easy.
This easy. Was that based off of his round of 20 victory?
No,
or
this was like months ago when they were like playing ranked ladder, like maybe doing scrims or whatever.
Okay.
And it was just like.
Okay.
And according to him, by the way, like he was the reason that CLG Black broke up, was that he basically like wanted to leave the team and like go back to school or whatever, and it just like that roster would have stuck together if he like set his foot down and said, I want to keep playing.
Wow.
So
really? He was the glue.
That's what he told me. I was like, well then what happened to CLG Black? He's like, well, I left, and that's why it was like, okay.
If Hood Stomp put his foot down, huh?
Yeah. If he stomped, I don't know.
Yeah, but if he put his foot down and laid down the law, then they would have been together, and it would have been if he had realized it was that easy, huh?
Yep.
That's some trash talk right there.
That's some serious
Lord.
confidence. Hey, I mean, honestly, they're the rank 1 team.
We'll have to see.
They're really strong. Like, we see that team go halfway every Challenger Series. Like, they always find someone strong to fight up against, but if this is the split for them, then it's the split for them.
Yeah. No, LOL Pro roster swaps. See what they can do. But the LOD, LOH had some really good synergy.
Yeah. The capital L, lowercase o, like, it's a pretty strong point. Yeah. Okay, we're guys going to get ourselves into our game in a second one. The teams for our first elimination game of the day are readying up as we speak. Sorry for that small delay, guys. The number 1 seeded LOL Pro is set to take on 10th seeded Everfrag. That's coming up right about now. So we've been talking about the teams for a little bit. Right? We've been talking about the confidence, but we realize we're about a minute and a half away from getting you guys the champ select. So we'll talk about that.
You're like, it's coming up now, and I was going to be like, now.
Oh, gosh, you start timing it?
Now.
I do that with red lights sometimes.
Now. And then you just sit there and go, now. And then you get it, and you're like, no. Oh, got it entire time.
Tries the charm.
Hey, nobody's counting tries.
You know, I have actually an interesting skill. I'm really good at knowing when the microwave's going to beep. Like, I'll put in, like, Hotbox or something, and I'll be like 3.5 minutes, and I'll just, like, go in my room and, like, play, like, games for, like, 2.5
That's like a
be
useless superpower.
And then I'll walk back, and it will beep as I enter the kitchen. I'm very good at timing microwaves.
Are you conscious of that? You're like, oh, it's about to be done, or do you just be like, hey.
I mean, it's a thing that I recognize where, like, I walk in, and I'm like, this is probably about the right time. I just sort of internally time it.
You're good at guessing minutes on the microwave.
Yep.
Okay.
As long as it's something, I think it has to be something. Oh, man.
Oh!
You got it. Here we go. Well, we are ready to go with this one, guys. Once again, Everfrag does lose their first ban, so you're going to see a 30-second delay or so when they go for their first one. But Team LOL Pro say, okay, well, 3 bans to 2. They're going to get rid of the Jax away from Acadian. Acadian actually is interesting because he's a carry-type top laner, right? Jax, Rengar, Yeah, Jace, Trind, yeah, all those things in his champ pool. So gonna get some of those maybe away.
Yeah, you want to keep them away from those hyper carries, but the fact that they now have a ban up is a little...
Pop quiz. Everfrag's first ban.
Soraka.
Nope.
Darn.
Ready?
What is it?
It's gonna be blank.
Oh, you
really just
oh my
get
God.
that wrong?
See, I've seen the video of you doing that.
Yeah.
Your co-caster already, and was it Jat who's like
Kobe?
Oh, Kobe's like they could probably ban that might go for, and they miss it, and you're just like sitting there smirking. So
you literally just said they missed a ban.
Here's the thing though, is I assume they would miss the last ban.
No, you missed the first ban.
That you missed the first ban though, because then you have more strategic advantage.
Yeah.
Because if you ban 1, 2, and then you're like, we don't get a last ban. So
yeah,
now you force them to show 2 bans, show a little bit more of their hand. Here's the thing though, is when you are purple side, you have a little bit of advantage though. If you do miss a ban, you give up first pick, but you only give up 1 champion that's very strong. You will get 2 for yourself, and you also leave 1 more open because you missed the ban.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm actually surprised they didn't ban out the Soraka, but the Morgana was more important to them.
And the Lee Sin, I'm actually not surprised by going through. Both junglers, top played is Lee Sin for these guys, so I would not be surprised to see that locked in by one side or the other. Everfrag right now looking at Lucian, even though every AD carry is available. So, you know, with Thresh up and the counterpick with Thresh being down, maybe we want to pick a more mobile AD carry to keep him from being pushed around.
Yeah, and Lucian's pretty much Hood Stomp Spirit AD carry. Loves that thing. They both play Lucian in the last round and had very good performances on it, so Jessica Jung doesn't want Hood Stomp to have that and pick it up for himself, have that lane bully. So Hood Stomp might default back to something like Twitch. He does have the Draven that he's played way back in the day.
Yeah.
And he's still able to whip that thing out.
We'll see. He was known for Graves back in the day. That was his original Spirit champion.
That's true.
He switched. Apparently Spirits change in League of Legends. I didn't know this.
They do. Well, as we release more champions, you realize, this one's closer to me.
Your spirit goes elsewhere.
Well, you realize that your previous one was a false prophet, and you're just like, this is the real Messiah for me.
You cheat on Graves with Lucian, basically.
No, you just drop him. You convert.
Okay. You convert. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll get you in that one. Well, LawPro going to look at their next 2 pickups there. Shyvana, Evelynn. I would not be surprised to see those locked in there. Great high priority champions. Kha'Zix, Elise, Lee Sin already off the table, so sure, why not grab Eve?
Now, a lot of Evelynn's power is in the fact that she's invisible, right? As soon as you show yourself, you will not win a skirmish against Lee Sin.
Generally.
So if Hax Defender ends up invading the jungle, we'll have to see Hanser will have to reply, and if he's already level 6, he'll have the Wish behind him.
Yep.
But I figure Everfrag, with the composition that they've already showed a tiny bit of, it's very aggressive right now. Whereas LawPros is actually a little more sit on our hands for a while, let things happen, and then react to it. Like Soraka, Soraka is one of the worst people to tower dive.
Yeah.
Just because
Blows off a bunch.
She gives so much to her team and herself.
Yeah, absolutely does, and it's going to be interesting because you got Syndra plus Leona locked in here for Everfrag, so they're going hard anyway. There we go, Hood Stomp insta-locks the grave, so he's going for it.
Yep, Dead Man Walking, he's ready for that one. So not only is he back in the scene, he's back with his signature champion.
Yeah.
And he's going to show what it can do. And we had a conversation about this, about why Graves is so strong, why he's coming back into it. And I'll let you take it.
Sure, so basically, 2 different changes happened in the same patch. One being the actual Graves buffs, mana cost on his E, the damage on the backside of his ultimate. Those are fun, those are good buffs. But also, because of the rune changes, every AD carry is running some health, whether it's all the seals or at least like 4 or 5 of them. And when you have more health, Graves' passive is better because his armor MR multiplies off of health. So Graves' passive got buffed indirectly with the rune changes on top of the actual direct buffs he got, and people were like, let's try him out. Oh, he really is super tanky. This is strong.
Yeah, I love that little explanation there. Because I was like, why is he? Because he's really good against Twitch? But no, it made it so that his runes were more effective because of his passive.
Exactly.
And it looks like Acadian. He's hovering over the Tryndamere here, which is his most played in solo queue by actually a good margin.
Yeah. And honestly, you're fighting a Shyvana. Like, that's not a hard lane to battle against anyway. She's like, she can kind of bully, but like he can spin away from the W in the first place. So it is Trynd.
It's a very passive lineup here for LawPro.
Yeah.
That relies on Everfrag making moves, but judging by their composition, they are going to be making a lot of moves here. You have Tryndamere, very aggressive top laner, who in the laning phase, he's like, if I get 2 crits on you, level 2, I was spinning slash in, the lane's done. I'm going to win this thing. Lee Sin, a lot of pressure. Syndra, completely owns the lane. If she can burst you out, he's taking Ignite up against LOD, and this is actually patch 4.6, so he'll still remove grievous wounds at this point.
Yes.
So Soraka is even more powerful than she currently is on live.
Yeah.
But also, they have Leona Lucian. Super aggressive lane down there versus a Sona Graves. Very defensive, relies on wearing out, sustain.
Really good poke.
Yeah. So there's basically polar opposites here. We're going to have to see if Hyper Aggression can hold up against a very defensive, reactionary team. And Hoodstomp came into this very confident, but at the same time, their team composition doesn't exactly reflect that in aggression, but maybe the fact that they can outlast them.
Yeah, and there's actually one thing to keep in mind. It almost lies to you a little bit, because I agree that like ideally they play in the backline of Soraka, but keep in mind, this lineup is still Shyvana, Graves, Sona, Evelynn. All of those champs can engage fights. You do have upfront burst there. AoE upfront burst from every single person
You bait them in.
You don't necessarily even have to, right? Like you can flash crescendo that. I'm not saying that's the ideal way, but this team has engage tools.
Yes.
Just the thing to keep in mind that even if it's not the ideal situation, they can flash crescendo you, dive in with Shiv, dive in with Eve. This is still a thing on the table.
Yeah, the Syndra is not that safe in this.
Very much not. Exactly.
Very
much not
easy
safe
to get to. We'll have to see how that one works out. But another thing here is if you do end up stalling the game for LoL Pro, they do have Tryndamere in the top lane. If they don't deal with Tryndamere and shut him down early and keep him down, then he's going to be a split pushing monster, which is really what Acadian's good at. He has like things like Jace, really good at pushing turrets when you reach them. Rengar, Tryndamere, he loves split pushing.
Yeah.
And that's why they banned the Jax away too. Didn't want any of that, but it's still going to happen this game.
And here's the thing to look at as well, because whenever you have these partial bans on players, so to me it's like I see a couple different ban strategies. One of them is, as you love, kick the puppy.
Yeah, I love kicking the puppy.
You just ban out whoever you think the weakest champion pool is and put on something he's just bad at because he can't play anything else. Another one, which I think is interesting, and like CLG does this to a certain extent, is they will ban selectively to predict your picks. They'd be like, we know your top 3 is this, so we'll ban 2, and we know you're going to Evelynn. And in this case, it's like, we'll ban Jax, we know you're going to Tryndamere. Right? Like, this had to have been planned by LoL Pro. Like, this is most played. We're going to ban out the rest of the champions from it. This is his champion. And it's like, did they build a comp that they knew would work? When they early picked Shyvana, did they know that he was going to be okay against Trynd? Right? Did they ask Conster, like, are you okay with this matchup? This is going to be fine? And so that's the question is now, is LoL Pro's strategy good enough to be like, okay, here's this Trynd that's going to be scary. Does the plan work?
You know, they have a lot to deal with it, though. You can go ahead and sustain yourself. It might give you enough to go through the Undying Rage. I mean, they have a lot of tools here at their disposal to deal with it, and you're right. They did kind of bait some of these picks out.
Yeah.
And the fact that Everfrag lost a ban was really big because they weren't able to ban the Soraka.
Yeah.
They weren't able to ban, even if it wasn't a Soraka, something else, just keep it away. So their pick ban phase didn't go as well as it could have. They did get a lot of priority picks for them, but I don't think it's the ideal situation. I mean, it's not the ideal situation.
Sure.
I'm not even going to say I don't think it is. It is not the ideal situation. Nobody wants to lose a ban ever.
No, of course not. But actually, it's anything to point out as I look down at our notes for this. Everfrag got their most played champion on every single player except Hakuho. Tryndamere, most played. Lee Sin, most played. Syndra, most played. Lucian, most played. Morgana, Thresh.
Yeah, Morgana was banned out.
Yeah, Leona was his third, so third string down. Thresh didn't even get grabbed, if I understand properly. Wasn't banned or picked. So.
Leona and Sona.
Yeah, Leona and Sona, and the ban was only on Morgana for that role. So, interestingly enough, basically Everfrag got all the champions they normally play, so they are super in comfort. I want to see if this comp works for them.
Yeah, so once again, it's 4.6, so these are the 2-minute trinkets. So we're going to have a ward on each of the supports. No exhausts on the entire side of EFG, but at the same time, LoL Pro is forced to take one on LOH to deal with the Tryndamere in the late game. And the fact that, I mean, a lot of summoner spells here are actually indicative of what they're up against, because Syndra has the Ignite. You have to bring that for the Soraka.
It's double Ignite.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's double Ignite. They need that pressure. And the early wards coming out almost in the same spot in Amir. Almost. Have time?
Yeah, they watch.
Evelynn.
All right. Well, she's also a ward, so looks like LoL Pro has more. Just
because she could be anything.
Became a ward.
Decided to do that.
Yeah, it's a good strat.
Teemo does that too.
Wards win more games than
wards win games. So just pick Evelynn, Teemo, Shaco, and Twitch, and just be wards.
There you go.
And win.
Yep. You'll be awarded with a win.
Yeah.
I'm really good at this.
Good job. Good job. That was actually that was decent.
I appreciate that. That was decent. Is that like a 6 out of 10?
No, that's like a 3 out of 10.
What? Decent is an above average mark.
All right,
or at least at average.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Do you go by grading scale, so 7 is an average, or do you go by 5 in the middle as an average?
You go by the out of 10. Like 5 is an average.
But in school, 70%.
We're not in school.
70%.
We're not in school. Are we in school? No. If Curse Academy was playing, I would maybe give it to you.
You would maybe give it to me, but I'm just saying, in terms of a percentage,
no,
what is considered?
We're no longer in school. We're in LOL Pro. It's out of 10.
Okay, okay. I don't know. I go by... Right, so even if 5 is average, I still give you a 3 on that one.
What? That belies you saying decent. That's messed up. All right, well, we're going to get ourselves into the game.
I'm easy with my words, bad with my my ratings.
Yes, it's okay. Here we go. Mid lane 1v1. It's going to be an isolated 1v1. Both, we got 2v1 lane setups going on. Interestingly, though, it's the double jungle going on. So White Camp going down for the red team. Looks like Wraith just got taken, and then Shyvana Eve going to grab double golems, and it's going to be the 4-0 push.
And EFG looked like they were expecting an invade, so they hung out by the wolves for so long as 5. And then, boom, ran themselves down. But they also planned this out, too, because if they weren't hanging out by the wolves, they would have delayed their top laner getting delayed. So they saw this coming. They expected this. It's going to be the 4-man split push in the bottom. Going to get those level 2s off of the enemy double golems. No red buff for EFG, but there's one for LOL Pro. I actually think that the blue is a little better in this situation.
Generally speaking, yeah. More abilities are going to probably do more for you than... like 5 true damage a second on minions right here. So, gonna be top lane turret going down rather rapidly. Of course, Sona, a slightly better pusher thanks to that Q aura. 3 minutes, 9 seconds for top lane turret. That's the one with the bonus armor. Again, 4.6. The bottom turret doesn't have that yet. 3:14. Looks like EFG got their pie, and they're going to be continuing to push down the bottom lane.
And it's a race. They're just going to go for it. It's a ceremonial dance before the game begins.
Yes, indeed.
Let's get some turrets, some extra gold in our pockets.
It's worth pointing out,
some
actually,
allowance.
That both guys are giving allowance to the top laners. It's 5 CS for each one, so they're slightly giving the CS over there. Being that this is a pretty snowbally lane, we'll eventually be able to one-on-one. That matchup's going to be important.
So here's the thing. How long are they going to leave it? It's going to deny the entire wave, and will they possibly freeze it afterwards? Yeah, they're going to do it. So this is the adjustment that people have made after seeing this strategy fail so many times. Leave the turret up as much as possible.
LOL Pro's got the better of this, though.
Yeah.
The thing is, this wave's mostly done now, and when Hoodstomp kills his turret off, this will push out towards his lane, whereas this bot lane here for Haunter is freezable.
Yep, they left it up for a little while longer, and also the minions were not in range of it, so tiny bit of advantage there to LOL Pro. We'll have to see what they do with it, though, because so many people will end up not pushing an advantage or not using it appropriately.
This is going to be interesting. So look at where Haunter is, and look at the fact that the red team was just taking away the red buff. They could theoretically flank around and get down to that Shyvana, but they didn't know about it enough.
Well, speaking of flanking, we have Lucian off on the side here with Lee Sin on the middle.
Here we go. The stun ignite is on. A lot of damage on the LOD. He's going to have to try to run away from this one. Flashes over into the turret. Flash from Justin Kajung. Hits an auto attack on the turret, though. It's going to be the Soraka getting away.
There's good aggression there, but at the same time, once again, it's Soraka. It's not very smart to tower dive a Soraka. I said that earlier. And now Hoodstomp is here to reply, and they're going to have a little bit of a numbers advantage in the mid lane with that jungler off on the side, whereas 2 members of EFG have to back up.
All right, so now we got to take stock of the situation. How many summoners got burned? Looks like 4 for EFG to the 3 of LOL Pro, actually. So the trade wasn't exactly ideal. Acadian shoves at the top lane rather fast. Had to in the first place, but did it. Soraka's actually not there in time. He's going to miss 1 minion, maybe.
And this is Acadian's strength, the split pushing, the wave manipulation. Is something that you learn as a top laner when you want to just push the advantage when your wave is pushing. And look at this. LOD, he does show up at a very good moment, so he ends up getting the CS. Maybe could have had Haunter teleport to the top, but they want him to have the free farm bottom with no interruptions.
Yeah, it's okay. You don't want to burn TP for a difference of 1 minion right there.
Big difference here is the AD carry CS. We talked about Hoodstomp versus Jessica Jung at the start of the game, and Hoodstomp has twice as much CS as Jessica Jung, and they're actually funneling a lot into him.
Yeah, he's been holding the mid lane now while the Soraka kind of split pushes off. This is interesting. It's always fun to see when teams pick kind of unorthodox lane matchups in order to be... basically, it's not for like the 1v1 or 2v2. It's for being able to move around the map. In about a minute, the first buffs are going to respawn. And if you got more people in the mid lane, those guys can more easily react.
Some pings around the dragon. Evelyn was going for some wards there. They ended up seeing her. And now there's a flank onto the bottom lane here. And are they going to risk the 2v3? Looks like
reward.
Hakuho's just coming down to go ahead and make sure he gets some use out of his relic shield here.
Yeah, well, it's going to be, what, 2 minutes, basically, is the cost, or the amount of time it takes to get back to full charges. So, gets the cannon. Proper choice there. Got to make sure you get cannons. So this time, LOH going to be fine there. In this mid lane, they're actually constantly pushing. They're actually trying to get Syndra down a little bit and kind of push his matchup. He's actually going to miss some CS. One caster minion right there lost due to the pushing.
So, 6 minutes into the game, LOD's been doing really well in the mid lane for himself. Granted, he's playing Soraka, and he was left on an island. There was no pressure anywhere. Soraka's going to do really well with sustain, etc.
Yeah.
He's keeping up in CS, the highest CS in the game. You know, this mid lane swap is working out for him currently. Like right now, I'm kind of thinking, you know, it's for the better.
Yeah,
it's working out.
It's honestly working out quite nicely, and actually I want to keep seeing how the minion waves shape up as well, because you have kind of down the line minion kill leads for LoL Pro. I feel like they're manipulating their waves a little bit better. They're getting like everyone who's kind of farming in the side lanes is farming uncontested. Like Shyvana was solo pushing down to the bottom lane for a while, reached the turret, backed off. Right, was gankable, had a ward river just to make sure, and it was like, all right, they showed up, backed out. You know, the AD carry got the CS, pushes back down. It's going to go back and forth.
Yeah, well, their team composition is very indicative of their playstyle. They're saying, we want to play passive. You guys have the super aggression team. We're just going to play around that.
Yeah, so just so you guys know, we have a pause in-game. We'll be getting back into this one before too long. But when you see us after the game, in the middle of the game, it's because there's a pause. So don't worry. Get you situated in a little bit. So yeah, we had basically an 800 gold lead so far for LoL Pro just from landing phase. Both teams got 2 turrets. No team's got any kills. I didn't see any major buffs go one way or the other. No dragons or anything. So it's just better minion killing right now, right? Controlling the waves properly. The fact that Trend had to push the wave really fast. And we talked about this a little bit in the pregame. Teams being able to read the game, looking forward, and making the move as opposed to being the one to reactive. And so, for example, in the case of Soraka getting the top lane, right? That was a scene situation. It's like, okay, Trend's pushing. We know it's going to be like 1 or 2 more waves. Make sure you're there in time. LoL Pro was not surprised at all by that. Now, that said, LoL Pro defended with exactly 1 champion who had no spells up, right? This was after Soraka got pushed out, burned her heal and flash. EFG could have very easily been like, giving them the respect that they would show up for this, but you show up with your team to that pushed wave, right? You just bring 4 people, you tower dive that turret, Soraka would die there, and you create the move off that lane push. And this is something that you actually see a lot from the top teams, is any sort of minion wave advantage becomes a push opportunity.
Well, when you see a huge minion wave like that, me as a jungler and a top laner now, I'm like, oh god, this is really bad if they have a big minion wave coming there. I have to go to that spot.
Yeah, you help the team. You have to have at least 2 guys, I think. And so neither team actually went for anything there, and it ended up just being a farm off. But that's the types of plays you tend to see from the really top teams. They find those opportunities.
Speaking of no buffs going over, they end up stealing one.
Oh, there's a 2-man mid.
Hanzo uses his ultimate. Jessica Jung was giving him some to the backside there on the way out. He was like, oh! Dragon's trying to converge. Like, if you saw that there, Hanzo was just taking free damage just so he could be in position to possibly contest the blue buff.
Yeah.
Worth.
Yeah, I mean, his team got an extra buff steward there. Syndra's going to be without blue for a while. I believe Soraka was going to grab the buff herself. So, no, actually, it looks like it went to Eve.
Got smited away.
Okay.
They didn't risk it. They'll give their own blue over to LOD if they have the possibility. Look at that. They're converging on the jungle now. They had it warded earlier, and now LOD Pro making all the moves. Ooh.
Okay, well, Hack's Defender gets silenced, so he can't jump yet. Now he's going to be able to get away if he has a ward to jump to. Doesn't, but walks out safely. And I like this by LoL Pro. They are really capitalizing the fact that the dual lane was stuck bottom, although Leona came mid finally. But the fact that Trend is not going to do very much right now. You know, low level, no major items, and they're just grouping up and trying to make plays.
Another thing here is, looking at Lee Sin's build, nobody on EFG's team is going to be remotely tanky for a very long time.
Very true.
And if you look at the lineup of LoL Pro...
Wow, that's a lot of damage there from Acadian. Again, LOD, wow! Oh. Dangerously low pump, summoner heal. He's got to wish to keep himself alive, but you've got to be careful. Heaven Time shows up to save him. First blood, though, Acadian. 1v1. Now, can he get away? No, he can't. He's going to be kill traded back over.
He's so good because he has Aiden in his name. I hope everybody can hear you doing the slow clap.
You can.
That'd be great.
I've watched VODs. You can hit the slow clap. Don't worry. Yeah, so that was pretty glorious.
They ended up getting multiple crits there on him. And like I said, spinning slash, you're just like crit. And then you're like, oh, I'm going to spinning slash, get another crit. And it reduces the cooldown of your spinning slash. So you're like, oh, use it again. Continue closing that distance. And now they're in position to do this. And they pick it up for themselves. But now they're getting pinched in. To engage, it would have to be a flash crescendo.
There we go. One man flash crescendo. Everyone else getting out. Sona putting some damage. And there comes Hanser. Gets kicked back. Then Hakuko in the wrong spot. He's going to be going down. Picked up by Hood Stomp. 2 for 1 overall. But Dragon, EFG.
Yeah, and there's still a gold lead here for LoLPro. It's the early Dragon. It isn't worth as much. They're 2 turrets to 2. But then it's 2-1 and the Dragon in favor of EFG. But it's still this CS advantage here across almost every lane except for the mid lane. It's going in LoLPro's favor. And now they're going straight to that mid lane with 5 men strong. They had this tiny advantage. Why not push it?
Really good choice. They got people off the map. They show up for the turret push. So 3 turrets, 2. Overall, that fight, the Dragon, right? Like, the Dragon actually baited in EFG. Again, a team not awesome at team fighting yet. You identified no real tanks until Leona can, like, put herself in the front line easily. And didn't get it.
I do want to touch back on that because I was so rudely interrupted by the first blood.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that they have no tank up against the Shyvana, who's naturally tanky from her Dragonborn passive, and having a Soraka, which gives other people resistances, a Sona that can give other people resistances, heal and sustain alongside the Soraka, and Graves. They have so much durability here up against a team that is very defenseless. Their peel is arguably not even that great. They have Syndra, who actually has some decent peel on her.
Yeah.
But Leona's engaged. You see Tryndamere, who's pretty much a pick somebody off split push champion. But I don't know how often LoLPro is going to be answering the split push. I think they'd actually be fine team fighting and letting Acadian just split push.
Well, it depends how fast they do it. Acadian right now going towards at least Cutlass first. We'll see if when he branches to Static Shiv, that's when the pushing gets really fast, is when you can actually AoE the minions down with more than just 2 splitting slash casts. But that'll be the test right now. They've actually every single time answered this split. And the funny thing is, because 2 turrets were taken, the Trin split push is so telegraphed in the future, it's easy to respond to. He has to push all the way through Minutes Inhibitor, and you can watch wave after wave after wave and send someone to defend. It actually makes it very easy for LoLPro to react and then go make plays elsewhere.
Yeah, you can't push up very far, but at the same time, not a big deal. Tryndamere, he'll push, he'll get his golems. And now in the bottom lane, though, this is the last turret that LoLPro can take.
Yeah.
And they're setting up for it.
This could be a good play. Both top laners have teleport available. Soraka heading down. Syndra has not just yet. So LoLPro has these small numbers lead. Lee Sin waiting around. We go Hanser in 1v1 with Acadian. Does dodge the slow. There's a spinning slash in. Can't catch up. Look at this Heaven Time waiting in the wings. If an engage happens, he's there. Nothing lands just yet. Syndra's still mid. Shyvana rotates mid to actually hold that lane. So Acadian left by himself again, but once again, the wave all the way pushed in. When he pushes down, it'll be telegraphed.
Yep. He also has teleport still available. He'll use it to get into the fight if he has to. But now look at that. He cleared the mid wave, and now he's going to answer to wherever they send Syndra. So here's the thing. Like I said, LoLPro, they want to group up and fight as 5. Tryndamere's going to keep split pushing, and here we go.
Well, it's going to be the stun onto Sushi, and there comes the dive on in. Exhaust, the big burst. Heaven Time grabs the kill. The blue buff as well goes over. LoLPro owning the jungle.
They have a lot of engagement tools here. They're looking for the missed positions. And there's the teleport to top to clean up that minion wave that, once again, has been telegraphed for so long.
It's really good play by LoLPro. I feel like they're playing this one really, really smart. They're playing about 1 step ahead at all times, timing the buffs, being there with a group of 5 that EFG's not ready to react to.
Now the turret siege begins. Hanser, he can actually get a good piece of this now. He's got the Ninja Tabi, so he's able to absorb a little bit of the damage from auto attacks, which is his main source of damage from Tryndamere.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, like, Trin scales harder, so right now Shyvana just has more base damages, but look at this Acadian really using his lifesteal and his Bloodlust to try to chip down his opponent and then heal back up, but Hanser's got a Cutlass. Like, he's not really taking much permanent damage.
Yeah, and every time that Hanser ends up landing his Flame Breath, he goes straight in. There's Sushi, he's caught again.
Another engaged stun goes on an LOH, but Heaven Time just going to chase this one out, picks up the kill with a heal for help. Gets out, but I mean, LoLPro playing this so well.
We talked about how mobile Syndra is. This really hasn't been about a single person this game. It's really been about how LoLPro has moved around the map. They seem so coordinated compared to the older LoLPro that I've seen.
Yeah, they're looking really sharp, I gotta say. I'm very impressed with this team's play right now. Aside from the fact they didn't get punished for farming the top lane that one time at 5 minutes, like, this is a great looking team right here. Hoodstomp gets the solo push in the bottom lane. Of course, everybody's locked up defending elsewhere. He gets to take that by himself, but here comes the Trin. Can he get the kill picked up? He does have Ghost. He's popped that already, actually. Hoodstomp does get slowed, puts the damage in. Wish comes through as well. There's the Ruin King active. Hoodstomp pops the heal. I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's still running towards his turret. Dashes, flashes. Can he get there to Shyvana or anyone else? Acadian gets the slow. Shyvana ulti gets a bit of a knockback, but Acadian still chasing. Pops the ulti early. Just now would have had to use it. And now can he get away from this one? Nope, can't. Kill picked up back by Hauntzer.
So it ends up with a red buff going to Hauntzer. They go 1-for-1 in kills, but there's an assist on that last one. So gold actually ends up in Lawpro's favor. Hakuho's caught clearing out a ward, but at the same time, Hacks Defender off on the side too.
Yeah, Heaven Time wisely backs off of that one.
Yeah.
1v2s, even if you're winning by a little bit, not exactly in your favor. So 2,300 gold lead right now for Lawpro. They've been taking the jungle pretty successfully. They've taken, I think, every single one of the blue buffs that has respawned, and they're 1-for-1 on red buffs now. Considering everything past 6 minutes, they've been trading right there. So now it's Lawpro's turn to go for the blue buff in this one. Looks like they've got enough control. The damage coming down rather quickly. No one from EFG looking to really stop this one. And again, Lawpro owning the map.
Yeah, end up picking up their first dragon of the game.
Yes.
First one went over to EFG. So Everfrag ended up having that one. But it didn't do too much for them. It was very early. And I'm thinking about it now. They're putting some kills onto Acadian, and he's sacrificing his life for it, but he is Tryndamere. I would say going 1-for-1 in kills with a Tryndamere is actually worth it. Because you get to the point where you're at critical mass with your gold, where you will just destroy turrets so quickly with the attack speed, and you will destroy minion waves and champions at the same time. There's really nothing that stands in Tryndamere's way when he ends up getting a little bit of farm and getting gold.
Well, let's see. Level 11 now, both with kind of like one major completed item on this top lane fight. LOG gets his blue up, but Acadian down to half HP, pops the Ruin King. Pretty good damage
off
coming
on the side here.
Ooh, this could be interesting. Hauntzer very low, pops the ulti. Acadian heals, does not ult, he doesn't have it up yet. The flash, the engage is going to be enough damage. Acadian tries to get away. Red buff is on the kick. The save from Hacks Defender, living up to his name, and now turned ulti's up. Can he turn the fight around? The Q comes back in, the flash away. Oh, he didn't ult in time. Double kill for LOD.
He didn't pop it. The fact that they had the heal come up, LOD with the blue buff, just doing ton of work there. Came up, Star Call constantly. Sushi's out of position again. What can they do?
A lot of damage right now to Hauntzer, though. Kill picked up by G Jessica Jung. Now Sushi in the back lines. Hakuho, though, taking big damage. Flashing forward. Crescendo is going to land once again onto Syndra. Deleted for the third time this game. And now GGJJ actually gets away.
Now they're going to get this turret for themselves. They've cracked that tier 2. They're going to have to crack base after it. Hakuho!
Wow, a little bit too aggressive. The heals too much. He thought with turret aggro would be enough, but it was not.
The loss of a ban really hurt them, letting Soraka get through. I am almost positive their last ban would have been Soraka. I thought it was going to be their first ban when you asked me. But nope, didn't even get it.
He just deleted it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty unfortunate there. LOD, I mean, especially when you consider the fact that he's new to the lane, right? LOD, an AD carry player, traditionally. In Solik, you actually only had 3 guys really worth listing, but you know, it seems to have made it work from scrims and whatnot, and the Soraka is working for him.
Yeah, he shut down that mid lane so much. Syndra relies on Burst, and Burst doesn't do too well against Soraka.
Well, they didn't even give him the lane. Soraka went somewhere else.
That's true.
They put Graves Sona against her.
That's true. That's true. He ended up in the first couple of minutes. But now Soraka's pretty much just been an ambulance that shows up to the lanes. Like, oh, you need a heal?
Yep. I think it should do so much damage to Star Call. It's more like a whambulance. Because wham!
Okay.
That was pretty lame.
Okay.
No, that one's
okay.
bad.
That one's a 3.
Yeah. The other one was at least like a
that
6.
one's really no. The other one wasn't a 6. I'll give you a 5 on that one.
Okay.
I'm adjusting my ratings post-mortem.
Post-mortem?
After they're dead.
Okay. Well, Acadian down to half HP puts the Ruin King again onto Hauntzer, who is pretty tanky. You're seeing actually like the item differential has actually kind of happened right now. They both got Ruin King tier 2 boots, but you've got the extra Warden's Mail, making it really hard for Acadian to win any fights.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change his name to Cadian.
Okay.
He can no longer have Aiden in his name.
Okay.
Being 2-3 doesn't work out.
Man. He's 2/3 of the team's
I've
kills.
stripped him of his name, of his titles.
It's messed up. You can't do that. It's not in your power.
Oh, it's definitely my power. Hauntzer has his teleport up so he can show up to this fight if he wanted to. Right now it's 4 and 5. There they go.
There we go. Crescendo on to 2. Nice shot right there. Huguho now taking a bunch of damage. Eve goes in the mix as well. LOH getting away. Heaven Time just doesn't take damage thanks to exhaust, but LOH has gone down to the back lines. But here comes Shyvana going pretty hard. Picks up 1, looks for another one. Oh, the Graves ulti finds it. Heaven Time picks up 2 more. Sushi, last one alive, taken down by a Hauntzer. 5-1 fight for LOLPro.
5-for-1. LOLPro coming up huge in this fight. Tanking the turret so that Hauntzer gets out. Being a bro.
Yeah, that was nice.
Now they're going to get this tier 2 turret off of it. Not going to push anything else just yet. Clean up the pink board. That's the reward right there.
Yeah. I mean, keep in mind, it's 20 minutes in. They're respawning in 6 seconds. They've got to heal back up
Very early.
and be ready. Exactly.
We're going to take another look at that right here. We see the Crescendo come across 2, which locks them up and prevents the engage. Hakuho is trying to get out of there, and Hauntzer just goes straight after the back line. Acadian pops his ultimate, but Hauntzer, he's so tanky, and the fact they don't have a tank to absorb damage means they're all very squishy. If your backline is getting zoned off like this by somebody you can't kill fast enough to help your front line, it's just over.
Yeah. And I actually got to mention the MVP exhaust. We thought it was going to be for Tryndamere. Yeah. They're cutting it back anyway. It's actually for Syndra.
Yep.
They're I think I've seen it twice now, completely stopping your ultimate. She ulted the Eve and didn't even break the ulti shield.
Yeah, the fact that exhaust is so powerful now against casters is actually really good change. Gives it multi-purpose and allows it to be a really reasonable spell to take in the mid lane.
Worked quite nicely. The counter pick and summoner spell pick really did well for them. I mean, counter pick, I guess counter lane matchup. They put the 2-man there. They couldn't get bursted out. Hauntzer, LOD now looking for the top lane of this one. But as well, looks like they've taken all 6 tier 1 and tier 2 turrets. So now the question is, where else does LOLPro go?
Well, they have to crack this base. They have a wave that's pushing actually against them in the bottom lane. And the way that their wards are set up is all in this top lane. They will see the movement. Now they're going to start sieging this top lane. And actually, doing a really good job here. No, they don't want to engage. EFG doesn't want to engage because of the Crescendo, because of the tools they have available to them. And like I said, you don't want to tower dive a Soraka, but Soraka's really good at helping your team tower dive.
Yeah, here's the weird thing, right? Is like, you've got decent tankiness in Hauntzer now. He's got Randuin's. And okay, you're right about like Soraka, so they're being able to help this, but like, I feel like this is not, I mean, I guess I could tower dive, but it just feels so risky to me to tower dive when exhaust is down.
It's still very risky, of course. They're at a 10k gold advantage. They're going to pick up the dragon and take another advantage for themselves. And I do understand what you mean by that. But at the same time, the amount of armor that Soraka gives somebody, just soak the turret. They don't even have to tower dive. You can just heal Hauntzer and then have Hood Stomp auto attack the turret. He'll be in Solar Flare range, but you can always counter Crescendo the engage. There's a lot of cards in the hand of LOLPro, not just because of their team comp and the way they've been playing this, but because of how much gold they have as an advantage.
Yeah, very true. Kept him safe for this one. Gonna be grabbing the red buff. LOLPro, when will they push forward for the next major objective? Will it be a Baron setup maybe? Of course, with Dragon down. I mean, this is good.
Baron's
right?
really risky.
Yeah, it is. It is still really risky. You're absolutely right.
It's 22 minutes into the game. The Baron would be how EFG gets back in here. And the fact that it's a Lee Sin and it's execute, it's always a risk.
Definitely is. Okay, so LOD grabs the blue buff. They're taking their time to make sure they claim away the jungle. Of course, Acadian, though, still split pushing means at some point you've got to react to this. Otherwise, gold flows in and your life gets difficult. They are putting wards down on Baron, though. The 2 pink wards, these are the 2 important ones. The one in the brush by the river. Another one right here, I like that one as well. Those are 3 really good pink wards.
Nobody cares about Acadian split pushing right now, except for Hauntzer, and he doesn't have his TP.
Oh, yeah, there's a TP disadvantage. If EFG knows this, they could actually use that to get a 5v4.
They would have to really use that 5v4 to their advantage. And I think Hauntzer, what he's going to do is just chase him as much as he can and keep tabs on him, because he can still interrupt the TP with his Dragon's Descent. So if he's in line with what his team wants, then if he just basically sticks to the Tryndamere, then he'll be fine.
He just let him slip right then, though. Like, he's not... He finds him again, right? Like, this is a good ward, but he's not trying super hard to chase him out.
Oh.
To guarantee TPs. Like, at some point, Hauntzer's going to turn around and go for minions, I think, unless they're trying to pinch the Trynd to kill him.
No, he's going to chase him.
Wow, that's a good play.
He's going to make sure that he can't show up, and then he's going to push him far enough out and wait for his own teleport.
Yeah, there's no split pressure anymore.
Yeah.
LOLPro has no reason to rush any of this.
And now he's going to clear that wave early, so that this wave will start pushing by itself. And that bottom wave is actually going to be a problem by the time that Hauntzer's teleport is up.
Yeah, it's going to be in about 5 seconds. Tryndamere cannot stop TPs, whereas Shyvana can, so that might be something to watch for. Static Shiv now done as a very important power spike for Acadian, but Thornmail is coming soon for Haunter. I think it's going to make it too hard for Acadian to win a 1v1 when Thornmail's done.
Haunter played that so well in terms of micro and just the little macro strategy for himself in lane was really good. Just knowing when to keep tabs, and the communication that LoLPro has is on another level compared to what Everfrag has. The way that they have this cohesion, adding Hood Stomp to it, he's done really well this game. Their shot caller, whoever it is, everybody's listening to and respecting.
Yeah, they're moving very, very smartly here. 25 minutes in.
10k gold advantage at this point in the game.
Here we go. 5 minutes ago was the 6th turret going down. Flapjaw goes in. They find Sushi again, and down she goes. 1 for 0. The dive still coming through past the turret at this point. It's really not hitting him anymore. The dive on back, and it's going to be Sona dropping Acadian. Pops the ulti. Can he get more damage? Her Hoodstop trying to kite backwards. Flashes away. One more attack. Gets healed up by the Soraka. 2 for 1. Now they can go for the turret.
Yeah, the Soraka turret dives are extremely potent. It doesn't matter. You have your Wish, you have your Ancestral Healing, you have 2 heals on your team. Both were blown in that fight by LoLPro. They're going to get an inhibitor for themselves, and they're most likely going to back off. Oh, Defender goes in!
He got silenced! He wanted to ward hop back, but the silence from Soraka kept him from doing so. Another kill picked up. 3-1 an inhibitor.
Now, this is big. The jungler's down. They have a lot of options on the table. They could rush a Baron with no chance of a Smite steal, but looks like they're going to back and instead set up for another push. They have the minion wave going, so they're playing it very safe.
Yeah, they are.
I don't even know if Baron will be taking this game unless 4 people are dead.
Even though they set it up perfectly. 3 pink wards in like really, really good spots. There is a ward, I believe, still on Baron, one that didn't get swept just yet, but in general, like LoLPro owns that side of the map, but yeah, they're playing the more risk-averse spot.
And they could bait a Baron now with the advantage that they have, and the fact that they have so much pink ward coverage, they could basically tell EFG, this is our coup de grace.
Sure.
Either you come in here and we beat you, because they will flat out win a team fight with 12k gold advantage, or you steal it, we beat you, or you let us have it. Those are the 2 options we mentioned.
Well, wards once again getting swept away. There are sight stones, 2 of them on EFG, so there's plenty of wards to keep putting down if they need to.
And this is the whole playing with aggression. LoLPro has put EFG in a spot where they have to make the moves, and it forces misplays.
Here we go, some big damage on Heaven Time. Gets locked up, a whole bunch of pain goes through.
Look at that.
The Ken Crescendo stopping this up, though. No Syndrome came out the entire time. They've traded back 2 for 1 now, and the dive keeps going. GGJJ forced to run away. Acadian's still pretty good, though. If you can turn this fight around, that'd be good for them. Straka heal back down. Oof. Big damage comes through. Lucian falls now. 4-2 on the map.
Yeah, they killed 3, and it looks like they're going to go straight for these Nexus turrets. They have all of their damage up. Soraka is the only one not available. At 27 minutes, they're already knocking on the base.
There we go. Acadian in the middle of this whole fight, but 2 versus 4. Going to be a bit difficult. Can they find anything? Looks like it's a jump towards Hoodstop. He's not going to go down. 2 for 0. LoLPro now in the push for the Nexus. And I'm pretty certain they're going to be making round of 8.
Yeah, that's a very, very confident. I mean, if Hoodstop, he can kind of back up his trash talk at this point.
He did just die now, though. Actually, hold on. This is going to get defended.
Haunter has a decent amount of damage with Blade of the Ruined King, though, and a lot of durability.
Yeah, they might just have enough. Sushi getting pushed around. Lee Sin still in the mix. Very, very low. Heaven Time in the wings. They're just going for the Nexus. It's going to be going down. I've got to assume. There it is. Couple more kills picked up, but 28 minutes, 15 seconds in, Team LoLPro takes it out.
That's the cleanest I've seen LoLPro ever.
Yeah.
That was the best team coordination that they've had. And without Nijaki, they moved LOD to a new role. They picked up Hoodstomp, who's extremely confident in his play, and I think he might be calling some of the shots there for the team, because the way they were moving was incredibly impressive, and everybody was on the same page.
Yeah.
And the way that Haunter played that top lane, I think he upped his game during the offseason.
Yeah, honestly, all of this looked really, really good. From team coordination to individual plays, I don't think I saw anyone get outplayed 1v1. There was the over-aggression by Soraka to get caught up by Trend early game, but anytime he did get that solo kill, someone answered back for it anyway. So, impressed by that stuff. LOH had the most deaths with 3, but that's because he was dived every single game by Trend, or every single fight. So I think those are forgivable deaths, and overall, a lot of great play with this team.
Yeah, Heaven Time didn't die a single time, being 7-0 and 12. Highest kill participation on his team, tied with LOD on Soraka, who basically gets global
Yeah,
purchase
that's
but they
free.
were always grouped up.
Yeah.
That was the big thing, is they were always grouped up. And they said, you're going to be a split push comp. We're going to group as 5, force your TP, force you to be in these fights. And Acadian never got to split push. I don't think he even got a turret split pushing. Maybe bottom turret. That's about it.
I actually kind of think back on turret kills. And
actually,
I don't remember anymore.
No, he didn't, because they
bottom was
they
2
pushed
for free
2.
anyway.
They pushed 2 at the start.
Yeah.
He didn't end up getting any turrets for himself or for his team.
Yeah. And some of that actually, I think, did play out from the 4-0 swaps early on. Just having really long lanes to get split pushed on makes it very hard to sneak those turrets in.
Yeah.
LawPro reacted every time to it.
Well, also the fact that LawPro froze the lane or forced it to push towards them.
Yes.
So that they had that answer very early on.
They pulled that wave, yeah.
LawPro seems to have upped their game in terms of macro sense of what's going to happen on the map and when it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And everybody's on the same page. I was very impressed by LawPro because they've always been knocked out around the round of 8 in the previous Challenger series, and they haven't had a lot of success in other tournaments.
True.
For the most part. So seeing them perform like this here, I'm actually very confident in their abilities now.
Oh.
Like, if they keep playing like this, they could make it very far in this tournament.
Well, we'll see what they can do, guys. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. We got more games coming up. Going to take a quick break. When we return, it's time for Game 2, when Area of Effect takes on Upset Specialists, Necrophantasia. Do they have enough for 2 surprise wins in a row? We're going to find out after this. And now Trinolti's up. Can he turn the fight around? The Q comes back in, the flash away. Oh, he didn't ult in time. Can he get there to Shyvana or anyone else? Acadian gets the slow. Shyvana ulti gets a bit of a knockback, but Acadian still chasing, pops the ulti early. Going pretty hard, picks up 1, looks for another one. Oh, the Graves ulti finds it. Heaven Time picks up 2 more. Sushi, last one alive. guys, welcome back to the North American Summer 2014 Challenger Series Round of 10 play-in. 10 teams entered, 1 is left so far. Only 5 total will continue on their quest for an LCS berth. Our second elimination game is Area of Effect versus Necrophantasion, who beat Team 8 in a huge upset yesterday.
And so far, that's been the biggest upset of the tournament. Team 8 were actually favorites to take the entire thing. They had a great performance, taking out 1 game from LMQ. The only team to take a game off of them throughout the entire Challenger Series last time until the finals where they went against Cloud9 Tempest. So they were the ones who showed the crack in the armor against LMQ. And so Team 8, they actually got beaten because of their draft phase, because Necrophantasion brings a lot of different things to the ban phase and pick phase.
Yeah.
I want to touch on here. They have Yoshi in the top lane. They have a Zingy in the jungle. They have Kojo in the mid lane. They have Virus and Maria, formerly Yuno, in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So Yuno plays Thresh. 355 games. Second most played is Karma, 45 games. Pretty big difference there. Then you have Kojo in the mid lane who plays Nidalee, has about 140 games on that, and then his Syndra is about 30. Then you have a Zingy who's got 380 jungle Karthus games. Very high up there. And then his next is like Pantheon and then Fiddlesticks with 180, which is what he used to take out Team 8.
And a Mumu.
Yeah, that's true. And
that's going to be an AP Mumu, by the way.
It is. A Zingy stacks on the mages there. And their top laner, Yoshi. You may know him as only Rengar. And he lives up to his name. He has 181 Rengar games. And his next most played is Jax with 23. Big difference between...
I just keep doing this gesture of like,
well, that's
up
the thing,
here
though,
and then everything else.
Because when you play against a team like this, what do you ban? You're like, Rengar. Do I ban Karthus?
Thresh, probably.
Thresh, Nidalee? Because those were the bans that Team 8 brought out.
Sure.
They brought out Rengar, Thresh, and
Nidalee?
Yes.
Yeah.
They left Soraka open, which is what they paid for.
Sure.
And they got what they paid for, too.
Sure.
Because Soraka ended up going crazy that game. He ended up having a lot of assists, but it was really Yoshi in the top lane who they banned out the Rengar, so he fell back on Shyvana to see what he does with that. I think most likely, if you do your research on only Rengar just by looking at his name, you're probably gonna
feel like you'd know the bans right at the start.
He still plays Rengar.
Of course he does.
Despite the changes, he's like, I love this champion. It's an amazing champion, and he does really good work on it too. He always buys like a Yumu's Ghostblade, and he just goes ham.
You'd be lying if you said you didn't like playing the champion.
Yeah. Oh.
He's got a lot of pride in that.
That one like took me a second. I was like, yeah.
It hurt.
All
right.
Lying, huh?
Talk about Area of Effect then.
Actually, I wanted to touch on one more thing.
Oh, sorry.
Funny fact.
I apologize.
The odd one is called the General because he had a rivalry with the Master Tactician Zingy.
Admiral Zingy, right?
Yes. Admiral Zingy, the Master Tactician in the jungle. So Zingy is now going after the odd one, but he's taking out family on the way. He got Maple Street out of the way. Brothers are not spared in this.
He's not even going to fight Odd One. Odd One's not playing
He's going to fight it, but he's the coach now. And speaking of coaching, we have Elements on Area of Effect as the support. Former coach for Coast, former player for Curse and CLG. And we're going to see what he brings to this lineup and what he can do in terms of shot calling with Evan RL at his side.
True. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun. We're going to see what happens to these guys. We are in a champ select. Kha'Zix's banned away from Pat. And again, pretty much any conventional jungle ban won't hit a Zingy's champ pool, so the Fiddlesticks ban will. But I want to see, like, does Karthus get through? He's going to play it, because that'll be fun.
Yeah, his jungle Karthus. I want to see these
single lay waste Baron steals.
Yeah, there's some highlight reels out there. And so here, Area Effect, if their last ban isn't Rengar, Necrophantasion will most likely pick that up first rotation for themselves.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they could just leave it, because it's not even a contested pick. Just leave
Watch it. Like, grab it anyway.
Yeah.
Surprise!
So Necrophantasion actually ban out their own Soraka because they are purple side. It's first pick worthy on 4.6 with the Grievous Wounds removal on heal. So it's very, very potent. And something here is Pat, formerly from Curse Academy, up against the Zingy in the jungle. Pat loves Lee Sin. If he's allowed to get Lee Sin, it's very good against the Zingy's champion pool. If he picks a Karthus, you can just go ahead and Dragon's Rage him out of the fight and then pick him off on the side. Fiddlesticks, it's a little harder to get to him, but the fact that you play Lee Sin means you innately get more vision because you have that Sight Stone. So you can keep more tabs on Fiddlesticks off on the sides and it'll disallow his flanking.
Well, guess what bans happened? No Rengar ban, no Karthus ban. Nidalee first pick there. So
that's a good strat.
That's a good first pick. It's a good first pick. It puts some pressure on the mid lane. Kassadin, Soraka, Nidalee now all removed from Kujo's champ pool. He's got plenty to back up for. Karma, Xerath, Ziggs, Ori, like all stuff he plays, plenty of, and all strong champions. But it does mean only Rengar's Rengar, a Zingy's Karthus, and a Mumu. I hope he doesn't play something standard like Pantheon or Lee Sin. I'd just be sad. That would just be not living up to the hype.
The only reason they would take Lee Sin is to take it away from Pat. I don't know how great of a decision that is to just pick it because the other person plays it. But in this fact, Area of Effect, they did just that. They picked the Nidalee because that's what Kojo plays all of the time.
Yeah.
It was banned against him when they played against Team 8. It's first pick worthy here for Kojo. He can do a lot with that. And they decided that Area of Effect, you know what? That's the call. They're going to go with the Nidalee. They're going to start creating what could be a poke comp with some follow-up.
There's a lot of ways that can actually play. It's interesting. Like, normally when we saw like Nidalee, it was like, oh, it's a poke comp. All right. But people have gotten so good at the champion, they can play it differently. There's different ways to run the composition. So I do want to see how it does pan out. I agree with you there. Lulu picked up Thresh. Sorry, Thresh what? Twitch as well.
It's green.
Yeah, it's green. It smells bad. It must be similar.
So that's
the
exact same bottom lane that Virus and Maria ended up using against Maple Street and Dodo.
Yeah.
Because when the Thresh is banned out, that is the fallback there for Maria.
Yeah, for her.
And she'll be able to support the Twitch. You can speed him up. You can fire glitter lances off of him. It's fine. You can slow people down. Just a very, very potent support there. That's really a supporty support.
Yeah. One thing I'm actually very pleased at, by the way, is something I have difficulty casting when it's a female champion with a male player, and I like, Morgana, that's going to be really good for him. And I'm like, wait, but now I just have, like, genders line up. Such a useful thing. I appreciate that, considering I think most competitive picks tend to be female.
So far, we have an all-girl team here, Twitch.
Twitch notwithstanding.
He's hiding.
Yeah. Well, on the left side, though, AoE's going for the all-female team.
Yeah.
Elise comes in for Pat, though, so the Kha'Zix ban doesn't mean too much for him. Still gets to play Elise. Lee Sin still available if Zingy wants it. Morgana support going to be grabbed to fight this, presumably Lulu support. They should be able to know that. Area of Effect.
It's not really in Kojo's champion pool, and it's really Maria's go-to afterwards.
Yeah. There's always the chance that you have to open
and the fact that, yeah, it's true. But Morgana's taken away, so the only thing really left would be Karma that Maria plays.
Oh,
you're so, oh my,
Pantheon gets locked in for a Zingy. No Kha'Zix at all. Pantheon, though, his number 2, 200 games played this season. Not exactly sad about that.
Yeah.
Twisted Fate does come through in the mid, so TF versus Nid is going to be the matchup.
Here's the thing, is they have so much pressure now. Pantheon ultimate, TF ultimate, Twitch can be anywhere if he leaves the lane, and basically Schrodinger's Twitch again.
Yep.
And if that last pick is Rengar, he will come out of stealth on top of you in the middle of the fight. There is so much you have to keep tabs on here for this team of Necrophantation.
That'll be fun. I want to see if that happens here. Something to keep in mind as well, we're kind of looking at Yoshi's champ pool, right? Rengar, Jax, Ryze, Shyvana. And that goes petering down really fastly. Shyvana gets grabbed, Jax is already banned. You start lowering the number of opportunities.
Ryze
it isn't Rengar. Yeah, I mean, sure, but again, if you look back, right, when the Tryndamere was the predicted pick, they said, okay, go Blade of the Ruined King, tank Shyvana, right? No Sunfire, no Spectre's Cowl, get a Randuin's, get a Thornmail, and fight that guy and push him away, and that worked. The prediction of Trynd. So if there's a prediction here against the Rengar, and AoE knows how to beat it, right? They wait for the end to look at the top lane pick, make sure nothing else is available, go for Shyvana, and we'll see if it's going to work.
AoE has a pretty good AoE team here, aside from the Nidalee, who will set up fights with the poke. And everything else is pretty much pretty kosher there.
Yeah.
Like it.
There it is.
There it is. It's locked in. They have so much pressure. I would not want to fight against this team that Necrophantation has.
As an AD carry, I would just cry.
Yeah. Especially if I was in solo queue, I'd be like, If I get fed, I'm the main target every fight.
Yeah. This is actually why I like that they picked both Morgana and Corki. Yes, Lucian's on the table, but he's still a pretty escapable AD carry. He can get away with Valkyrie pretty nicely, and he can contribute far away from fights with rockets. So as far as like AD carries that work against this type of team, one of the best choices.
Yeah.
And you got Morgana to Black Shield TF ganks and Pantheon ganks, neither of which easily break Black Shield.
That's true. Well, Pantheon ganks have a lot of magic damage on it. And max rank, it's 1,000 magic damage at the center. Yeah. So there's two things here I want to talk about, one on each team. AoE. They have the Morgana and Elise combo. That's the 6-second cooldown cocoon, 2-second duration. 6.6 second binding, 3-second duration. You can chain those back together for so much CC. Cloud9 started bringing that one out with the cooldown reduction on Elise. Then, the team fighting here that Necrophantation had for themselves, you're up against the Nidalee. Nidalee is countered by Hard Engage.
Yeah.
They have so much Hard Engage, it is ridiculous. I don't think I've seen more in an entire team in my life. Yeah. They have a Rengar, who can just pop up out of nowhere on top of you. They have the Twitch, who, you know, if he doesn't walk
nowhere on top of you,
if he doesn't have a trap around, he's pretty good. Yeah. Then you have the TF and Pantheon, who are just going to be on top of you no matter what.
It's going to be pretty scary. I do not look forward to fighting against this comp, but thankfully I don't have to. It's going to be up to area of effect, and can they do it? Here we go. The Wolf's Claw, by the way, a bit of a misnomer, considering he's got cat paws this time at level 6. It's okay.
The Cougar paws.
One thing to point out, by the way, Pat opened up with a pink ward in his opening build. Elise is one of those safe jungles that doesn't need all the potions in order to jungle properly, but early pink ward, we'll see what they can do with that.
Yeah, and it looks like they're all heading up towards that top lane. Nobody's even going down bottom. Elements calling this one out here with the ward. Oh, there's the... Ooh, you saw that. Saw the little glimmer there.
All right. They're aware of one of the early wards.
Oh.
Ooh, they're looking around.
He's like, I got an itching, and there it is. It hits.
Elements gets 5 gold. He knows about it. They could...
Huh.
What? Pat opened Cocoon.
So they didn't know who was in there, but there's a 100% guarantee he knew that that hit. 1, he got the gold from Spell Thieves, which pops up on you. 2, he heard the sound. 3, he saw that the animation didn't continue. She's like, it hit something. There's something in there. I don't know how many people, but they don't follow up on it.
Then why learn Cocoon? That's the weird thing to me.
Yeah.
That felt like a really bad...
It's going to slow his jungle down.
You just don't do that. Like that. I think even if you get the catch, okay, Cocoon again looks for the wall, does get Yoshi out of there, but of course now all of AoE's been seen. Will they get a ward down? Will they use this pink ward they got to do anything? Right now, no.
I wonder what the call is here. Because right now it currently looks like they're just going to 4-man the top lane and try to make it so that Yoshi doesn't get anything. But Yoshi is responding by going middle to his jungle. And are they going to... I'm not quite sure what he... Yeah, he's just going to go to the bottom lane now.
Yeah, okay. So
he's
it's going to be...
for the lane swap.
Yeah, he knows he can't go top jungle, so his team's already down to the bottom side. You've got TP Rengar in the first place, so being bottom jungle is fine. Izangi is going to grab the opposing red buff really early. Pat gets help to get his blue. Of course, still with no damaging abilities for the jungle. It's going to be a lot of help from Shyvana to get rid of this.
And now the way this is lining up currently... I'm looking at the experience here. Yoshi, I don't know if he'd actually... He's going to have to show up for that bottom push, but he won't be level 2 yet. He's going to be a little late.
Yeah, this will be interesting.
Especially in comparison to Pat and Chump John.
All right, late for the party. Izangi, so basically only 2 total camps got cleared when you normally see 3 go down, so less total XP grabbed by the team. And they're going to show up for the 4-man push, but with 1 level less than they would expect. And here we go.
Maria actually hits level 2 before Virus does. So they get there about the same time. 1 extra ability, though. Just going to give them the Skittering Frenzy for the extra attack speed, which will be what they need to take this turret down at about the same time.
All right, well, there we go. Rengar definitely has plenty of damage in this one, and it's going to be the turret falling. 3:06 into the game is turret number 1. Looks like we're going to be about 5 seconds behind for the top lane turret. The area of effect spells from Corki, Morgana, etc. Pretty good at that one. They're going to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, Rengar pushing turrets. Never seen that one before.
The Q no longer gives attack speed on turrets, though.
Yes, it does not.
You have to hit minions for it.
Yep, which will be right there next to him. The back and forth here, the Wolf's Claw is actually coming out on top in the overall because he has the mana advantage. I don't even know if there's enough for a blue card at this point for Kojo.
There we go.
Here comes the denial. We'll have to watch this little bit of micro here and see what they decide to do. They're just going to take it flat out, and they are.
All right. Well, if they shove the next wave, though, in pretty hard, they can still make that reset.
Ooh, that's perfect. That's actually the perfect spot you want to be in. All right. And he gets 1 down, and now it'll start pushing.
Yeah, and notice that Evan goes away from the wave. He doesn't actually farm it the rest of the time. He just recalls and knows it's going to pull in towards his team. Yoshi is already there on Rengar, ready to take some of this farm. And we'll see now how the teams play up to the lane pushes. Pat, smart choice, grabs the opposing red buff. That's a 2-buff start for him. And on the other side of the map, the blue buff should be easy to grab for Izangi.
And the gold advantage here is just from the gold even right now, which is a little surprising considering Elements had Spell Thief's Blade, Spell Thief's Edge.
Yep.
A little bit extra. There's the gank. Oh, gets him. Oh, the binding. There it is.
Well, big damage to Kojo. Exhaust used to slow him down. Pat puts the Q onto Maria. Goes for the damage. Wolf's Claw does land the final auto attack. Takes the kill up right there. First blood AoE.
It's the Cocoon binding. It doesn't become a skill shot at that point to land your binding. It becomes, can I actually click this in time? No skill involved.
Are there minions in the way?
Yes.
The assessment. All right.
So potent. It's so difficult to deal with. And the fact that he's so immobile on that Twisted Fate, he blew both of his summoner spells, too. But so did the Wolf's Claw. So when they get back to lane, which looks like their lane's just going to be Occupado now by everybody else.
All right, pink ward goes down to the bottom side, over near the dragon. That's going to be something that AoE will be able to watch for. 500 gold lead, about what you expect from First Blood. The game's going to slow down a little bit. Okay, top lane pushed in. Actually, this time around, of course, it's the TP, so area of effect less aware of that push. Had to teleport their Shyvana. No one else is ready to take that.
It's not the situation that you want to be in where you use your teleport and give the other team the advantage. Yoshi is still in the bush, though. And the rest of the team is around that dragon area.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you've got until 8.5 minutes that teleport is down. NF should know that timer. They know they can bring Rengar down when they want to force a 5v4. Now, it's too early to 5v4 in front of Dragon. You take too much damage doing it. Elements finds Maria, though. Good damage there. 15 gold picked up for both these guys, but there comes a bit of pain.
Big level advantage here for Chump John. He's 6 over Yoshi's 4, so Yoshi's getting zoned out. So the fact that he got that giant wave bottom and then TP top gave him an advantage.
Yeah, that actually could have been the specific choice. I don't want to actually say that it was AoE making a mistake. If the goal was to make Shyvana win the 1v1, he got both soul lanes of farm.
Well, then they zoned him off the dragon area there.
Yeah.
Too. So AoE actually calling that one really big.
That was actually incredibly well played. That played out much better than I thought it would. So good stuff there. Maria getting the last hit on the cannon minion there. Didn't go spell piece yet. It's a rushed sight stone. So we'll see if the gold, the lack of gold generation, but extra wards does anything for these guys. We'll see. Standard 2-on-2 on this one. Looks like neither one got gigantic leads anywhere. It's going to be Vamp Scepter for both AD carries. And about 800 gold worth of items for both supports.
No globals up just yet. They will be around the time that the buffs spawn.
They're going for this fight, though. Virus putting some pretty heavy damage on Expunge used as well. Evan RL dropped very, very low. Stun on a Kojo. Javelin's going to land. Once again, easy to land when someone's done for you. We're seeing AoE start to kind of control this game.
Nope. Zingi's getting invaded on here.
Well, level 5 versus level 4. The smite is available for the Elise. Doesn't smite early or at the right time, and Zingi gets with an auto attack.
The Pantheon crit. The
Yeah, I don't think he even had to. He just autoed it once.
It was a crit, though.
Okay.
He didn't have to.
No.
But he had no choice.
But he overkilled it.
He had to. Once he levels up his E,
That's
he has
true.
to, and it's that low. And he's going back for this 2 now.
All right, stun used. Pat out of mana, but goes for the battle. Looks pretty good for this one. TF only comes
it's a
in.
bait.
All right, there's the repel, but there's the flash engage from Shyvana. They find it, and Kojo, he's got to get away.
There's a backfire there. Yoshi, not level 6 just yet. He can't just flank into that fight. Chump John, look at his experience. He's 7. He's about to be 8. There it is.
And Yoshi doesn't have his ultimate available yet.
3 levels up over Yoshi.
That played out really well. They invaded the red buff, basically, or even just the top jungle in general, knowing how much more powerful the top laner was. It completely paid off.
That's the type of little advantage that you have to look to push and be conscious of. But now Virus coming in from the side, no ultimate there for him, and the skill shots come out just to be like, oh, we know you're there somewhere.
Mm-hmm. That was awesome. And you got to remember as well, like, you can't counter jungle until you know those camps are up as well, which requires either ward control or timing the enemy jungler's pattern to know there's even anything to do there. That was awesomely well played by AoE.
It's that Coach Elements coming up.
There you go, man. Coachmans did it.
Elements was sitting there as the coach, and he said, put me in, coach. So he put himself in. There you go. And look at how it's doing. I mean, it's so difficult to call from the sidelines because you actually can't talk to your players. You're sitting there going, wow, I wish they had done this. Yeah. And now he's in there just going, hey, do this, do that.
There you go.
And Elements back on the scene.
See what these guys can do now with the roster. 13 to almost 12,000 gold, so 1,300 gold difference in this one. Virus still camping under his turret, trying to get what farm he can. He's actually doing really well in CS, but he's the guy getting pushed in regardless. AoE wanting to keep all the lanes aggressive and make plays in the enemy jungle as best they can. Again, a lot of the time factoring off the Shyvana. Yoshi going to rotate around the map, just kind of showing up mid.
He's finally 7. Got a big minion wave for himself. He's just roaming straight down there, so he doesn't have to use his teleport to actually be a part of this fight. The Wolf Claw takes some free damage there.
Now the Dragon got started. Yoshi takes some really big hits. Has to flash away. Gets exhausted. Elements puts the ward down. They're still trying for this one. TP in from Chump. Dragon is low. And it's going to be AoE taking the Dragon with the Corki auto attack. And again, Binding lands. Shyvana goes in. Virus falls. AoE making better choices.
Much better choices in the overall. They're going to get this blue, too. And they are getting this game in their favor very, very quickly. With small leads, that just, they show up to a fight and they start snowballing.
Yeah, it's the right choice every time. Necrophantasia, they try to make the plays. When TF tried to sort of counter-gank the jungle invade, Shyvana's already there. They went for the Dragon, but guess what? Chump John's TP was up finally, because it's been past 8.5 minutes. And it was the wrong call. Again, they got jumped on, and the kill went through.
And the fact that he's 2 levels up, Chump John is, over Yoshi, is huge. Basically, every time Shyvana levels up, you put a Doran's Blade of Health in her inventory, and you put almost like half a longsword. So that basically, you're looking at there, just by the 2 levels, he has a longsword. And
you just do it in terms of Doran's Blades.
Crystal.
Those give AD carry. Those give damage anyway. He's up 2 Doran's Blades by being 2 levels up.
Yeah. I don't know if it's 8. I think it's more like 5 base damage or something.
Well, yeah, but your spells do more damage.
That's
so
true. That's true.
There's some way to do the Doran's Blade conversion.
Anyway, it doesn't give HP though.
It gives you HP regen per level.
That's true.
Just by leveling up. The new factor of leveling up is how many Doran's Blades is it worth? Or Doran's Rings in the case of mages. How much AP would it take to boost your base damages? It's actually not that bad of a measurement.
No, it's not.
For what it's worth, it's not completely horrible.
I'm glad you approve.
Of my own idea. Pat,
I used the measurement.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Pat, Yoshi going in half HP. Yeah,
Still worth, though, because you push him out of the lane, and now you know he can't be middle, and now you start to siege up. They get themselves a turret. Up 3-2. They haven't even taken that bottom tier 1 turret, which will most likely be in their sights next.
Twitch was spotted bottom as well, so AoE knows they have the numbers lead if they want it. Zingy clears away the rest of that blue buff. It was stolen not too long ago. Poke intended for elements doesn't land. That one's going to hit, though. Wolf's Claw and Evan RL doing some good stuff. Cocoon going to miss.
You have to dodge so much. You have to dodge a Cocoon. You have to dodge a Shyvana.
It's hard to dodge Shyvana.
You have to dodge Nidalee Spears, Dark Bindings, and Corky Rockets. Everybody has something you have to dodge.
Those are pretty much hitting, though. Kojo down to half HP right now. Doesn't even have his Athene's Unholy Grail finished yet. It doesn't even matter right there. Another wave. Looks like it'll be pushed in, AoE.
Necrophantasia didn't get to use their pick comp.
Not at all.
Mixes at all. That's what you want from a Pantheon Twisted Fate. You want to go gank bottom, have a 4-on-2. But here's the engage. The turret's going to be gone by the time he lands.
The temp turret goes down. Yoshi will join the fight. Big burst
God.
comes in. Down goes 2. The engage comes in. Gigantic Morgana ulti. This one around 2 for 2 so far. Shyvana going big. Yoshi in the back line finds a third. Now Maria getting attacked. A 2 versus 2, but that will be a dead Lulu.
With double buffs.
Yeah.
Ooh, triple kill.
Scary champs.
For Chump John right there. There was the engage, the hard engage onto DeWolf's Claw. Didn't get to use his flash, didn't get to use his heal, and now they're going to go push these waves out, and that's their reward for winning that fight. We're going to look at it here. Watch how quickly DeWolf's Claw gets destroyed. Boom, match damage. Oh, he's gone. Now Pat, knocked up, destroyed. Yoshi has that extra durability in the slow, but he swaps from Evan RL onto elements here, and the support was the main target, which is not the person you want to be on top of, especially Morgana, who doesn't do a whole lot once her abilities are on cooldown. And they have really long cooldowns, especially this early in the game with no cooldown reduction.
Yep. You got the black shield, didn't even matter.
Yeah, and Chump John just basically tanked his way through all of that with the level advantage that he had, and now the item advantage.
Yeah, so that was pretty glorious. Sunfire Cape done. It's also worth pointing out, AoE stayed for the turret. Like, they could see the Pantheon team were like, no, get the turret first. And I think they were kind of fortunate to turn that fight around.
Yeah,
like, if they weren't ahead in gold, I feel like that would have been a horrible fight.
If that was even, yes. The fact that DeWolf's Claw got destroyed before he used any of his summoner spells, even if he had flashed just out of the range, would have been enough. And the Black Shield was a little bit late. So he did get stunned, but at the same time, the hardest CC is you being dead.
And that happened regardless.
Yeah.
The damage.
Morgana's shield will not stop that one.
Unlikely. All right, so resetting the lanes here. Corky, Morgana back to the bottom side. Bottom outer turret still available for this team if they want it. AoE have simply taken tier 1 and tier 2, both mid and top. Virus Kojo pushing down. This is going to be actually something that these guys might have to respond to because it will take a bit of damage here.
Yeah, numbers advantage there in the mid lane for Necrophantasia. Whereas AoE, they decide they want that bottom lane. They want that tier 2, their tier 1. That's actually still right for the taking.
Meanwhile, showing up
top though, Yoshi now has his Tiamat completed, so he can push waves a little faster. But Chump John is just so powerful, you can't duel him. So as soon as he shows up to the lane, you're like, you know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I killed all those little guys. Didn't mean it.
Well, Varus pops his ulti. Does not find any picks in this one. Pink ward already down defensively for NF when they want to get their blue buff back up. Should be very soon, I believe. Yoshi clearing away these guys without too much effort. It is worth pointing out as well, Chump John is getting some magic resist now. He's actually got the Spectre's Cowl, so he'll be forced the flash away from his Zingy, though. Binding, not quite going to land. But he'll
Flash
be a
for
bit
the wolf.
squishier against Rengar.
Oh, Virus looks like he wants a piece of this. No.
There's almost no way. I think they need another turret bait. They're down 5,000 gold.
Yeah, you have to get them underneath this turret. That worked out perfectly last time, especially when you hard engage on the backline, because otherwise if they just go straight into it, Dwarf's Claw will just kite backwards and throw spears the entire time.
Yeah.
Even if you win the fight, you won't win the war.
True. Alright, well, Zingy goes for the ulti. They're looking for this tier 2 right there. They're going in pretty hard. Rengar already ulted, goes in, does not quite find the damage he needs. Elements gets a stun there as well. Pat getting away with this one. Yoshi forced back as Zingy very low. That skill picked up. Elements falls, making it 1-for-1. Virus explodes the front lines, but he does try to get away. Doesn't do it though. Chump John finds a second kill.
That's a 2-for-1 in the overall. And now they get to go ahead and siege up for AoE. It was a good engage by Necrophantation. But the fact that they didn't take advantage of the global ultis during the laning phase because they couldn't, because of the positioning of AoE and their rotations, then they didn't get anything for it. It's definitely just this lead is going to get bigger and bigger for AoE. Yeah. Because Necrophantation are the ones who keep engaging.
True.
They have to, though. Because AoE is just going to be knocking objectives down and poking. You can't just take the poke to the face.
No.
It doesn't work out.
You can't. I mean, it's good tenacity by NF, but unfortunately it's not really enough. There's actually a good outplay by Evan RL as well. He basically dashed backwards right as the engage was coming in, so Rengar couldn't land everything on him, and he was outranged. The leap was already used. So that was actually a really nice little micro play by the Corki to get away from all that. Virus will be grabbing, looks like, red buff for his team. And at this point, I gotta kind of ask then, if the hard engage isn't really working, can you play Protect the Twitch and do enough with that? I mean, it's one-item Twitch, so he's not
saw
there
how quickly
yet.
he got blown up.
Sure, that's because he was diving a Corki who bursted him back. Like, I'm wondering, there's no real tank line, there's not a lot of other AoE to set him up. That's maybe not really even play.
Yeah, the CS...
With him this far behind?
No. The answer is definitely no. You can't do anything about it. So Necrophantation's in a very, very difficult spot here.
Yeah.
They are very aggressive, don't get me wrong. But they aren't forcing AoE onto their back foot.
No.
AoE got these tiny advantages and pushed them. Whether it was the level advantage, dragon advantage, and it just turned into gold, turned into more turrets. Now they have more pressure. So Yoshi's in the top lane. He has TP available. So AoE is going to try to make something happen with Chump John just by manually walking him there. So they might give up a turret for this. We have to see what they do with it.
Well, see, the ulti is right now coming back up. AoE, they seem to always group up by the time those cooldowns are back. It's like they've timed them completely. Said, okay, get back to 5 people, guys. We're going to start the siege again because you don't want to get picked off. So no opportunity at all for NF to go in for this one. Some poke on this outer tier 2 turret. Kojo taking a stun to the face. Good damage comes through. Pantheon ulti comes in. This is going to be another attempted engage. Teleport as well for Yoshi. He is stealthed up. Can he find anything? Doesn't find a whole heck of a lot, to be honest. Forced back on this fight. 0 for 0. AoE disengage.
And Evan RL does so much damage right now that as soon as you are within range of his phosphorus bomb, you're going to take a huge chunk of your life out of there. And the fact that if you were poked down at all by Dwarf's Claw at all during that, it's going to kill you. It's going to push you entirely out of the fight. And now we have a little pause coming out here.
Yeah.
People are just getting themselves situated, figuring out what they're going to do.
I mean, in a game with the Wolf's Claw, Nidalee, and a Rengar, you got a lot of pause. It's just assumed in this one. It's going to happen at some point. Don't worry, we'll get us.
I'm very worried. I'm extremely worried.
Why?
Not for myself, but for everybody else out there who had to hear that.
It was glorious. Come on, that was at least a 6.
You're giving yourself ratings.
Yeah,
You're not
I
even
am.
allowing me.
I really am.
That's like giving your paper to the teacher and being like, that's an A. That's at least an A.
I mean, the power suggestion is very strong.
That's
you will
true.
continue to watch Challenger series. But okay, so the strategic play by AoE is definitely very good. They group up by the time those cooldowns are back. When they're down, they're like, okay, great. Go to your lanes, do your bookkeeping, get your farm, grab the items. 5-man siege, once again. Play off the javelins, get ready to run away. And they're playing it right every single time.
Yeah, and the fact that not even a lot of poke is landed on Necrophantation before a fight starts, because Necrophantation actually does a really good job of starting it before they get poked down.
Yeah.
But as soon as they engage the fight, there's so much burst built into this composition and so much catch from area of effect that once you're in there, you're like, oh, shoot.
Yeah.
I'm Elise Cocooned, I'm Binding, I'm Morgana ultied.
Yeah.
Very good team composition and basically forethought here by AoE coming into this matchup. I mean, the fact that they knew they could deal with the Rengar and put that confidence in Chump John, this guy is only Rengar, and they let it through.
Yeah.
And they outplayed it.
You know what's worth pointing out, though, is the Rengar's 2-1-2.
Yeah.
He's actually got the best score in his team right now, making things happen.
Yeah.
Also, like, I'm thinking about the composite plays out as well, because Necrophantation, I feel like their comp, it almost works. It's so close. I actually like the Lulu because even though there's no real tank, Pantheon and Rengar both being squishy, whoever does take damage and gets binded, gets stunned, whatever, gets a bunch of health back from Lulu, right? And should be able to like withstand some of this early burst, right? Especially if they one-shot one of those AD carries. It's like you can tank a Javelin, Corki's dead, deal with it. Problem is as you've kind of pointed out as this one, is Chump John's gigantic.
Yeah.
He took the giant bottom wave at 4 minutes in when the push is stopped, TP'd top, and it's the carry.
So here's the thing, is both teams that have gotten an advantage in the early game were the ones that played the 2-turret push better.
Yeah.
They didn't kill the turret until it hit the tier 2 turret until it ended up killing a couple minions. And here we go. Continuing into the
jump up from Pat as Zingy taking some big damage to the backside though. Bind on a Kojo gets rooted up as well, and there's the Javelin. Kill picked up as Zingy now forced to run away. One shot. Ooh, dodge the cube, but the Javelin he can't. Double kill there picked up by the Wolf's Claw's Javelins.
Pantheon had to take it like a man, turn around and went straight through his heart.
Yep, walked right through it. Said, yeah, that's going to hit me. Go ahead.
You put yourself in that turret situation against that wall. You can really only dodge back and forth.
I actually like that he walked into it in the case that, because he knew he couldn't
would have
dodge.
done less.
Yeah, exactly. Deals less damage if you walk in forward towards the Javelin. If you will hit it, walk forwards. Same with taking a punch, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because if somebody's punching, they are like, I'll punch through you.
Yeah, you want to lean into that one. So here we go. Zingy taking a bit of damage there. Watch the replay.
Yeah, and now Kojo just gets knocked out. Yoshi did a good job of zoning Elements from the fight, but Elements, he had already used his ultimate by that point. So you got basically the exhaust out of there. Not too helpful. And I have to go back to the fact that they played the micro of the turret just better at level 1 and 2. Getting that tier 2 turret and letting it kill minions and letting that wave push towards yours is huge. The amount of experience that Chump John got from bottom combined with the top was enough to win him the lane, and he still has that 2-level advantage. 6, 0, and 3. He pushed that advantage. Not only did he just sit on it, he showed up to the fight. And that shut down anything that Necrophantasia wanted to do in terms of roaming. Twisted Fate, Pantheon, Rengar, Twitch, you want to not group in a very telegraphed way. You want to group on a spot very quickly. And AoE did it first. They're saying, we're going to group, and we're going to make catches, and Binding lands.
Zingy is going to blow up. Elements gets a kill for that one.
Don't even need the cocoon at that point.
Hit thin air, doesn't matter.
It's the 3-second Dark Bindings coming out here from the level 9 Morgana.
It's not even 3 seconds. He's actually
putting, oh, wow, he put 2.
I think he misclicked one in Tormented Soil, so it's rank 4 binding. I feel like you have no reason to rank that skill more than one.
People typically put no points into it, aside from level 1.
Right.
Then you max it last.
Yeah.
Get the vision of nothing.
Yeah, okay. You want to make sure that it wasn't going to be any kind of a grounded hit. Nice teleport there, gets over the wall. Well played, Kojo.
Yeah. Well, the jungler was down, so there was the chance that they were doing Baron. They started clearing it out with the pink ward. Now Zingy's actually back into the action.
He's going to try to World Spot, gets away with the flash though. Elements down the front lines, big damage comes through, but the Morgana stays alive to land the stun on the 2. Ulti comes in, Elements does go down 1 for 0. Now can AoE disengage? Looks like not. It's a 1 for 1 so far. The flash in, Chump John finds another one. Stun in from Kojo, great glitter lance as well.
Chump John just does too much. He teleports into the fight a little delayed, but it comes up big because of the position that he was in. And now they have a giant wave bottom, but they have a jungle to clear out too.
A whole lot for these guys to do. Looks like Evan Arel and Co going to back off and heal back up, but if you can take the jungle away, feel free to do so. Bottomman also pushing it, someone will have to take that gold.
Well, watch this. We see Yoshi try to get in there. Pantheon's going to come in, stun Evan RL, but he already used his Valkyrie to get out. That cannon minion had Chump John coming in it, and he goes straight in. He's exhausted. He doesn't care. Flash picks up Yoshi and then chases them down. Dragon is up now. He was up in about 20 seconds previously. And so they are right on time for getting back to it after backing and spending their gold.
A lot of good stuff for these guys. Really gotta say now, you're up 10,000 in 22 minutes. It's a pretty large mark.
And here's the thing too, is that Necrophantasia, they beat Team 8, tournament favorites, in the drafting phase. Didn't happen with AoE. AoE has a really competent coach, who I assume Elements laid out all their picks and bans before the game and made sure everybody was on the same page. I'm sure it was a very big team effort on what they want to ban out. I'm very conscious of it. When you have an analyst, when you have a coach, it does add to the team. If you have, like, I assume he's coaching the team even while playing in support. Yeah, that is my assumption, and I'm probably right about that. It seems like the type of person he would be. And it's working out for them. It's huge. Look at his score. He has the highest kill participation on his team. He shows up to everything. Nothing happens without Elements being a part of it, except for 1 kill.
Yeah. I guess you could say he's one of their elements of success.
Yes. I would say he is actually the prime element of success for them.
All right.
That and the fact that Chump John
is massive.
Yeah.
The opposite of a Chump right now, to be honest. But there comes the flash stun. Not going to land. Somebody he'll use to get him in a range faster. We're going to get off of that one. Wolf's Claw, though. Big damage comes in. Rango, does he have enough? Has Fury once more time.
Oh, he lands it.
Lands the root. The heal comes in. There's TF. They find 1. Can they get more picks? MNRL down to half HP. The stun in turret range, though. Kojo goes down. Overextended now, and Chump John gets the Ruined King use. Maria's gonna fall. Another 2 for 1.
The fact that Kojo had used both of his summoner spells at the start to try and close the distance means he didn't have them to get out of turret range, which would have helped him immensely. He would have dodged the cocoon with a flash. But now, AoE, after winning that fight, they're going to start cracking the base.
Going to look now for inhibitor turret number 1 in the mid lane. They got Spiderlings going to take the turret shots, and they have just enough damage. 5 seconds till the respawns come in. No major engage ultimate except for the Pantheon is available. AoE, this is a bit risky to stay for. If they get 4v5,
oh,
they
here comes the Pantheon ultimate.
The root's going to land there. Pantheon ultimate comes down, 4v5. Here comes the fight as he gets exhausted. Looks for the stun onto Pat. Big damage comes through. They find 1 back, though. Chump John gets 1 so far. Elements goes in with Chump to look for Virus, the Corki. Doing damage from the back line. Virus, he does go down. Kill picked up on a Twitch. And the 4v5 fight, the flash stun lands him to go to the binding as well. He's going to be falling down. Red card not going to be enough there. The glitter lance from Maria gets 1 back, though. That makes it a 3 for 1. Root on Elements, but here comes the Nidalee. Just disengage.
The combination of Dark Binding Cocoon is so much back-to-back CC that if you don't have Mercury Treads, you're dead. And even if you do, you're probably dead at this point.
Wow, so wonderfully played comp at this point. AoE so much in the gold lead, 1,400, that it will take a miracle for this game to go back NF's way. Quick recall from these guys to get their health back up. The fact they just won a 4v5, where they got engaged on. Sure, it was out some of the ultis available, but to win a 4v5 means you are way far ahead.
Yeah. The fact that Chump John is 9-0-6 on that Shyvana. He played that in the round of 20, but he went 5-2-5. So he's actually a big facilitator for his team. But all across the board, they just have really good teamwork. And their communication seems sharp.
Yeah.
And I bet you Elements is sitting there very happy. He's been waiting to get back into the scene for a very long time, because he's always been around since Season 1.
Yeah.
Just hasn't been very relevant since not being Coast's coach.
True. But, you know, he made his team. He wanted to go for this one. Wanted to be more as a player than a support figure. Ironically, still a support player. But yeah, this group of guys, right? It's his team. He's putting it together. And these guys are doing very nicely. We're going to see them most likely in the round of 8 in a couple of weeks. And now they're sweeping Baron to make sure they've got control of this game. Quick ward sweep here, and AoE own the vision game. Gonna start this one off. Element's gotta be careful though. Virus is gonna sneak up on top of him there. Nice black shield stops the slow, but he's gonna take a lot of damage here. Big Sponge, not enough. There comes Pantheon.
He missed the binding, but here's the Pantheon ultimate and the teleport. That Baron's really low though. You have to fight for it or they will kill it.
Baron smited up by NF. Now can they get enough? Zingy flashing the wall, but Chump John will chase. He's going to find the Pantheon and trade that one back. 1 for 0, but a Baron's Necrophantasia. Can they get away?
They have Super Indians coming down the mid lane right now. They do have Baron. A little bit more gold for them, but still a 12k gold lead, which means they're down a ton of combat stats at this point, something around 8k.
Yeah, so they are forced to defend, actually up through the Dragon respawn most likely. Like, even with Baron buff, I still gotta say, as you said, about an 8,000 gold difference in real combat stat difference. We still the leaders here, even against Baron buff, so they will siege.
So good play by Zingy there. 0-8, he had to do something. He's not worth a lot of gold, so when he died, it wasn't a huge loss. But oh my, there's the Cocoon follow-up. But they used their CC, and they have to disengage.
Yeah, worth putting out now.
Yoshi, though.
They look for the engage. Wolf's Claw taking a bit of punishment there. Can he get any more out of this one? Pops the W. There's the engage as well from TF and Pantheon. There's the Morgana ult, who's going to get traded back 1 for 1 so far. Now NF forced to run away. Can they get out? Chump John forced pretty low. Corki not going to get much more. Javelin nearly misses Zingy. And another disengage.
The positioning of Evan RL is something that people should actually strive for. He's always in the back. He's never up front. His Valkyrie is used as a defensive tool instead of an engage tool. And the fact that his team is peeling for him constantly, nobody's really touched him at all this game.
Very successful play with this guy, I really gotta say. I'm a fan of it.
Like the combo.
Yeah.
The Evan RL elements.
Evan R elements.
Ah.
I mean, it's much longer than like Rush Hour or something, so I don't know if it's like
Evan R elements.
the term
it's
that'll
still,
stay.
It's still.
I think you just call it R elements. That's
R
you
elements.
gotta get to like 3 syllables.
Okay.
Like Kiwi Pie, right? 3 syllables. Rush Hour, 2 or 3 syllables. I actually don't know if hour is a 1 or 2 syllable word. Because it could totally be either.
It depends. If you make it like a diphthong, it could be hour.
Yeah.
Or it could be
Hour.
hour.
Yeah.
Hour. Rush hour.
We're gonna move on.
Rush
Element starts up the dragon. Dragon, definitely 2 syllables.
Dargan.
No, it's still 2 syllables.
Still, I know.
Yep.
Dragon.
Chump. Okay. Well, Pat, the Wolf's Claw, everyone else going to be taking this one down. Actually, Evan RL pushing the bottom lane just to get some extra farm and levels. Why the heck not? 3-item AD carry. Still waiting for the last switch to be done for Virus, so that will be an important pickup if you can make it that far into the game. Got some time to go, though, potentially, if this push does not close it out. I do got to point out, actually, NF, they're defending a lot better than they were at the start of this game.
Yeah, they have that inhibitor backup for themselves. They have the Baron, but their pick composition is going to show up on top of him. There he is!
They go Pats on the wrong side. Actually, a split up fight right there. Yoshi goes in by himself. He's the only guy there. Now as Zingy joins, but they're still on the wrong side of this fight. They went for other people. Kojo going to get stunned up. Can't TP away. This was not the fight they wanted. 3-for-0 battle. Maria forced to run away as well, but gets caught up by Pat there. The battle of the first names. The Flash not going to get over the wall. Nice. Cocoon's going to land Javelin. Getting a little bit too far forward, but no really place for Lulu to go. Going to keep herself alive a bit longer, try to buy some time, but surely going to fall.
The spider! Spooder!
I can't imagine this champion lives. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go.
Woo. Jumps inside her hat. She's still alive.
All right, but there we go. Only Twitch alive in the base. The Flash Cocoon lands.
Yep.
Virus going to be going down. Let's see, they didn't even need the vaccine for that one. Now goes turret number 1. Turret number 2 in front of the Nexus. I don't think they can 2v5 this battle. Nexus laid open at 30 minutes into the game. An area of effect will join us in the round of 8.
An area of effect have shown their prowess all across the board. 11, 0, 11 in the top lane. And then we also saw Elements 2, 4, and 21. And I think a 24 kill game. 25, 26 kill? Something along those lines for him. But they
Did great regardless.
Yeah, it was a 26 kill game. So he was involved in the majority of the kills. Highest kill participation on his team. Coming up big in terms of strategy too, all across the board for the team.
Yeah.
Like Chump John, that tiny advantage that they made from the laning phase and the way they played that 2-turret push was what really came up big and allowed him to play against Yoshi. Look at the level difference. Well, they can't see it, but it's 17 for Chump John at the end of the game, and Yoshi having a 13.
Yeah.
4 level difference there between the top laners. That is huge. And that split call at the end was really
definitely
is the nail in the coffin there.
Yeah.
And you saw that Necrophantasia is just not on the same page. 2 of them went middle, 3 of them went off to the right, and they didn't even kill Pat.
Yeah. It was really, really nice. You had a split call where Virus thought he had the catch over onto the Elise, and you'd already sent everyone else the other way. It was very unfortunate for those guys. Necrophantasia, of course, we can see them in Summer Series 2. Hit the ranked ladder again, make sure they're in the top 20. They can try again in a couple of about a month or so. But area of effect definitely looked good. The calls were smart. I was wrong to say that the top lane forcing TP was incorrect because they played off of that. Once Shyvana had the level lead, once she was pushed up past that tier 2 turret, they went to invade the top side jungle. That was the play, and they snowballed off that.
Yeah.
TF wasted his first teleport trying to show and was in a bad fight.
Yep. And the fact that they didn't allow the Grand Skyfall, Fate, Destiny to allow themselves to get to a snowbally early game was really big.
Yeah.
Because that was what this composition was all about, was can we pick somebody off before they group? But the fact that there was a 2-level advantage in the top lane there, we had to deal with this. Then they tried to, didn't work out for them. They invaded the jungle, and then they're like, we're already grouped. You guys can't pick us off when we're like that. And they had some good team fights for Necrophantasia, but AoE just always came out on top. I don't think there was a single fight where they ended up with a negative.
Yeah, by the end of it all, they had gotten more kills than their opponents. So, obviously, great play by AoE. We will be seeing them in a couple of weeks or so, 2 to 3. Guys, we do have to take a quick break for 3.5 minutes, but when we return, it's time for our third elimination game of the day when Team Green Forest takes on No Dice Gaming. Don't touch that keyboard. We'll be right back. Looks pretty good for this one. TF comes in.
Bait.
All right, there's the repel, but there's the flash engagement.
Oh!
They find it. And Temp turret goes down. Yoshi will join the fight. Big Burst comes in. Down goes two. The engage comes in. Gigantic Morgana ulti. This one around 2 for 2 so far. Shyvana going big.
That Baron's really low, though. You have to fight for it, or they will kill it.
For Baron, smited up by NF. Now, can they get enough? A Zingy flashing the wall. Welcome back to the North American Summer 2014 Challenger Series Round of 10 play-in. We're seeking our third winner of a do-or-die one-game elimination match. Now, will it be Team Green Forest or No Dice Gaming? You know, it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, and Team Green Forest is named after an internet cafe, middle of California, up towards the north a little bit, but that name has been around for a very, very long time. And they've been competing in Challenger for, a couple of seasons here, I think since 2011.
Yeah,
for a bit.
Seen that name around for a while.
Yeah, and this is, I think, the first time they've gotten into the top 3. They ended up seed 3 on the Challenger ladder, but with a completely new roster than what they've had in the previous Challenger attempts.
Yeah, so you might recognize the name, but the guys behind that mask are all going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, it's DAT control in the top lane. We have Urenko in the jungle, NATO in the mid lane, Dawn on AD carry, and Sarah Sun on support.
Yep.
So a lot of these names actually don't ring bells with people at home, but one that does will be No Dice Gaming's top laner, RF Legendary. And he went 5, 2, and 7 as Renekton against First Blood counts. And NDG's support K1 is former Curse Academy support K1 Pro. And he went 1, 0, and 11 as Thresh. And he did a really, really good job.
Yeah.
So he's one of those people that last time we saw him wasn't really a shining star.
Sure.
Had to see if he can bring it this game. Because being 1, 0, and 11 in a game where there's only 18 kills is pretty impressive.
Yeah. And I mean, No Dice Gaming, like, kind of crushed their game anyway. Like, they won their game 18-4. They won that game in about 28 minutes. Like, that was a pretty big stomp for the Seed 8 teams. We're going to see if they can keep that going, of course. They can keep themselves in pressure here. So, yeah, we kind of think about the individual plays here. And I know one thing we're going to look at, actually, is the top lane matchups. So, Team Green Forest top laner, DAT Control, Diamond 164 LP, actually carried his team on Jack pretty well, 9-3-2 in that game. But you mentioned RF Legendary. Big plays is a big part of that guy. Pretty popular dude. And, of course, he's like mid-challenger, 400 points or so. And that's, to me, kind of the matchup to watch.
Yeah, he's got a very popular stream for himself where he loves running the Nidalee.
Mm-hmm.
Bruiser Nidalee top lane. Big proponent of that. But at the same time, how's that going to hold up against DAT Control?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Nidalee is the kind of champion where, like, you always lane really, really well.
Yeah.
And it's like, I feel like top laners have forgotten how to fight that champion because top lane champion pools keep rotating. And you don't, like, necessarily learn, like, how to beat X champion. Sometimes you do, but you often just learn, like, the matchups on an individual basis. And when you're like, oh, by the way, Shyvana's a thing now, like, that's a different matchup from before, right? Shyvana Nidalee is not the same as Renekton Nidalee or, any of the other things you used to play
and then
before.
when Window got thrown in there, and then when Trundle got thrown in there, and some other things get thrown by the wayside because they can't deal with the wave clear, which is one of Nidalee's problems early on. Like up against the Renekton, she gets pushed to turret immediately, which means, all right, do we set up ganks and focus them top in that matchup, or what does Nidalee do? Does she just auto-attack Renekton as much
doesn't matter. No Dice Gaming already banned it themselves.
Okay.
They're not even going to let RF Legendary play the champion. Drop that one away. Draven and Kayle, though, banned away by Green Forest, so unfortunately for Pancakes, no Draven for him.
Yeah, it's actually in DAT Control's champion pool too, the Nidalee.
Yeah, true.
Same with NATO. So it would be a flex pick if they picked it up for themselves very early on. So banning it away, banning their own one, and banning it first ban is actually quite a big deal.
Here's a different point, actually. Stefano, the mid laner for No Dice Gaming, his champ pool is very interesting. He's got Jace and Swain in his top two, and none of those got banned away. So, like, you look at Green Forest, and you even look at No Dice a little bit, there's a pretty heavy emphasis on mid lane bans, but none of the ones these guys actually specialize in. LeBlanc, a big champion for both these guys' pools, and I want to see if that champ comes through, if the Swain or the Jace comes through, because they're not dropping the top tier off these guys for the most part.
That's true, and the Kha'Zix is going to be picked up here first rotation, which leaves a lot open. I mean, Kha'Zix is extremely strong. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Lulu be picked up here first rotation, but they may just try to wait for something like a LeBlanc and then counter that with a Lulu to stop the burst, because that would most likely be NATO's go-to right now.
See right now they're hovering over on Thresh for K1. I think one of his better champions. I can't be sad about that pick. Lee Sin maybe for Infinity Deaths. His most played. Not going to be a sad one for that one. I feel like you wouldn't early pick Nasus, so I think these are the two.
Yeah, you want to pick your support. They're playing not to grab what's really strong. They're picking to counter pick at this point.
Yeah, I think generally speaking, you sometimes can first pick a mid laner or a top laner, but
you have to be very confident and you want to take it away.
Yeah. I mean, they're first picking support there, making sure they got Thresh for themselves. Kha'Zix's already shown they still go Lee Sin, meaning they really are. They're waiting a lot. You're right. Anytime you pick the same role in the first 3 or 4 picks, it's because you're waiting to counter pick more.
Yeah, and so they picked Shyvana. Shyvana has a 100% win rate today.
Yeah.
And it's really been the top laners that have dictated most of the matches today.
That's true.
Just tiny little nuances in those 2 turret pushes. If we see another 2 turret push here, it's going to be like, all right, watch the top laners, watch how they handle this situation. Because here's the thing, is in competitive play, you see it all the time. Rank 5 ladders, you may not see it all the time. Solo queue, you never see that.
True.
So you cannot learn how to play against that by playing solo queue.
Nope,
you cannot learn wave manipulation, you cannot learn 2v1s. You have to scrim other people.
Yeah.
And when you are a team like No Dice Gaming or Green Forest, it's a little more difficult to scrim people and then tell them, all right, we're going to practice 2
Let's go for these
4-man pushes, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the big chat channel, there's a big Skype chat for all the teams. Like, I always see the Green Forest guys like, hey, anyone want to scrim? We're going between 9 and 11 today. Yeah. And like, if you message them, you get a scrim against them. That's the way you do it. So, champs coming through. Looks like Trundle top lane up against Shyvana. Orianna guard for the mid lane here. Looks like Team Green Forest still needs mid and support for themselves.
Yes, they ended up taking their top laner, and they are saving their AD carry for very last here.
Yeah.
They decided to throw all their cards on the table right before, because
they didn't have the first pick mid. They chose to.
Yeah.
Or to show it first, rather.
They're not even going to counter and pick a solo lane at this point.
Well, they got Trundle already.
Yeah.
Versus Shyvana, so they did get that counter pick.
They did get that counter pick, that's true. But their mid lane, now Team Green Forest get to play whatever they want into Orianna. Twisted Fate does pretty decently. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lulu, which is what I thought was going to be his go-to for NATO. He can still play LeBlanc.
I think LeBlanc versus Ori is fine, but no.
Yeah.
We Twisted Fate. Is he going to go the final grab? Is it going to be Leona, basically a team with a whole lot of engage right now if they go for it? Setup kills for the Kha'Zix and the Shyvana. That is going to be the setup there. So, Shiv, Kha'Zix, TF, Lucian, Leona.
It's a lot of engage there.
Yeah.
V Pancakes. He has some options. So he can play Draven into the Lucian.
It's banned.
Oh yeah, it's banned against him. So they saw that option. They were like, nope, thank you for that.
Yeah.
So he's
Don't worry, I've done that before.
He's got Twitch, Jinx. He could play
all
some
of which are
Graves.
risky.
Yeah, exactly. So like Graves would be pretty good against Lucian in lane.
Yeah.
Functions very well. Jinx he could play because he has the escape and the fact that they ran a Wombo combo previously.
True.
In the round of 20. If they ran the Jinx. There it is. Okay. He'd be able to use his ultimate on top of the Orianna ultimate. Yeah. And they're going for another Wombo combo here with synergy between V Pancakes and Stefano.
It's weird because there's not a lot of other AoE. Like
they have disengage, so they can set up ball positioning.
This comes weird to me.
It's weird too. Okay.
Because they don't have an easy way of dedicatedly getting in. Like when you have Orianna ball, right. It's like I want, right? But it's all skill shot reliant, right? Yep. Like if you're like a Malphite or Shyvana or something, like you will reach them. Like even Elise will do it. You will reach them guaranteed instead of like I have to land a hook, I have to land a Elise in Q. Yeah. Like you can't start fights without landing a skill shot first. And then there's not a lot of AoE follow-up damage either. It's like you normally want like Shockwave and like a Rumble ulti in a Jinx ult, or Shockwave and like Renekton does like half everyone's health bar, and then you get the ulti in. The fact that it's like Trundle auto-attacking and Lee Sin auto-attacking, like that's not the best setup for a Jinx rocket. I want to see how it pans out.
There's a lot to consider here though, because Team Green Forest, like we said, they have so much engage that it may not just be on you to engage if you are no dice gaming. They're going to come to you. You just hope that you're ahead.
Yeah.
It may be like Necrophantasia where it's like they kept engaging over and over again on AoE.
Yeah.
So what ended up happening, AoE was ahead. They're like, all right, you did the engage for us. We're good. We're going to just peel backwards and it'll be fine. And they have Trundle, subjugate the Shyvana, and also put a pillar down to basically split the fight.
It's true. The team does work very well reactively. Yes. You do have Lee Sin disengage, TF disengage. The Orianna, I guess, threw me off because I normally think of it as an engaged team. But you're right. If they can play super hardcore peel, keep the Jinx safe, then yeah, that comp works in that.
And Thresh will definitely help with that.
Yeah, and it's more single target focused.
Yep.
It's like, yeah, go kill the Shyvana and go from there.
And the fact that there's Twisted Fate, who's running Flash and Ghost, he's going the Faker route here.
Yep.
Which is really good. You'll be more liberal with your Ghost than you will your Flash, and chase people down and get multiple cards on them, stun them twice. I think in the rotation, you can actually probably get 3 off of it.
Yeah, it just depends how long the fight is.
Yeah.
Also worth pointing out, by the way, with the TFs we've been seeing more recently, I went and checked Faker's runes and masteries and stuff with his TF. Often runs move speed quints, also 9 utility for lower summoner spell cooldowns.
Whew.
Alright, Erenko spots the invade, gets away.
Saw that hook go by him, and he's like, yeah, I don't want to be here. It's not a good spot.
NATO. Oh my gosh, he face checked into that jungle just then. Flashes still goes down. No summoner spells even required for that one.
They destroyed him. So would you say they tore NATO?
Yeah, they tore him up. That's good.
I had to give you one.
That was great.
I had to give one back to you.
I'm not sad that you did that. Well, there's a pink ward in the jungle. Sarasun does see that Thresh and Lee Sin are still around there, so they know about this. There's no way you dive this turret, so.
So the fact that the trinkets don't come up until 2 minutes means you have to face check everything, and they have gotten Fog of War control now.
They did not have to.
They've gotten red buff control.
They're trying to
They have a pink ward down. NATO, he blew his flash, and he's going all the way around this time. But now they have wards set up, so they will see this, and they are aware that all of Team Green Forest, TGF, are down on that bottom side. And that is a bush that you typically don't check.
They might on their way in. Dot control spotted. And wow, this is great.
No, the possibility is that they are all still in there.
Yeah, of course it is.
They will most likely probably throw a skill shot in there or something. And okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, they spot the ward.
That was bold.
Now the thing is, now they're going to feel like they're safe, but NDG still wants to fight this.
Yeah.
They're going to go again.
They're going to time it. And everybody's there, though, except for there's one coming back. They didn't see the ball.
There's the ward down. Smites up by Arenko. The hook on the DAC control. This could be an interesting fight there. Infinity has forced away. DAC control still in the front lines, dropping down to 100 HP. And now the Sun and RF Legendary Trundle forced back as well on this one.
Oh.
Red card hits everybody. Q nearly hits the Kazakhs. Now Don forced to run away, but all said and done, it's still the red buff going to Team Green Forest.
So we're having a little different game here. Instead of the 4-man in both the side lanes,
It's 5-man.
it's 5-man in the jungle.
That was all kinds of interesting. Unfortunately, not enough CC really landed there. And no one got any kills, but we're going to have standard lane setups there. Both top laners TPing to this top lane. And both guys can have a lot of potions thanks to their late recalls and showing up with Thorn's Blade and 4 pots each.
So no cash in just yet on the first blood, but that means that because they all received that experience, they're going to get the level 2 advantage first in the lane with less creeps.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what they're doing here, is they're pushing it, making it so that they'll zone them out with the level 2 advantage.
Right, well, there's level 2. They're going to push in. K1 going to look for a hook. Oh,
he walked right into it.
Into Don. Nice play right there. Sarozan takes a chomp to the face. Stun goes back on a pancakes, though. Good damage coming through. You're going to hit Thresh right there, who started all consumables, by the way. So no more sustain left for Thresh.
He's got nothing. He's naked in his inventory.
It's okay. He's got a little bit of bonus gold from that assist. See if that pans out well for him. K1 looking for another hook to go for. Level 2 has been hit by TGF's bottom lane, though.
Yeah. Well, there we go. Saracen just hit it there. Top lane, though, nothing too interesting going on. And we see Infinity Des. Leveled down in his jungle because he hasn't done his red just yet. And Arenko got his own.
He just walked by a ward while he went through there as well. So No Dice Gaming knows Kazakhs is on bottom side. This is something they can play around. K1's going to refresh the ward at Tribrush. Smart choice.
It's scary when there's a Kazakhs on that side of the map. You have no idea when he's coming out, especially if you don't have a ward. Gives you absolutely no idea.
Absolutely. A trinket used earlier by NDG to spot their own jungle. Red buff was not stolen. That was actually the mid laner Stefano who put that one down. So a little bit of teamwork right there. Again, the engage, though. Don getting rooted up. Good damage there, but back on a K1.
Oh, B Pancakes
not good
position.
for Thresh. They're trying to get away from this one, though. But Jinx forced to flash away. Gets the W landed onto him.
The Zenith Blade is almost up.
Flash Q, auto attack. Don goes in. Kill picked up. Ooh, that E landed. He was dead.
So no buffs actually change hands there, which is important. It took me a second. I was like, nope, there was no jungler there for Infinity Des. No Dice Gaming didn't have anything to do with that. The gold is even across the board, but at the same time, they ended up killing the AD carry. So he's not farming right now.
Nope.
Illusion isn't either. Don went back.
That's fine, though, because he got the cash in for a Vamp Scepter and more consumables. Pancakes did not have enough money, even with the first blood assist. And he's got a longsword and boots here. So no sustain is going to be rough.
Infinity Des used a lot of his time just sitting off on the side there waiting for a gank, but they weren't going to be able to get NATO. He's playing too safe, too far back. Both of his summoners are down. He has no reason to push up against Orianna with both of hers available.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit of a safer lane on this one. I do have to question the fact that NDG even went for that fight there. They knew Kazakhs was bottom side jungle. They knew it. They saw him go to Wraith. You can assume he goes double golems afterwards. And they still went for the engage. I'm very surprised with that.
Yeah, and now RF Legendary, he's actually going to lose this trade. If he uses the bush to just get out of there. He's going to win it now because the Flame Breath is off.
Yeah.
It's a tiny window where Shyvana will just destroy you.
Playing around the cooldowns pretty nicely, and of course with Trundle's innate sustain, he's doing pretty well. Got some potions still. Hook's going to land on the Pharaoh stun. They're going to try for it. Gets the Flay back there. Good damage, and Leona, nice move there. Jumps back in towards the Thresh, try to stay alive a little bit longer. 200 health there. One more attack will do it, and it's the kill picked up for Jinx.
Sarah holds on to his exhaust there. And now RF Legendary, once again, bullying dat control between the cooldowns. He will have the innate sustain, like you said. And now bottom lane, the gank was necessary to tilt the balance back in NDG's favor in the bottom lane. They now have a gold advantage, and they're going straight for this turret with the attack speed of Jinx and the extra attack speed bonus from the passive release in.
Yeah, they're getting some pretty serious damage in this one. Looks like
level 6.
Ooh, can he turn this one around? They're staying. There's the ulti. They're going for the battle. Who's going to land what? Great hook lands. And here comes the TP in from the top laner, though. It's going to be Dat Control showing up first. Pancakes goes down. Shyvana not required. Lee Sin is around. RF Legendary does not even bother to teleport here. He doesn't even want to help. Infinity Dust gets a stun into his backside. There's Orianna Ball. He's going to stay safe with the Lantern, but another kill picked up for Team Green Forest.
So in the overall, though, they go even in kills. But now the gold is actually going to be a little bit in their favor because Dat Control is going to lose a lot of CS in the top lane. RF Legendary will most likely push as fast as he can to the turret and deny some CS.
Also keep in mind it's a 5-minute window now on the teleport. So up until about 11:30 into the game, you're not going to have a TP up for Shyvana, but something that NDG could play around.
Yeah, first Dragon is usually around somewhere like 9 minutes, 10 minutes, averaging in these games. Maybe a little bit earlier, too, considering that the previous games were all 4-0 pushes. But yeah, the teleport advantage is something you have to pay attention to. And he used it to a ward. He didn't use it to a turret, so he didn't get rewarded for using it.
We'll see. I mean, with the champion...
he didn't even get an assist for it either.
Yeah, no, he shooed up entirely late, and unfortunately didn't do anything for him. I think it was the right choice, but ultimately didn't really matter here. Nado's still trying to push up the mid lane, missing a couple CS. He is down in this lane ever so slightly. The early needlessly large rod by Stefano is interesting, actually. He's got a whole lot of AP, really good pushing power, not much mana, so he will have to secure his blue buff.
I think he's more worried about actually chunking down Nado. And what this actually says to me is that they want to fight Dragon ASAP. Because you now have this big chunk of AP that's going to make your Wombo combo huge. Speaking of being huge...
Yeah, RF Legendary pushing Dat Control around. Cutlass done versus just the Vamps after an extra Doran's Blade. So, once again, you're seeing item differences mean just a little bit here. That you're going to get a ward down and get back to his lane in a little bit. He's actually down in XP slightly.
Yeah. The fact that he was by a wave, Dat Control was, when he came down bottom. And I think he probably in proximity. Yeah, when they were clearing it down bottom. So they're pretty even across the board. He does have an item advantage for RF Legendary. Yeah. With the Bilgewater Cutlass, which is giving him that edge he needs in the lane to continue bullying. But now, look at that. RF Legendary is just getting poked right now. He's losing the trades, and we also have Erenko in that top lane now.
Ooh, another attempt on the bottom, and the Saracen forced to run all the way around the choppers. Takes a bit of damage for that one. Otherwise, going to be okay. Lee Sin also slinking around, but the dive top, Erenko goes for it. Half HP, a lot of damage on the Trundle, forced to flash away from this one. So it's a lost flash and a lot of gold lost under the turret, but same thing for NDG down here.
Well, here's the big thing, is they're also right by Dragon, and they know that Kha'Zix is in the top lane, and the TP is down. It would be a 4-on-3. 5-on-3 if RF Legendary teleports in. He's not going to. He's going to go save the top turret.
All right, and even with that, he'll have close to the same teleport timer as the Shyvana. He'll be about a minute off because he TP'd to a turret there. So there we go. Dragon picked up. NDG playing that one very well. TFLD comes in, so this is not going to be good. No flash on Trundle means he will be going down. Dat Control took aggro, and they get that.
That's a lot of emphasis on RF Legendary. Ultimate coming up top. It's very low on Kha'Zix Erenko.
Oh! That was nice.
Nailed it.
Yep. That was... Hey, the assist even went over the Trundle and to Lee Sin. Lee Sin shielded to Jinx to get an assist marker.
Wow.
Yep. And Trundle dealt damage recently enough that he got one.
That's true.
On his own.
They end up getting a turret for themselves because there's so much emphasis on shutting down RF Legendary in the top lane that they've neglected the other lanes. Nado went up to the top lane and didn't really get anything for it. He got the help on the turret and assist. But man, they get a lot more for NDG in that exchange.
That was all kinds of awesome. So, No Dice Gaming now, 1,000 gold ahead. This is good stuff with these guys. The Dragon, definitely worthwhile.
Here's the thing is that NDG already are displaying that they have better cost-benefit analysis of map rotations.
True.
They're like, we're going to go bottom. Oh, Kha'Zix showed top.
That's fine.
Get turret, get Dragon. Oh, look at that. TF teleport top. Let's go ahead and get mid turret now. They also got a kill in those 2 assists you were talking about. But if you're Team Green Force, you're sitting there going, all right, let's gank RF Legendary. Let's try to shut him down and get top turret. Yeah. Not sure how well that's working for him right now.
A lot of that snowballs off the fact that the mid lane already won. The fact that Stefano was able to push in Twisted Fate so easily and keep that wave in good
They also got his
sorts.
turret, too.
Huh?
They also got his turret.
Well, yeah. I mean, afterwards. But
well,
like, a lot
saying,
of predicated on the fact that Orianna was already winning 1v1.
Yes.
Right?
And Nado's going to be in an even worse position now, because once you get Twisted Fate's tier 1 turret, it puts a lot of pressure on him. And now you can keep better tabs on him and his global.
Exactly. There's a lot of room for Ori to push him in, so that is going to be a bit of a risk if they can make these happen once more. 3/4 of the way back on TF ulti. See if he can do much with his third cooldown. His third ultimate. He sent one bottom, sent one top. He's been ganking a lot. He's gotten assists each time, but it's the reactions by NDG that have worked out pretty well for these guys.
Get a pink ward for themselves. It's actually a ping to where Arenko was.
Really? Careful, there's bros mid.
Yeah. There's 3-on-2 in the mid lane here. We do see Thresh off on the side. K1's setting something up.
Yeah, so they've got some wards over the top side. No, they're not really in towards the blue buff yet. They're on like the retreat path by blue buff. Hook. Ooh, that was
almost
nearly a kill.
His wings.
That would have been a kill because they would have gone into that. I think. 3-3.
Against Kha'Zix, it's always kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, you can flay the leap. Like he has to at least burn ulti, I guess. He'd burn ulti and flash to get out.
Yeah.
Maybe it is ulti. Either way. Back to a 400 gold lead, so with minions getting picked up, it's brought in the gold a little bit closer here. NDG doing what they can to hold the rest of their game, but look at this. TP, the flash stun comes in, and there's Shyvana. K1, is he going to get away from this one? Looks like not even. It's a good shockwave to get a couple, but it's still the kill picked up. Another gold card lands. Lee Sin forced to run away.
There's a good positioning there. He threw the shield onto K1 and then used command attack to give it a little extra oomph and distance. He ended up getting 3 in there, but there's no follow-up. Nobody even close to around. Arc Legendary still in the top lane, so it's a 2-on-4 in the mid.
And it's a good pick. The damage coming in down to the turret, but teleport in from Trundle. They want to stop this one. Arenko forced to get away a little bit from this one, but still, 4v5. Not a great fight.
And now their teleports, both on cooldown. Dragon not even close to being up at this point. The turret is conceded in the bottom lane, and now Team Green Forest have a 500 gold lead.
Yeah, so they burned their teleport 5-minute cooldown for a kill. For the gold lead that stood right there. They did not get a turret back for it. They did also trade a lower cooldown TP on the other side of this one. So we'll see now with about a minute and a half teleport window if NDG does anything with that one. Blue buff actually being stolen here, but he's going to get spotted out. How good is Smite going to be? Looks like the kick away. Ooh, outsmited. Arenko gets it. Now it's a TF ulti as well. Infinity House gets stunned up. The jump in forward. The wild cards are going to land. They're going to find one. They're going to find two. Big fight for Team Green Forest.
And they didn't see that coming at all for NDG. Team Green Forest came up big there. They are now 2k gold in the lead, and their early decision making is now being dictated by the fact that, hey, look at that. We have a Twisted Fate ultimate. Let's actually get some picks. Their objective game isn't amazing, but the fact that NDG was getting overly confident in trying to steal buffs without ward coverage.
True.
Without proper ward coverage of the area and proper analysis of the situation, that you're against a Twisted Fate.
And it worked out well for Green Forest. So Nader, despite giving up first blood, despite losing his lane early on, he's made up for that. 5 of the 6 kills on his team he's had a hand in. That's pretty impressive for himself.
And Arenko's been involved in all of them.
Yeah.
This jungler, despite getting a rocket to the face, which is really, really great to watch, has been part of everything.
It's been awesome for these guys. I gotta say, the first pick Kha'Zix did pay out in this case. He's done a
that's the emphasis on it.
Yep.
Is they knew that this is a champion that Arenko's going to deliver with. So they immediately put him on it.
He even rushed a Brutalizer at a second item, so he's really going damage focused, wants to snowball the lead he's gotten so far. It's worked out. The picks have been good. DAC Control back in a side lane push, but he's almost 11 to RF Legendary's 9. He's like 2 minions away from this one. So once again, we're seeing the top lane winning pretty heavily.
And the teleport for RF Legendary is going to be up a little bit sooner. You'll be able to apply pressure on the map. But now that they have tabs on all the members of NDG and the fact that Dragon is up, they have to walk down there.
Uh-oh, Nato getting kicked to the team, though. Great solar flare to back it up, and here comes the dive on in. Dawn picks up 1. Explosions come out. Looks like a 2-for-1 so far. Pancakes trying to run away, gets flashed over, making that a 3-for-1. And now Infinity not in exactly the best spot. Gonna ward hop away. Here comes Kha'Zix off on one side. Q's gonna miss. I think he's gonna be all right.
And during all of that, because the teleports weren't up, RF Legendary got pushed out of lane by DAC Control, and now he has a lot of free turret damage. The Dragon is going to go over to Team Green Forest. And
they're just out fighting.
Yep. Stefano didn't even get his ultimate off in that entire clump. He was only able to use the heal, and the engage was just really spot on there for Team Green Forest in the collapse. But basically what ended up happening was Infinity did the engage for them there.
Yeah. They thought it was a pick, but the fact that Leona turned it around so fast.
Yeah, they were all clumped up, and it was really good crowd control. Oh, there he goes, ulti to the top.
Trying again, RF Legendary now trying to get back towards his base by the red buff. Looks like he's going to be safe. Flash for TF ulti.
Yeah, and for Shyvana ulti as well. We're going to have to see that they're pinging mid lane, saying that's where you need to go right now, because that's the open part.
TF's making his way down. So pretty hectic game. It's just like things happen out of nowhere every time TF ulti is available. These guys, all of them trying to make individual plays. And it's not like this dedicated sieging where it's like, hey, Emmanuel's building up. It's like, hey, there's a random guy, kill him.
Yeah, and this is the right call. They're going for that top turret, which is the last tier 1 turret that NDG have available to them. Once they get this, they're going to have to ward the jungle a little more. They have tons of warding. Like there's nothing wrong with their warding currently at this point in the game. But the question is, do they make the right decisions? Mid lane, they're most likely going to give it up, but if they can continue to push, or if they can wrestle somebody out of the jungle and kill them, then definitely be worth. But it looks like they might be collapsing middle.
Well, let's see. It's TF pushing by himself. The rest of the team going through, but there's already some defensive wards watching them rotate there. So TF going to be safe, backing off. 5 kill lead, 3,500 gold lead. Team Green Forest still the dominant one on the map, and Twisted Fate ulti halfway back. Will they keep playing it passive until they find that next opening?
And you can see Team Green Forest has 4 sweepers already to the 1 of No Dice Gaming. No Dice Gaming, they have ward control advantage, but Team Green Forest, all their sweepers are up too. Like, they haven't swept anything out. They haven't found the ward locations, and they haven't been confident enough to actually use the sweepers.
It's interesting. I'm actually very surprised that a team doesn't pick up more sweepers. Like, you normally see 3 by like 8 or 10 minutes. That's like completely standard in competitive
And
play,
also the fact that it is Elise Sin, he hasn't gone for the Sightstone just yet. He actually is just holding onto the wards in his inventory. So he hasn't
and with
swapped.
Golem.
Yeah.
You normally see Lizard as well, so a very different setup for No Dice Gaming. Very tanky sort of situation for these guys. Mid lane turret does go down. Team Green Force has managed to just push.
They're looking for the sustained fight. They aren't looking to make it so that they just blow somebody up. They're looking for the sustained fight. They're looking for the Orianna ultimate into a dissonance, into Jinx rocket, and then continue with, like Jinx with red, continuing to pick people off with Get Excited.
Let's see what's going to play for them.
Nobody on their team is extremely bursty.
Yeah.
They have NDG. Green Forest has burst.
Sorry.
Green Forest
Sorry, I misspoke. You're right.
Yeah. NDG, they have a lot of sustained damage, very high. Oh, there's the flash.
Oh, it's a red card. That was going to be enough for Pancakes to go down. The jump in by Aranko. Yeah, that's enough.
Oof. The ball returned to him.
The protect into Shockwave. Gonna whiff right there. That's not good.
The ball returned to him off of the death of Pancakes.
That is very unfortunate there. Well, bottom lane going to get pushed up. Dash Control still splitting towards the mid lane. Infinity. He's got to hold up that lane against him, but Dash Control, he's going to pull aggro actually, just do damage and doesn't even care about the turret. Goes right back on in.
He's very strong. Theme of the day has been Shyvana is just bullying people around and being a very good top lane pick.
It's really happening, yeah.
I remember back in the days when people were like, why are you playing Shyvana top? That's trolling.
Nope.
Not anymore.
Really beefy bruiser guy gets into fights, deals damages. There we go, blue buff grabbed away. Team Green Forest very much in control. His gold lead now about 6,000, so that number keeps going up. And it's interesting, like they're playing the pushes when they appear, but otherwise they're playing around TF ulti a whole lot. It's this weird like sort of scattered aggression that's hard to get a grasp on.
Yeah, and Team Green Forest, like you said, the 6k gold advantage here, and the fact that these teleports honestly have not been used to full effect just yet. They teleport into fights, and it's like, or they teleport to a location to defend it, just to dissuade the enemy. Like Dash Control's teleport uses has been a little bit better. RF Legendary, he gets the lower cooldown on it when he uses his, but he's not abusing that. Because Dash Control is just so much further ahead in lane right now by 2 levels and by 30 CS that if you leave Dash Control alone in the top lane and you TP away, he's going to push a turret. He's got the Blade of the Ruined King. He's got Twin Bite. He's fine. He's going to clear it immediately. So when you teleport out of that top lane, if you're RF Legendary, you end up giving Dash Control complete control of that top lane.
And yeah, or we see what happens when that exists. He teleports in, makes things happen, like keeps shoving up, and creates a lot of pressure by himself. So
speaking of creating pressure by yourself, though, Aranko, 100% kill participation. Still coming up big for his team. And now, once again, teleports both up. Dragon's up in 50 seconds here. And NATO has used his ultimate pretty well this game. The first couple of them were questionable, but ever since he started getting a grasp of it, back and forth there.
Double Ruin King, they're fine.
Ever since he's gotten a grasp of his ultimate, though, and where they need to focus their attention, they've been coming up big.
Absolutely.
The way he's been positioning himself, the picks that he's been able to make, like that last one, even though it was a red card on V Pancakes, still good enough.
Definitely was. So, got the dives. They're getting the kills. Don randomly split pushed the bottom lane, and no one stopped him. So he took the tier 2 turret down just there. It was a 4-3 turret game. All the abilities are back up, and right now it's Dat Control split pushing top lane. Maybe that'll turn into something.
Yeah, he pushed it far enough up, or RF Legendary pushed it far enough up that Dat Control has to deal with it. RF Legendary is here for the dragon fight already at the start. Doesn't have ultimate, though, for RF Legendary. He's going to have to wait. And if they pick up this dragon, this could be their key and their way to get back into this game. But the TP from RF Legendary, he'd have to get it off with no interruptions to get back to that top lane. Because Dat Control, oh, there he goes. He's behind them, too.
Going over the engaged box, comes down. There's the dive in. Jinx pretty low. RF Legendary forced to get away from that one entirely. Dat Control still up in the mix. Jumps into the back line, actually. Now Jinx about to fall. Does get picked up by Kha'Zix. The TP in from NATO. Twisted Fate making that happen. Double kill for Aranko on Kha'Zix. Team Green Forest, once again, they win the fight.
It's a 2-for-0. Great teleport there by Dat Control into that ward on the back line. They're going straight for Infinity now. They're trying to pick more people off of this map. There's the Shockwave. I was going to say he hadn't used it at all in that last team fight. And there it was. That's the second whiffed Shockwave this game. And there was one time when he had potential to Shockwave, but it didn't work out. And now, all these sweepers that they have, they can sweep the pit multiple times. This is a blind guess by the blind monk.
Well, unfortunately, he's not on the correct side for all this one. TP comes in from Trundle, puts the pillar down, but Lee Sin still not yet around. Goes in to put up a little bit of damage there. RF Legendary gets locked up, tries to get away from this one. Actually, disengages quite nicely. Shockwave would have been nice now, but not available. Dis on the left-hand side doesn't get in time. Blows up Baron. Goes over to Team Green Forest, and now the jump in. Stefano also gonna fall. RF Legendary takes a laner to get out, but now K1 not in the best spot. Nice trophy. Might get the disengage they need. Green Forest again. 2-for-0 plus Baron. Pretty good.
RF Legendary was role-playing Trundle there and trolled the Orianna. Stefano went back for the Lantern, and it was already gone.
So only one of them could take it.
Yeah. The flash there, the play that Infinity tried to make, was a good one considering his options. But at the same time, Team Green Forest, they're going to get so much off of this. The Baron, in fact, they have the regen 24 minutes in, 12k gold advantage. Once again, Shyvana is doing a lot of work, 3-0-4. I'm not even talking about just Dat Control, but Shyvana all day long has been champion to be reckoned with.
Yeah, massive 3-0-4, making great things happen. There we go. Randuin's Omen now grabbed as well. They've got a tanky-ish guy to start the dives if they need to do that even more than before. And now here we go. Baron buff, items grabbed, death cap done, 2.5 item AD carry. Next push gonna start.
Yeah, these AD carries are a little mismatched.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
He's a full Last Whisper head, basically.
Yeah. And he's got a long sword on top of it. Well, he's got a quick cloak.
It's long sword versus Cloak of Agility, yeah. But it's basically he's a Last Whisper ahead. Plus, it's the 13 to 11 in levels, so you've got another 6 AD, 6% attack speed roughly in stats. So
yeah,
pretty important. Here we go. Another dragon picked up. Team Green Force making sure they do the standard bookkeeping. Blue buff back up as well. They'll take this one.
And so we talked about the top laner at the start of the game, Dat Control versus RF Legendary, and that really is a big part of this matchup, is how much pressure they're able to get. And Dat Control owning that lane, 3-0-4 against 0-2-2. He shows up to the fight at the right spot for the engagement. And we talked about his Jax, and that he came up really big with a 9-3-2 in the previous round of 20. And now, he's 3-0-4. He's doing a lot of work for his team. And he's still split pushing. He's still carrying the game. He's already in this fight. He knows this teleport's down. They're like spreading around, getting control of the jungle. They have the Baron buff. You can't really fight this as NDG with a 14k gold deficit plus the Baron buff. You're basically fighting 18,000 gold worth of combat stats.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Not exactly the easiest thing to go against right there. Mid-tier 2 going to be relinquished there. Team Green Force just show up with a couple of guys, and NDG know they can't really stand for it. They will try to defend inhibitor turrets now, though. This is the test. Baron buff. Still a minute and a half to go. Solar Flare is going to land on the Jinx. Here comes the dive. Good kick back by Infinity, but I think there's too many stats here. Green Force goes in, they pick up the Jinx kill. Nice 3-man shockwave, but is it enough for NDG? Looks like no. Another kill comes through. TF with the double. 2-0, and now the inhibitor.
They're going to go ahead and pick up this inhibitor turret for themselves. Dat Control, he has some tanky stats in there. Just go ahead and swap himself out. Q landed onto Dawn. It's not going to take it.
12 seconds till any major respawns come back. No way you go for the 3v5 in this one. Team before is going to back out.
Baron buffed up team alongside a Twisted Faith. Just lock in a yellow card and then you're done for. Hasn't had the Lich Bane just yet.
Yeah, the new build's been more like you get 20% CDR at the beginning.
Yeah.
I see Merlin Omicron refuse almost every time.
And look at that, the Solar Flare onto V-Pancakes. He gets the Lantern out to the side, but the gold card and the just pure damage that NATO has built is more than enough for them to take him out. Look at that. Another, just a wild card after pick a card is crazy damage right there without the Lich Bane.
Yeah, it's enough though. I mean, he's got a setup for the team in the first place. He's got Void Staff done now as well. And I mean, the thing is, TS ratios are decent.
Yeah.
The stacked deck, the E got a buff when the Lich Bane nerfs went through, so just building AP and just showing up is still very effective.
It's a very, very valuable build. We're seeing it come up big here. His turret pushing is still really good, even without it.
Yeah, blue card still hits turrets.
Yeah. And look at that, Scrying Orb onto Dawn. Scrying Lens. He's man after my heart.
Scrying Orb, so wonderful. Got one.
That's so that he doesn't have to face check anything, and just basically a tool to help them close out the game.
You know, I think I know why his team picked Leona. Radiant Dawn. Screen name of the AD carry, Radiant Dawn, the idol of Leona.
Okay.
Yeah. Champion title pun.
And name pun.
Yeah, it's great. So much in there. At least a 2.
At least a 2?
It wasn't very good. Let's be real. But it was the best I got. There we go. Jump in. Saracen doing a pretty good amount of damage also. Yeah, taking some damage, but doesn't really care. He is Leona after all. But now the dive underneath the turret. This could be a good fight if they get enough CC through it. Could picked up on the Lee Sin so far. Dat Control forced away to the side. And there we go. Orianna finds one. The flash in by Shyvana locked up a bit by Thresh, though. The box is pretty big. 3 members dead, and now NATO goes in a little bit too aggressive. Kills picked back up. 4-2 battle. NDG trying to stay alive.
That's the best shockwave that Stefano's had all game long, which I think was really the turning point in that fight. In the fact that they were fighting under a turret as well, so it was really 6th man for NDG.
Yeah.
Came up big there, off of the back of Stefano, who was peeling the entire time, throwing down the ultimate. We're going to watch it here. V-Pancakes, he flashes, and the Solar Flare completely whiffs. And here we see Shockwave is going to land onto, I think, 2 members here. They get pushed back. They are just kiting, and it's a split call. There's nothing they can do about it.
At this point, they're separated, and it's like TF wants to help, be like, oh, wait, they all died too fast.
It's too late. I thought we were getting turret.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Even with Jinx dead, the persistent damage there from Trundle Ori was enough to burn those things down.
Yeah, Trundle has a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Just the fact that he will leech your damage too with the chomp.
Yeah.
Give it to himself.
The fact that Shyvana's ahead isn't that hurtful for a Trundle.
No, it actually helps him.
A little bit.
The fact that she is so tanky makes him very tanky.
Yep. Another reason why Leona was picked. Sarah's son.
Dang.
Too much synergy.
Sarah's son and the Radiant Dawn on AD carry.
Yeah. You can't not pick that champion anymore. It's now actually required. You're disqualified if you pick another one. Not actually.
No. It's not a real rule.
I mean,
make it up as you go along, freak.
Yeah, it's true. All right, well, now the defense is going to continue there. Of course, Orianna, one of the best defenders in the game. 3-2-3, not a bad score, of course. Unfortunately for their Jinx player, Pancakes, he's been jumped on a heck of a lot.
Sarah's sun is just so bright, has a constant sun under her feet.
Yep. Ate a Flame Chomper, didn't want to let go.
Just consumed by the fire.
That's fine.
That should just be how Leona looks all the time. That looks awesome.
That's a little Garrett.
That is awesome.
I mean, yeah.
No, that is awesome. Get that to Iron Stylus now. Make it a thing.
All right. You know what?
Look at it.
You're right. You're right.
This is badass.
No, I agree with you. At least replace the W particle with it.
Yeah.
NATO, not quite ready for the gold card. Good trophy. Keep his team safe. Team still has their eyes on the prize.
They're setting up a bait here, though. Oh,
Nice play.
almost.
That's right. You do something to check the brush and immediately back off to get away from skill shots.
Yes, because if it lands, you don't want to be even close. Because if your skill shot can land, so can theirs.
Yes, it can. Typically.
Yeah.
Unless it's like a Draven ulti, then you can.
Oh lordy.
All right, well, Saracen still waiting off in the wings, does get spotted. Infinity says, all right, but now there's no Lantern available. He does not have Flash, but it's a one-way trip. He goes for the steal in this one. There we go, the dive on in. Big damage comes through. One kill picked up already. He's going to be Shockwave back, but it's still a 2 for 0. Now K1 is going to go flash to the wall, but Orianna also falls 3-0.
There's just way too much damage from Team Green Forest. It's a bait into the Baron, and they don't even pick it up for themselves. They want to close the game out here. NATO picking up Infinity.
There we go.
Next
all
inhibitor.
5 are dead for about 25 seconds. Inhib going to be going down. Now, can they backdoor both Nexus turrets? They didn't have to if they could go for the top lane, but they will go for this one right now, closing out the game. Onto the Nexus, damage going through to the guys tanking those turrets. NATO, he's one hit from dead. He's gone. All right, but the 4v0, time to reconnect. Don't worry about it. We've got ourselves the game in this one already. Nexus going to be going down. You know what? I think we saw the conclusion of the game anyway.
Boom, there it is.
There we go.
Whoop.
Conclusion of the game. Good switch.
Yeah. She lost her golden sun there, too, at the end.
He's the other spectator.
Sarah
Switch speeds. Okay, we made it. No longer the official name.
So once again, Shyvana coming up big.
Yeah.
Dat Control showing that he's a master of that up against RF Legendary. So we're going to have Team Green Forest move on to the round of 8, which is the first time they've been in the round of 8. They have been a constant competitor throughout many different challenger tournaments.
Yeah.
And they've never come up as big as they just came up right there with this roster. This is a new roster coming in here. Same name.
Yeah.
Wonder if they all still play at that internet cafe together, or if it's just a name at this point.
Something we'll figure out, especially if they qualify for LCS. You know, that'll be like first week story about them playing there, and that'll be an obvious easy plug for those guys. So I gotta say, great play by pretty much down the line. I think everyone made really good moves. The Kazakhs, Arenko, 9, 2, and 11 finally didn't have 100% kill participation, but overall awesome play. First pick the champion, did a bunch of great stuff. Dat Control 4-1-11 on Shyvana. Won his lane, showed up the fights, was a Shyvana, and played it right.
Yeah, and his name just basically speaks for itself and what he did with the lane. He controlled it. He controlled the teleports. That's something I have to put a big emphasis on, was his teleport control. The way he would teleport onto a ward that's already behind them. Somebody had to place that ward, though. So there's communication there. Shout out to whoever did that. Probably Sarah's son.
Yeah, probably support.
Probably the support. You know, sometimes you're surprised, though. You're
sometimes
like, AD Carry did it. Oh.
Yeah! I buy 1 ward per game.
I think you probably do. Do you rely on the
I actually buy a lot of wards.
Okay. So you're not that bad.
Yeah.
But still, the ward in the back line helped him out immensely in that dragon fight. And then the fact that he would teleport in all of the time in the right position, which basically, I have to frankly say his teleports were outplaying RF Legendaries.
Yeah, and they were always behind the competition, too. It's worth pointing out. And with the Shyvana ulti, you get behind someone, you can pull them into your team to help guarantee. Again, you did the shout out to Saracen for getting the wards down. Getting the wards down in the back line in order to TP to them was awesome. Like, that is something that you definitely require your teammates to do for you to get them in the right positions. They definitely were. Those all worked out. The fact that they actually played this sort of individualistic picking composition for the most, like, the beginning kind of 15, 20 minutes of the game, right? Kazakhs, TF, the Shyvana TPs, like, those all happened. The team focused around picking up individuals, and they got those, and that was awesome.
Yeah, and they did play the pick comp a little bit better than the team we saw last game.
Yeah.
With the Twisted Fate. So this, I liked this a lot.
The majority of the lanes got ahead. So.
Yeah, their lanes got ahead, but that was pretty much through just sheer CSing. Twisted Fate Ultimate came up top, I think, very, very early on. They gave up map control and gave a lead over to No Dice Gaming. But No Dice Gaming got a little too confident and invaded the jungle, and I think that was the turning point. And
the thing is, those guys, NDG, they had made so many good moves. Like, we've called it out, I think 3 times in a row. They made the better strategic play, right? They traded bottom lane for top lane, but that meant they got to take the dragon, and then the mid lane because TF had left. Like, those were all really, really good moves, and they did that a couple of times. But yeah, as you pointed out, they got too aggressive, right? They went somewhere with only 2 guys, knowing TF has ulti, got themselves into a 2v3, over-aggressive there. Like, their reactions were really good, right? They ganked the correct lane, then reacted to the reaction, basically, and kept that pushing forward. But then when they did make a move, they made the wrong move. And that's what it came down to.
Like, they know how to counter, but setting up and making sure they don't get punished for it was not their strong suit.
They got
at
greedy
all.
against TF. Like, that was it. They got greedy against TF. They got punished for it. It's unfortunate. Hopefully we will see more of these guys in Split 2. But, yeah, it definitely snowballed off of a pretty bad blue buff call. They got caught out for it.
Yeah, I'm still throwing that blue buff call into question. But at the same time, Team Green Force took complete advantage of the situation with what they had. So they had to be really happy with that, and really happy with their performance from what they did. The synergy from Dawn and Sarasun was on point. Dawn finishing 5-0 and 12.
Yeah.
With Sarasun finishing 1-2 and 15. So they ended up with very close skill participation between them, and Dawn having the highest gold in the entire game. So the AD carry came up big up against V Pancakes, who was having a good game at the start. He was having a very good game, and they were looking for the hyper carry late game here from No Dice Gaming with the Oriana, who Stefano, the shockwaves were just not good today.
Some of them were good. Some of them were definitely pretty lackluster.
More often than not.
Yeah, so there was one where his target died too soon.
Yes.
There's one where he got like a single target with it. One got walked out by Kha'Zix. One time he died before he got to cast it.
There was like 2 of them where he whiffed completely.
Yeah.
And then there was an opportunity for a 4-man ultimate afterwards.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to hold on to the ultimate.
Yeah.
Sometimes you really just have to hold on to it for the situation. There was a time where he caught like 3 people, but there's no follow-up. It was just a disengage tool.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes that's enough for it, right? Like, sometimes you just need to disengage. And it is worth pointing out, we talk about Oriana shockwaves a lot.
It's difficult.
4-man shockwaves were given to you. You can't just get 4-man shockwaves because they have to be in an area. Like, you can identify them, that's fine, but like, the best player in the world can't guarantee 5-man shockwaves until they're there. So, sometimes the game doesn't play out that way. It's part of the reason we actually see like less malfight sometimes, is that teams will split up more. They won't get like 2 to 3-man ulted there.
You can force the issue.
Sometimes.
Like fighting in the jungle against an Oriana, fighting your red buff in that little area. You put the ball down in the bush or whatever, and basically you bait them into thinking that you're retreating. Like I know LMQ does this extremely well.
Yeah.
They won't pop summoner spells. They won't pop ultimates until after you think you're winning the fight. You think you're winning the fight, you're like, oh, we got him to half HP. Then they start retreating, and then they will instantaneously turn it around on the shockwave because you walked over the ball to pursue them.
Yeah.
Because what are you going to do? You're like, I just got them to half HP, and they're running away from me. The ball's right next to me. Do I run forward towards them? Or do I walk away and be like, I got them all to half HP. Let's go do something. Most teams will say, no, let's go get them. Let's go get a kill.
Sure.
And that's where they thrive.
And that's the funny thing, actually, is normally, like, generally speaking, there's 2 ways you fight. One is we caught the guy and he dies. Done. 2 is you fight for an objective. And if you get them to half and they run away, just go hit the dragon or the blue buff or whatever. Like, chasing kills is very often a weak play because something else could have been done. This actually happened at All-Star Paris, actually, in OMG versus SKT. I think it was game 1. OMG won a big fight. Pretty much only the Kha'Zix was alive, and they're like at tier 2 mid turret, and they're like, let's go that way and chase the Kha'Zix. When they could just push a turret, maybe even inhibit a turret as well, because they're like 4-1 on the map or something.
Wastes your time.
Yeah, it's a waste of time to chase kills when there's usually other things to do. Even if it's just like sweeping Baron wards, sometimes that's just worthwhile because you set up for the play 2 minutes in advance. That's actually typically the way you want to play League in a organized competitive setting. Is you want to think about the game a minute and a half, 2 minutes, 3 minutes in advance. Okay, well, I'm going to have my ultimate before he has Shockwave, or before he has Flashback or something. Make sure your first gank is here when I'm 6. It'll guarantee the kill. Just be ready for that. Jungler, be at full health, like whatever it takes. Knowing the plays you have available. Very, very smart.
And a very easy way to practice that is to keep a dragon timer and set up a minute before.
Yeah.
Back a minute before, set up your wards, basically before you back. Be like, I'm a Visit Dragon, there's a ward, stay safe, and then
shove your lanes out so there's no counter pressure, and then collapse down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the teams that execute that, you will see it very, very clearly.
Yeah.
You'll be like, wow, they were already in time for Dragon. How come that never happens with me? It's because you don't set up for it. These things just don't fall into your lap. You have to prepare them ahead of time.
Yeah.
It's just like ward control inside of somebody else's jungle.
Yeah.
You have to prepare it ahead of time.
Yeah.
And the fact that you went that extra mile and said, all right, it's about 5 minutes, there's a ward. I will come back for that blue and be on top of that.
Yeah, it'll be in 2.5 minutes. It'll be well within the ward timer. And then I actually want to even keep on this topic because we talked about dragons briefly. Because I mentioned push the lanes out. Like there's like basically layer 1, which is, hey, set up for your objective, then go do the objectives so that you don't lose the fight for the objective. Layer 2 is you don't have to fight for the objective. You can do something else while they're doing it. Again, for example, the case of we saw TF go top, the gank from the mid laner go bottom, and they went for dragon, right? They reacted to TF top by getting the mid lane as well.
Yes.
That lane is empty. That is an extra counterplay to what the guy went for. And so when you think about that, right, it's, hey, when you go for a dragon, shove your waves out, because if they go mid-turret tier 1 for dragon, that's a wash. Yeah. And a lot of people actually say it's better for the turret, actually, for the team that kills the turret, because
they got TF
turrets give you map control. Yeah, exactly, right? And it's like, but it's just in general, not even just kind of about TF, but like in general in the game, it's like tier 1 mid is usually worth more than a dragon in most situations where tier 1 mids are still up.
Yeah,
in general.
Tier 1 mid, I would definitely agree with you.
Yeah.
Top, no. Because it's
maybe
very easy to freeze and manipulate it if you are a top
sure.
player.
And then even that snowballs on itself, because when you have these debatable advantages like tier 1 top, and in general I agree with you, right?
Yeah.
In general I agree with you.
There are always those little things like, oh, they gave up red control, now it's easy to get there.
Sure,
Or jungle's getting stolen away.
Exactly. Is that those are not things you play around. Like suddenly your strategy changes because, well, top lane tier 1's dead, meaning I can keep this lane shoved. My top laner can easily show up with their red buff. Before he couldn't. If it's the standard top left corner between tier 1, the defender typically has the advantage their top laner shows first. But if you have the ward control of like the brush by the Wraith, right? Maybe the brush on the red buff, and your top laner's pushed up, he now shows up first for red buff or for blue buff if it's the other team, of course. And now you own this side of the map if you play it properly. And now here's these plays you can make. It's actually what we saw in the very beginning when we fought the Shyvana vs Rengar matchup. 2 turrets dead. Shyvana stayed pushed. That team now owned top jungle. They got a kill out of it.
Yeah,
and kind of plays you have.
All this talk, Master Tactician Azingi, RIP today. It's now Master Tactician Freak.
Why not?
There you go.
No, I can't take his role. Azingi always is that man.
Yeah.
Guys, we're 3 elimination games down. Legally, it's too much excitement for one day, but we're breaking the law with a 4th win or stay home match between Denial Esports and Curse Academy. Find out who moves on right after this.
That's a lot of emphasis on RF Legendary. Ultimate coming up top. It's very low on Kha'Zix Serenko.
Oh! That was nice.
They have to walk down there.
Uh-oh, NATO getting kicked to the team, though. Great solar flare to back it up, and here comes the Tyvon in. Dawn picks up 1. Explosions come out. Looks like a 2 for 1 so far. Pancake's trying to run away, gets flashed over, making that a 3 for 1. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the North American Summer 2014 Challenge 10. Stakes are incredibly high for our next
Fufu is the one who's coming up. So
Yeah. He'll well.
he
Yeah,
did
he's
have Nibble
battling.
for a while. Yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on him, but also keep an eye on the top laner Anda for Denial. He went 5-1-7 as Renekton in the round of 20, and they won in 24 minutes and 58 seconds against Team Fear. So they know how to close a game out. Don't know how hard the game was for them, but they knew how to close it out. We saw that previous game there was around 30 some odd minutes, despite the large advantage that had been created for Team Green Forest.
Yeah.
Right. So knowing how to close a game out very quickly is very big because you have to know how to operate around very small death timers.
Yeah.
24-minute game, death timers are still somewhere around that 25, 30 second mark.
It means you got to win a fight like on their inhibitor and then just like hit from there. So definitely requires you to be pretty far ahead and then still team fight it properly. And yeah, you talk about closing games out quickly. I think that is important because you got guys like ManCloud who are on, a team like XDG who are known for like crushing in the early game and then kind of petering out. And it's like, this is a skill that these guys are going to need to learn, right? And especially when you got St. Vicious, who is like, he's famed for missing smites. You got like wonders like, is like Baron completely off the call? You've got XDG 4 members plus Saint. Like there's definitely going to be, I want to see basically how they play strategically.
Yeah.
Because I think they've got to be very aware of how they're going to play it out properly. Are they going to win an individual skill? Like, are they just going to snowball lanes? Like, I want to know how the teams play it. Because you've already got a team that's like, you think their favorites coming in.
You think their favorites coming in not just because they match up in terms of skill or actually surpass their opponents right now in a head-to-head.
Yeah.
Because they did beat the 4th-seeded team, being the 17th-seeded team, and now they're
Yeah.
up against the 7th-seeded team on the ladder. Don't know how much that can indicate, but we'll have to see because the top-seeded team has won every match day. Like
In the round of 10, yeah. I mean, there's been like maybe only 1 or 2 upsets as far as ladder positioning is concerned, so certainly something to keep in mind. So thinking about this matchup then, right? What I've heard about Chris actually is that part of the reason he's such a good top laner is his gank setups are really strong. And as an aside, I want to tell a story about Season 2 Worlds group stage, actually. This is when Jace was all the rage in the top lane. And I remember from TSM, Dyrus was like, I'm going to play Darius into Jace. Not because Darius beats Jace. It's actually a pretty bad matchup. He says it's like 60-40. Some would say it's even worse. He's like, but Darius crushes in a 2-on-2. If both junglers show up, it is an easy matchup for the Darius. So I'll lose 1v1, but I'll pull a gank in. Now, Chris, again, we talked about him. He's really good at setting up ganks, and Saint is a really freaking good jungler, right?
Yeah.
Extremely skilled player, 2 accounts in Challenger. He's like, people give him crap for his smites, but like, he's an actually incredibly good player. And it's like, well, that's going to be a scary situation when the guy sets up and you just get blown up. And we've seen top laners win most of their games for their teams.
Yeah, and you throw St. Vicious into an environment that isn't the LCS, he really shines.
Yeah, he does.
You will see how good he really is as a player. People will be like, why is Saint doing so poorly? He's a really, really good player, and put him in this Challenger Series around a bunch of other people who may not be even at that Challenger level in terms of solo queue. Because solo queue means you can carry games. There is some value that comes out of that. And the fact that Chris can set up ganks for him, and the fact that St. Vicious is now paired with Mandatory Cloud, who loves ganks. Yeah. Back when we saw him in Season 3, Mandatory Cloud had so many kills, and then they made the roster swap of putting Zuna in the jungle, and people were like, Mandacloud's not doing too well. Is it because he's not getting the ganks? Because he doesn't have the synergy?
Yeah.
What was it? Because he always had ganks centered middle. So I think there's going to be a lot of emphasis here on top and mid and jungle synergy at the same time.
Yeah.
So want to see how Inori and Anda, Inori's the jungler for Denial Sports, versus Curse Academy's Chris and St. Vicious.
Yeah.
Because if there's the synergy there that's down pat, then it's going to be very, very difficult for Denial Esports to pull one out.
Yeah, and so I want to kind of touch on that then, because then if Saint's attention is all top and mid, and I think as far as individual skill, those are arguably his best 2 players as well, where he's like, just like, let me set those guys ahead and we're good. Like, then you've got Xpekik and Bunny Fufu kind of on their own little island 2-on-2, and that's a battle against Shinon and Ions. And those are great players in their own right. Actually, I know on the roster for Denial actually is also Flappy Bearfish, if you guys know him. So it's one of the 2 AD carries.
The collegiate scene AD carry.
Yeah.
From Irvine.
Yeah. Really good player.
Yeah. He was at a NACC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so then you got to see, okay, well, how is that 2-on-2 going to go? Because honestly, Denial's got a lot of individual talent on their roster as well, and we've seen lane snowball.
Well, I'm predicting a Jinx ban because Xpekik has 367 games of Jinx, and then his next most played is Caitlyn with 61.
So 6-1 odds. There we go. This is the I play one champion a lot separation that I'll just use repeatedly.
He's known as a Jinx only main throughout solo queue. And I met him in person. He's like, yeah, I don't know what I do when they ban my Jinx out. I kind of play Caitlyn, and then I don't do the same things that Jinx does, like fast pushing.
Yeah. So if you ban it, maybe he just gets jinxed and he can't put on the same performance. We'll see you guys. Now Esports Curse Academy into the game. There we go. First ban. Jinx goes through. Pekeg. Hopefully you'll learn a second champion in time for this one. And I wonder, will they kick the puppy? Will they also ban Caitlyn?
And if they ban, I think they'll ban Thresh.
Yeah, for Bunny, his Thresh is great.
Yeah, Bunny Fufu's is just really fantastic. And it's funny because Curse has had a history of picking up Thresh players. Even Curse Academy. It's just, we had Maria, huge Thresh player. Zatsulo, huge Thresh player. Bunny Fufu, Sheep, huge Thresh players.
Yep.
This Thresh mains by a long margin there. And just so you guys know, Curse Academy was late, and that's why there was so much delay getting into this. That's why they've lost a ban.
Yep. But the ban's coming through this one. There we go. The Thresh ban also there, so properly identified. Cassidon removed from Nebby Pooh Bear. The guy also a pretty big Gragas main, though, so we'll see if he loses much more from his champion pool. Haven't seen Gragas yet since the remake, unfortunately, but
Gragas, especially in the mid lane, has a lot less power in terms of what he did previously. So he's not as go-to as he was previously.
Seems support in jungle a fair bit. Like, I really think we're probably going to see support Gragas in the first week of LCS, even if one of the challenges doesn't quite pick it up.
I feel like Karma, Morgana are much higher tier picks right now in terms of team fight potential. Gragas is kind of displacement, not as effective, and he puts himself more at risk than those two do.
Yeah, it really depends on what you want for your team. Like, people weren't running Leona for a long time because they didn't want to engage from the support, because junglers were doing it. And when junglers became fighters, you wanted more engage from support. And sometimes that's just kind of how this works out. It's what the teams want to run strategically. So, first pick time for Denial Esports. Their two bans were Cassid and Soraka aimed at the mid lane. So, Nebby Pooh Bear going to miss a couple of his champions, but otherwise, pretty spread apart bans from Denial, removing one champion from each of the pools.
Kha'Zix is still available.
Yeah.
Lucian,
if you want to like cut the champion pool farther.
Yeah. They're taking their sweet time with this one. Because there is a lot to consider here. They lost a ban, so what you don't take, they will immediately pick up for themselves. And it looks like it's going to be Lee Sin.
Okay. So Lee Sin are moved away. Not one thing that Chris plays a lot of in solo queue, so.
Well, also Saint at the same time doesn't really play that either, and there's so much left up here. Yeah.
Morgana for Bunny. Going to be Jax for Chris are in the top lane. Now, Redacted's still available, and it's Anda's most played. It's a good one-on-one matchup. We'll see if Chris Academy can dodge that into being the champion pick. But that, like, when you first pick Jax, you know you're like, all right, I'm going to get some ganks to snowball this lane out.
Yeah, I think St. Vicious is going to take Elise at this point, considering the way that he plays. Elise Morgana would be right up their alley. It's a great combination. I think that's actually one of the best synergies that support and jungle can have together. Is that?
Yeah, I like it a lot.
It's very difficult to play against too, because if you eat one, you're going to eat more CC unless somebody takes it for you. And you can't really. Like, here's the thing too: is that the way you would counter all that CC is by picking Morgana, but Morgana's needed for the Morgana Elise combo, so you have to break it up.
That's true.
The fact that it looks like they already locked in their jungler, so I assume it's a jungle Lee Sin, they can't really do anything about it. They'd have to pick up the Elise to steal it away.
And we'll have to see. Lucian does come through, so a pretty pokey team right now. So the question to me becomes, how well can you withstand the Jax split push? Because right now, Denial's Siege is awesome.
Yeah. Denial has a lot of poke coming out here. So there could be a Pantheon for the hard engage. You can see him whip out a Vi to just single out the Nidalee. They have a lot of tools available to them that they don't have to worry about Morgana being on the enemy team because they picked it up for themselves first rotation. Now, could go with Evelynn, but I do think it's going to be an Elise because the combination is so good. But they have so much siege potential, so much backwards kiting here for Denial, and it's probably going to be a Caitlyn for Pekeg because that's all he plays. I mean, he can play Tristana a little bit, and all the AD carries are kind of similar in the overall. There's just nuances between them.
They have actually pretty different power spikes. Like,
I know. Their power spikes are different. You will fight me on this. I know.
Yeah, I know.
They're very different in terms of that, but like it's not that hard to pick up an AD carry
Generally speaking,
when
yeah.
you were an AD carry player.
All right, well, here we go. The pick's going to come through. Jace is going to be the grab right here. Interesting. So, by the way, Anda actually is a Nidalee player, so there actually could easily be Jace mid, Nid top to fight up against the Jax. That is one thing to keep in mind. Curse Academy needs their mid lane pickup. Support Karma is the grab there for Ion. So an incredibly aggressive lane there, a lot of poke potential, incredibly large amounts of sieging. You got so much poke in this Denial lineup. They're going to close this game out, or they're going to try to, before Jax gets going.
A little worried here for both sides. As I'm looking at these team compositions come around, there's so much poke here for Denial, right? They have the double poke. Physical from Jace, magic damage from Nidalee. They also have Karma, who can build AP and just bolster that even more. And then they have the Lee Sin to start snowballing the lanes. Curse Academy on the other side, Wombo combo coming out here.
Yep.
They have late game comp as well, but I say that that one goes even further into the late game. Denial, they have to end this before Curse Academy gets tanky.
Yep.
Very, very difficult.
They're going to have to try. They're going to have to pull in Anda. It is, by the way, going to be Jace top, actually. Jace also in his champ pool. Not so much for Navi Pooh Bear. So the original mid is the correct one. But yeah, so it's a battle of against the clock. Poke before Jax.
I would say it's a battle against the clock. And if Denial, they can basically add seconds onto the timer, minutes onto the timer, if they get an early lead via Inori. If Nori ganks the top lane and keeps Jax down and gives Jace a big power spike, he will group middle and you will push turrets down like there's no tomorrow. The amount of siege that they have, you have to be able to dodge all of these skill shots.
True.
It's virtually impossible.
Yeah. Everyone who's going to be part of that one, even Lee Sin Q is at least not horrible.
Yeah.
Like it's not the best poke. It's not an enchanted Karma Q, but
Karma's going to use a Q on somebody, slow them, and then the poke will come through. If she gets a binding, it's pretty much guaranteed at that point.
Yeah, that's unlikely though. I feel like that's more like in the actual team fight.
It's a good range, yeah.
Yeah. So now there's a couple of interesting questions with this one because we didn't see Jace a whole lot. We don't see him very frequently.
I love him though.
Yeah, he's a great champion. It's weird because their disengage is pretty tenuous for Denial. Like they have the gate, they have Karma Mantra E. I was never a huge fan of just move speed for your disengage tool because I think you can overpower it if you flank with Jax and stun. Like you're just done.
It's the worst gap closer.
Yeah, and the thing is exactly like Jace, TP's jump E's you, and because your move speed buffs are all pretty short duration, both the Mantra E as well as the acceleration gate, you're stunned during the entirety of your move speed, and you come out regular speed and they all catch you. And you're again fighting Orianna, Elise, Morgana, like all these crazy things. So Denial have very tight windows to deal with.
So if you're looking for your mandatory Cloud, your St. Vicious fix, you're going to get it right here. Haven't seen Man Cloud since his fall from the LCS. Haven't seen St. Vicious in a while either. Got to see what they've brought to the table. Man Cloud back on the Orianna that he's pretty known for.
Yeah.
Like, that was kind of his go-to team fighting champion.
Yeah, it was.
When Assassins fell by the wayside.
Here we go. Both teams looking for similar style engages, both running towards enemy red buffs.
That was so quick that if there was somebody in that bush, there wouldn't have been enough people really there to back him up. Like, that was a really just low hesitation binding.
Yep.
He wasn't even waiting for everybody to be grouped on him. They were already there. It was just, oh, binding.
Well, looks like early ward went down for Curse Academy. Didn't actually hit the brush. It's just outside of it, but it will spot the red buff. And you really can't start the red without getting by that ward anyway. Curse Academy, they're going to camp their ward. And, with Denial recalling, they could walk by for this buff.
Lee Sin, Inori, he's not backing. He's really just the bottom lane in the mid. And there isn't going to be a lane swap here or a 4-0. So both teams actually think that they can beat the other in just straight up engage. Just straight up lanes. Which is actually pretty bold here from Denial. Because given the names on the Curse Academy roster,
yeah, there's some good names.
There are some great names. 4 former LCS players. They saw that Q.
Yeah, if they were paying attention. I mean, they pinged it. They pinged that. But it was just the quick check from Denial. They want to know if they were camping the brush. They weren't at that time. So here we go. Curse Academy. They're starting up their own. The red buff Steel Saint's going to get that, and Nori and Anda going to do the same thing. This will require a TP from Chris at some point, and not for Anda.
Yeah, Chris realizes that, oh, they didn't lane swap. That's awkward. I'm going to have to back and TP top.
It gives the XP advantage to Denial's bottom lane as well.
Yes, it does.
There's no way they don't get level 2 first.
They got there first. They'll have the level 2. Anda will also have his level 2 earlier. We're going to have to see what ends up happening here. between these two teams in these lanes, especially.
There we go, Navi Pooh Bear, they're taking early aggression there. ManCloud is winning this mid lane so far. 6 minions, 7 minions to 5. And ManCloud was the highest CS at 10 of I think all LCS mid laners, certainly all North American mid laners. LCS, so I want to know if he can continue to dominate this lane as well, or if Navi Pooh Bear holds up. It's another player we see a lot in the challenger scene. Those teams never are quite successful.
We saw Inori doing a lot of work inside the enemy jungle, inside of Curse Academy's jungle. And now he's doing a lot of work. He's visiting top. Chris is already there. So this is what I was talking about. They need to make that early lead via Inori's because of the nature of this team. But oh, he used his E right into...
Had to flash it.
Good call there.
That was good, though. That was the right kind of bind by Fufu. It forced you to dodge into your team. That is very smart.
Especially when you're pinned up against the wall like that. Now at least making the rounds. Look at how much time Inori has spent top. He went for the golems to counter jungle it. St. Vicious knows that he's top, so he's going to go ahead and counter jungle the Wraith himself. These junglers are pretty much matching each other toe-to-toe. And Anda, he's going to rely on the early game poke and the range from Jace to harass this Jax and see how much he can actually get done. Saint making a repeat visit bottom. There's no ward, but he says it's not worth his time to stick around.
All right, well, we're going to see if there's much of a minion lead here, 17 to 21, but many of these will get picked up by Lucian. So right now, it's a small gold lead for Denial thanks to their laning phases. The top lane was pushed under the turret with the caster minions kind of dying. With Jax unable to CS them, you're seeing the AD carries pretty much split equally here. A couple will die to the turret, but Ion should be able to support these. It's just, if they're full health, support hits them once, AD carry hits them, they all get grabbed up. So 24 to 25.
Look at that. Inori, he's back top again. The ward expired in the tri-brush, but he just wants to get Anda ahead. Like from the start, I said you want to get Jace to get that turret ASAP, then create pressure all over the map. Go mid, push that. Look at, it's just been so long. He's been sitting up there forever.
Thing is, this lane's gonna basically stay this way for a short time. It's gonna be a gank a long time, and they make
he stepped out.
The dodge is used, lands the Q, goes in for the damage anyway. Big burst comes through. Chris forced a Q away, loses health, but the TP is almost up.
Yeah, when ganking a Jax, you actually should time your ganks between minion waves.
Yeah,
because never gank him when your minion wave is around your turret, because then he'll always have an escape route.
And you see right there, jumped right in, was perfectly safe. Didn't have to burn much of anything. He does, however, recall. He doesn't actually. He stays for one more wave. St. Vicious comes in to support this one. 2v2. Low HP on Chris, though. He's going to jump in the stun. Nice flash by Inori. Keeps him safe. St. Vicious will land the cocoon. But he's alone now. Goes for some damage. Gets hit back by Anda. Half HP, but Chris now has TP.
Just now, Inori. That's a very aggressive play. There's no way he was getting out of that alive if he made it.
Well, if they can make the plays happen, those shock blast hits. Chris is one hit from dead. Inori. He's trying to get away. The Q is going to land. The dodges by Chris. He makes the play. The Spiderling tanked the Q. First blood to Chris, and now Anda's just going to be sad.
The flash counter strike for the stun. Big there for Chris. Talked about how he sets up the gank assistance.
That was so impatient, though, by Denial. They knew he couldn't get away, and he tried way too hard.
There was no way that Inori was actually going to get out of what he was doing alive the way he was doing it. His flash was already down before he even made it behind the turret. And he's like, I'm going behind the turret. I'm going to throw a Q. Don't have that much damage early game to burst somebody under a turret and get away with it. The shock blast from Anda was really good, and if like 2 more had landed, would have been great. And Jace can get the mana back by having a point in his W and then auto-attacking inside of his
Sure. Well, could be the case that Curse Academy now have a 500 gold lead thanks to the first blood. Look back at the bottom lane. This is actually going pretty well for Shine on an Ion. They're shoving now quite a bit. Both supports did start Spell Thieves. They got their money doing that. But the Caitlyn pick, it's holding up mid lane but not doing much.
Yeah. Oh my god, there's so many longswords that just came out for Anda and Inori.
Dang.
They wanted blades.
Triple longsword versus Ninja Tabby. Be a fun little matchup there. I feel like, as far as spell damage is concerned, it's better for Anda.
Yeah.
30 AD is going to beat 25 armor most days.
Level 6 is coming out here, but the power spike for Jace at level 6, non-existent. You don't even put that point into your R.
Yeah, but he's actually kiting back pretty successfully, though. He's not gotten stunned by those trades, and he's landing a shock blast on the way back. It's 50 to 25 in minions. even with the first blood gold for Chris, that's fine.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job here in the top lane. Just bullying Jax as much as he can. He's got half of his CS. That's why the gold is still very close. But the CS deficit that ManCloud's making is made up by Shine on the bottom lane. So it is just that kill that's given them that tiny advantage, which is now non-existent.
Yeah, and once again, the bottom lane up 14 minions, second recall. Well, sorry, Shannon is second to recall here. We're going to see what else he can buy with the 14 minion lead on that one. Nubby Pooh Bear holding up pretty close to ManCloud, 62 to 70. Either has gone back in or looks for the gank. ManCloud out of mana. Ooh, the Q's going to miss. The kick just pushes him back. And ManCloud could just recall pretty safely here if he wants to.
Yeah, if the Q had landed and he had been able to kick him, Dragon's Rage him off to the left, would have at least forced a flash or an ultimate out of ManCloud. He gets neither of those, though.
St. Vicious, though, going to look in with
oh,
nice
so
knockback
good.
there. Saint, he flashes, forces it away from Anda as well. To trade a summoner spells.
That's really hard to pull off, actually.
Yeah.
Because the way that the Jax is flying at you, have to buffer that ability and use the Thundering Blow before he even jumps at you.
Pretty much, yeah.
So when he gets in contact with you, you knock him back.
You're already starting it.
Yeah, and you have to also make sure that you don't sacrifice too much ground, that you're in range of Elise. Because if you just walk up and Thundering Blow him and he hasn't jumped at you,
yeah. It's Repel Cocoon and
a little too late.
Yeah. Well, overall good play by these guys. Saint trying again.
Yeah, the top lane's going to have all of this focus here because Jax is just a huge boon for the team if he gets ahead. But Jace is in the same boat. If Jace gets the attention that Inori's going to give him, and we're about to see it here because he's going to revisit top.
Yeah. I like how both strings have identified how much this game is about top lane. Looks like the repel comes over Saint. Good dodge by Anda. And now comes Inori in the backside. No cooldowns really available for Curse Academy. Stun lands onto an orbit. They chase down towards Saint. No flash and no repel. He doesn't have a way out, but there's no cooldowns or mana left to kill him. Oh, Inori!
He
got it! That's a kill picked up. Beautiful play by Inori.
He has Dragon's Rage just now. They're going to pin him underneath the turret. There's no help coming. Mandatory Cloud is the only person. If he lands the Q, which is very easy to do.
There you go. Kill picked up. Nicely played. Denial. Turning the top lane around. Over-aggression by St. Vicious.
Yeah, the way that Chris was positioned between the turret,
it
was very easy to land that Q. Basically just shoot it down that little aisle and you're fine. So 2 kills go over to them. They now have an advantage in that top lane. The top lane will decide this match with the ganks. And I said it from the start, that's the synergy we need to watch out for.
So Inori started out being too aggressive, giving up first blood. That happened now to St. Vicious. Both these guys trying so hard to make plays, they've backfired. And it's now a 1,500 gold lead, the turret going down.
And
Denial's favor.
Looked like they were making a move towards Dragon there. Blue's up. They're ready to hand it over. Now Chris gets a frozen lane, right? But here's the thing. Anda isn't going to settle. He's got a pickaxe. He's got a brutalizer. It's time to go middle, poke Mandatory Cloud out, and get that turret with hypercharge.
Here's the difficulty, though, is it's blue buff Orianna. Very good at clearing minions from rather far away, so you have to land those shots. If you don't deal the damage, the waves get cleared.
Let's see how she handles Fog of War poke.
Yeah.
Because I used to be a Jace main.
Yeah.
He's the only person mid that I'm like, oh, I'll carry this game super hard.
All right, first Shock Blast spell shielded. Well, shielded, but damage goes through. We've started the siege in 11 minutes. How long will it take for it to break for either side? Hypercharge goes in. Inori looks for the catch on the bunny. If he was slowed down, Q will land. Jumps,
that was so
flashes,
good.
kicks. Ooh, the burning damage. It is enough. And Inori finds the kill. Anda forced away, though. Nice command attack. Picked up the kill solo. That'll be Pooh Bear forced to run away. Jumps over the Dragon Wall. Javelin's going to land on a ManCloud. Big damage comes in. Oh, will they turn it back? Wow, the Ignite comes in. That will be a trade. A 2-for-2 overall.
Now it's blue and red.
Oh, Caitlyn's going to come over the wall there. Ions does not get stunned. Good escape there. Summoner heal used. Empowered Q flash, though. Pekek finds another one. 3 kills to 2.
And now there's an 800 gold lead for Denial. Caught in the middle there. And was not ready for St. Vicious coming in from the side. Now the TP coming in.
They want us to contest this one, though. Inori, he's not around, though. This Dragon low on health. That should be an easy smite for Saint. He does pick it up. Pekek taking some pretty big damage. Pops summoner. Here comes Chris. No mana on him. The engager's off on the side. Saint helps secure the kill, and Pekek finds that one. Another 1 for 0 plus the Dragon. Shinon still going to be chasing this one down, though. Can they get anything more? And doesn't have the gate up yet.
He used it in the middle of that fight. The cooldown of that does not go down with rank, so people don't put a lot into it anymore. And the Thundering Blow pretty much saved Saint there, and he didn't absorb the ace in the hole for his teammate. Would have kept Nubby alive for a little bit longer with the damage that they needed. But great play overall by Curse Academy. They end up 300 gold in the lead from the Dragon, and that well-fought team play.
I gotta say, the fact that ManCloud got the solo kill on Anda to start that fight was everything there.
Yeah.
They fought a 5v4, and it was just a great battle for Curse Academy. The Dragon and everything puts them back on equal gold.
And look at that. He's at 115 CS, 12-minute mark, 13-minute mark.
Not bad.
Keeping up with his previous record.
He's 1,200 gold over his lane opponent because of, I mean, being up 25 CS plus all those kills and globals. Like, that's very big.
Yeah. They don't have a turret in their favor. Denial does, but of course it's not global gold anymore.
Well, it's 100. It's not that much.
It's not as much. They put a lot more into the local gold of it. So you want to be present for the tower.
Yeah, so Anda's got a 200 gold lead over his opponent. Inora's got a gold lead over his opponent, but that's kind of the limit right there.
ManCloud's basically saving the team right now in terms of gold.
He absolutely is. Yeah. He's saving the team, and we said that there was a clock in this game. Denial has to make this happen. Now, 13.5 minutes in, 2.5 minutes later, they're trying again for the mid lane push, but they've only got a cannon minion left. They're not going to make it happen. And there's a big wave showing up top lane that Jax can just grab and get another level off of.
And now they're just sieging up the middle. They have so much siege potential with the double poke. They pull actually Chris away from that top lane. They look like you're basically sitting there going, I want all that juicy farm. I'm Jax. Look at that huge wave. I gotta take it. I don't have TP, but I have to take it.
He's going to make his way up there just in time. Actually, the mini wave just now crashing onto the turret. He'll miss like 2 CS, but he'll get the rest of the gold. Missed a single melee minion, I believe. And Chris about to be rich.
I'm rich, Chris.
There you go.
And now, blue buff didn't end up taking it, but they saw Chris top, so they're immediately sieging down the middle. It's up to ManCloud to go ahead and clear this wave out for his team, but if he can't, the turret will surely go down.
Well, they were going to drive for the attempt there, and Nori helping to get the push going. The dual lane's still going to stay bottom, so a 3-on-3 push. It's actually 2v1 against Caitlyn down there. Doesn't mean anything. Again, wave cleared.
Yeah, wave cleared very, very quickly. Saw the volatile spider lane coming out just for the assistance underneath the tormented soil. And now, Pancake is dealing with himself.
This is the kind of thing that Denial could have sent everyone bot lane and gotten this turret because they had a numbers advantage this side of the map. Chris's TP was down.
Ooh, it's very fast, Elise, right now.
Yep.
Got the rush to tier 2 boots.
Shannon eats the trap, though. Makes him toss Cocoon, which is thankful. But gonna peace out for this one. Curse Academy making good plays now. Mid lane again sieged up and to find some damage there. Looks like Nori showing back up one more time, and they will get enough damage to finally take this turret down. Good shockwave lands on a 2. Pooh Bear has turret aggro. They're going to keep hitting the turret, though, to knock it down. He'll stay alive. Mid-tier 1 goes down, 2 turrets to 0.
Yeah, and Jace just destroys turrets very, very quickly, and the fact that you put a Primal Surge on top of that for attack speed is really big when his Hypercharge is down. So he just shreds through them. You saw it there. Oh, okay, that's not good times for Chris at all.
And that's before any Magic Pen or major AP buys, so want to see how that continues to go. Of course, Chris did rush armor boots, so no MR to speak of just yet.
It's a high-risk comp.
A very high-risk comp. And Nori goes and looks for the kick, but knocks him backwards, takes the shots to the face, gets the kill, picked up very nicely, Curse Academy there. And with no smite, they can't really go for the blue. Nubby Pooh Bear there in the wrong spot, has to jump the wall. He does so. Big damage on the St. Vicious there. Javelin, he takes the blue buff. Nicely played Nubby Pooh Bear. Pekek forced to run away. -1, but blue grep. That nearly hit ManCloud.
Curse Academy end up with a kill. Saint very low.
Oh no, Chris got blue. I take it back.
So the blue ended up on him. The Nidalee Spear almost killed it, and then Chris was like, oh, I just smack it one time, and it fell into his hand. Now, Chris isn't doing as poorly as he was in CS previously, because they put a bunch into him. But the objectives here, Denial, being the siege team, they want to take all the outer turrets, push up, get to the tier 2s, and start poking from the fog of war, because they have the 2 best champions in doing that.
Yeah. Problem is, though, man, again, nearly getting kills with these javelins. They're very close there. But to me, this is spelling disaster for Denial, because they're equal in gold despite a turret lead. Meaning they're giving up so much in minion kills and dragons and whatnot that they're not really gaining like really great tangible leads. Like tier 2 turrets are much harder to kill. And if all their gold's coming from turret kills, that's stopped now.
Yeah, and like I said, this game pretty much has a timer on it, but they're not on par for that timer currently. They did a really good job at the start. but the last couple of fights have not been going their way.
All right, so now it's going to be the team regrouping. Bloodthirster done for both AD carries. Phage there for Shinon versus Zeal for Xpekik. AD carries holding pretty equal. A pick attempt, nice empowered Q. She's going to have net, though. Good kick backwards. Pekik takes a black shield, flashes the wall, but Ignite is on. Is it going to be enough to take him down? Ooh, the Summoner heal just in time keeps him alive.
I don't know if Inori meant to do that. He kick flashed, but did it a little bit after the other. Because normally you want to kick flash, but flash to the other side of them and kick them into your team.
Yeah.
He did a kick
and a late flash.
And a late flash. So he was already flying, and then he ended up like next to him.
That's not what you want.
It's not what you want. I don't think it was what he intended at all.
No, and that would have guaranteed the kill if he got it, though.
Yeah. So we have a pause coming out here. I also saw Anda in the top lane. Already completed Last Whisper on Jace.
Yeah, so he's hit a pretty good power spike. Like, the thing is, that lane went incredibly well. He had double CS like the entire time, 50 to 25 at some point, even going higher. Got a kill, got the turret. And then it was this mid lane siege against the Blue Elf Orianna, right? A couple of like bad fights back and forth. Again, I want to know how ManCloud got that solo kill at 12 minutes because I think that was massive. But
I saw Saint like come off from the side,
but it was unassisted.
But it didn't do anything. Yeah, he may have just put him in the right position for Orianna ball.
Yeah, I think he just got shockwaved into the turret. Is probably my main guess on that one. But basically, the siege, and this is why I said the game timers because I want to know how long these sieges were going to take. Is they siege, and while they siege, Jax gets to solo farm and just TP when he needs to, right? The pressure is off him. He's just like, just tell me when, just tell me when, just tell me when. Showed up for the dragon fight, won that, right? And got an extra kill, got the dragon, all that fun stuff. Went back to pushing. The minion lead, no longer as big, right? It's nowhere near double. This is
20.
Exactly. It's like 20 is like, who cares?
That's Jax getting out of laning phase versus anybody.
Yeah, no big deal, right? Oh no, 20 CS, not a big problem. And so you cash in on this gigantic lane lead with a push that stalls out. And it lets him catch back up. He gets back up in level, gets back up in items, and now suddenly it's like, well, you have Ruin King done, you have Triforce done, you get a Spectre's Cowl, like you're fine. And at this point, I don't think Jace can easily solo Jax. Now, I don't see much Jace, so I can't guarantee this, but it feels like you've got some pretty good damage, yes, but now Jax has sustain and enough damage that he can burst you.
Yeah, the only way you'd be able to beat the Jax is if he uses Leap Strike and Counter Strike and use your Thundering Blow perfectly and then swap to Cannon again.
And then just start hitting him.
Yeah. But at this point, he didn't buy the tier. He got some kills. He didn't get an early tier to transition into Manamune later, which is really good with Hypercharge.
Yeah.
But the reason he did that is because they want to push this game and put all their cards into this pot that we have to end it very early. So if you got tier, he probably wouldn't complete it by the time they wanted to end the game.
Yeah, I mean, in general, yeah. I think it makes sense in terms of the timing of the game, but also in general, I don't see Jason build tier much anymore regardless. I expect BT, his next major item.
We'll he would have purchased it really early if he wanted it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Instead, he went for all the long swords so he could continue to push, which is what they needed for the team composition. Like if you're solo queue, it's probably fine.
Ooh, they've got a flank on Pekik here, though. Inori, can he jump the wall to the Karma? Ions goes in, empowered Q. That's all. All right.
They end up getting a dragon for themselves for the Niles. So they basically have a gold lead, 300 now, 400. But Chris at the same time.
This is one of those times where trading top turret for Dragon's worth it. Nice two-man shockwave. Ion's going to be going down rapidly. 1-0 on this one. The chase still going. Bunny Fufu does not land the binding. TP interrupted. Chris doesn't want to take it after all. Take the 1-3-0. Big poke on the Bunny, though, and now teleport is down from Jax. Can they land the Q? Can they land the damage? Saint tanks it. Javelin will miss, but the siege continues. Jax still pushing on the side, though.
He canceled his teleport, so we'll have that 200-second cooldown. Anda still has his, but I don't know how much he can deal with the Jax, but he's really needed here is the big thing, is he is necessary in this siege.
They're pushing Curse Academy back. Orianna still around. This next wave very far behind them. They sent Karma back to defend. I think that can't be a good choice as long as he doesn't get dived. Well, I mean, sure, but she's the one who's the defender here in the 1v1.
Oh, he's up
Chris, but Chris takes the turret down, right? So now Ions, I don't even know if he's going to win the 1v1. Okay, that little help?
Yeah.
So 4-on-4 jumps in, nice black shield, and Nori gets locked up and down he goes. They got a turret for it, but still, that's 2 kills now. And a 1-for-1 turret trade.
And Curse Academy end up with about 1,400 gold lead now. And that was a perfect black shield by Bunny Fufu. That was amazing. Didn't blow the exhaust. Didn't worry about it. He's like, nah, I got you. Got you, Pekik. No backdoor in here.
Very nicely done there. And of course, the Warthog not going to matter when Black Shield's on. Lee Sin can't break Black Shield by himself. So, good pickup there. Chalice actually is the buy for Anda. It's not tier. He does want the mana regen for the extra pushing. It's going to be I think just stopping at Chalice, then going towards maybe VT.
Yeah, you don't build anything out of the Chalice. You probably send it, sell it in the very late game. Yeah.
No. Hey man, his melee W has got an AP ratio.
Yeah, it does. His static field. Actually, I don't think it's static field. I think that's.
No, I think it's.
No, that's that Blitzcrank ultimate.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. It might just be lightning field.
Actually, that might be. It's okay.
That sounds right to me.
Yeah. Usually at this point in our ears, our producer tells us it's this. And you're late to the call, by the way, Guy. Thanks for not telling us yet. Almost always, he's like, oh, this is how you pronounce that word. Or yes, this is actually the stat you're going for.
Yeah.
Dropping the ball. Appreciate it. All right, well, Q's going to land on a man cloud. Burns him a little bit. He's going to be okay, though. Pekek holding the mid lane for now. And it's like, at this point, can anyone hold on to Jax? Like, I don't know how you get rid of him except for kicking him away and disengaging.
He's even in CS now. He has Blade of the Ruined King. He's working towards his Trinity Force very hard. And here's the thing, is nobody can 1v1 him because they're all pokes. So you have to force him to group up and try to poke him out.
Oh! Colin goes in. Nice W. Mancloud claims the blue buff. Shadow not losing much for that one. Pings go down. There's some wards over there.
Converging onto Chris. Trying to make it so he can't farm as easily as he has been all game long.
Ward is gone. Jace just doing the pushing. But yeah, if you just push back and forth against Jace, like or against Jax, that's great for Jax.
Yeah, that's great for Jax. I couldn't think of a better situation.
The reconnect there. We're going to be all right for this one. Denial going to make their way towards this mid lane, but the game is simply slowing down for these guys. And there was Chris, level 13.
Nori. Oh, he's already used it.
The stun comes in, and there's a Nori, though. Looks for the slow. Flashed away by Chris. He's going to be safe.
So that's basically the win condition there for Jace, is if he can Thundering Blow before the counter-strike.
Yeah.
Which immediately forces Chris away. And now...
You saw him go down to half HP.
Yeah, he just dunked him. Blade of the Ruined King was used.
Sure.
That was a little bit of the extra burst in there.
And it doesn't have lifesteal. Like,
exactly.
That lane's horrible now.
There's nothing that he can do in that lane at this point. He's pretty much just trying to CS. He'll show up to the fight, maybe TP top, but wow, his team is sieging so well. Like, no, Mandatory Cloud has to back off from this now.
Big Javelin here, does some good damage to this turret. If those keep landing, this could be more turrets for Denial. Down to half HP, still putting the damage in. And Jax not showing to defend. Caitlyn's still recalling back from the base, and Nori tanks a Cocoon, doesn't care. Denial could stay for this turret. They're going to. Mid tier 2 is down.
Yeah,
Dragons in a minute.
Poking Mandatory Cloud out was incredibly good for them.
Yes.
Because he was the wave clear. You get rid of the wave clear, it allows the poke comp to flourish. And they do that and they get an objective for themselves without even picking up a kill. That's how you do it.
So that's working pretty nicely. St. Vicious, I got to point out, by the way, as we're talking about how important this poke is and the javelins and whatnot, Locket of Iron Slayer picked up 20 area of effect magic resist for his team. Plus, I think it's 10 or 15 HP 5 regen. And the shield if it really gets hairy.
Yeah.
So they will be more resilient to javelins, though they are still painful.
Yeah, but it's a double resistance poke comp here. You have the physical damage from Jace, and you also have the magic damage from
Very
Italy.
true.
So they double down on it. But yeah, basically he's going for the CDR build for Elise so that he can do the Elise Morgana combo that we've seen a lot of today.
Yeah.
Which is just really, really strong. You get one, you're going to land 2 more skill shots on the person with no skill involved. Basically, it's on the first person in the combo.
Yep. And of
They're
course,
skillful,
this team,
sets everybody up.
yeah, absolutely the case. So we'll see what else they can get with this one. Looks like ward control is there, and look at this Denial go mid lane when Dragon respawns, and Curse Academy are in the wrong spot for it. Recalls force. They have the opportunity to flank if they want to, but this turret goes down rapidly. It's going to be the disengage attempt there. Karma does not have her ulti, but hey, turret for an out rotation. Great play by Denial.
Yeah, Hypercharge is ridiculous in terms of attack speed. It gives you max attack speed for 3 shots and 130% at max rank for every shot. They're all camping in this bush now. They're a poke comp, though. What can they do?
They do not find anyone facing.
Oh, they're gonna go straight for the inhib.
Oh my gosh, they let him go right by, and there's the acceleration gate inhibitor. Gonna be under fire. Curse Academy, so they all have to run backwards. Again, Denial has to be careful. They can get flanked here and be stuck inside the base. It's gonna be everyone walking backwards. How good is Denial's escape there? They use acceleration gate.
They're gonna go straight for the dragon now.
Empowered Mantra E.
Have a fight there.
They've got to be careful though. Again, if Curse Academy catches them, life could be pain. They put a couple of wards down. They're reasonably safe. Javelin gonna stop Mancloud. This is still not ideal for them. Pooh Bear could get caught out. Binding lands. I don't know if they know about that necessarily. But Inori is still pushing up at the top lane inhibitor turret. This is going to be all kinds of crazy right now. How good's the fight going to be? They're now trapped inside.
Oh, the
Saint
flash miss.
doesn't land the cocoon. Navi Pooh Bear gets away from the first stun. Big poke lands. Buddy Fufu very much going to die. It's 1 kill picked up. Shockwave only hits 1. There's the engage. Big damage from Anda. Chris chases towards Shinon. Shinon goes down. Pekka gets caught up though. He goes down as well. Looks like a 3-for-1 denial. Outplay the engage hard.
And now, Anda, he's chasing Chris. I don't know if that's the best idea.
I think it is. You stop the recall, you guarantee the inhibitor.
Yeah, and he's going to hit him with that one.
Oh, man. Chris has teleport. If he can get away, flash Q! And it picks it up, and this is going to be the inhibitor turret. The teleport in, only Morgana and Elise alive. Oh my gosh,
the amount of
denial.
damage that he can do to this.
Dude, the outplay was real right there. Binding comes out, hits Bunny Fufu. Got to be a bit careful. Saint does have some real damage, and the team's going to back off. The revives already came in.
Yeah, it's still very early in the game. Like I said, it's so hard to close a game out at something like 24 minutes because people are back up so quickly. It's only 13 seconds till Chris is back. Everybody else is. And now it's time for the Dragons them. So you're going to watch here. Flash in, flash out. See Nidalee get out of there. Bunny Fufu left by himself, isolated on the side because the rest of the team had engaged. He was in the back. ManCloud got poked down by both sources, and Pekka was able to solo, or I guess duo, off Shinon. And then they went and chased Chris down and used the flash. There it is. It was hammer time.
It was. Oh, there we go. 8-9. Only a 3,000 gold lead right there for the Nile. Curse Academy have farmed so well. I mean, just look at the mid lane CS and tell me that's not a very large score right there. You're seeing still on the losing team, ManCloud is up almost 2,000 gold over his lane opponent. That is his minion killing. That is the actual kill he's been picking up for himself. They now have been winning the turret game, but they've got to use that gold lead to keep winning fights like they did before. Or again, the clock ticks away.
So they have the inhibitor down. They have an exposed inhibitor bottom. No teleport available for Anda. Taking basically check of everything right now. He just completed his black cleaver. So the hypercharge will immediately stack that up very quickly.
Okay. Ooh, they landed a little bit of damage there. Anda's got to be careful with binding hits. This is not good for him. Chris is going to land the stun. He gets knocked back, though. Is this going to be enough for them? And engaging the other side as well. Saint pushed down to half. Denial forced back.
Anda ended up hitting Baron there because he was inside of the binding.
Yep.
And it made it.
Got to press S.
Yeah. You got
to remember to hit S when you get binded.
If you're by Baron.
In general, I pulled Turret Dagger yesterday.
Oh, wow.
I was going to live, and I hit the Morgana. I was like, well, that's 300 damage. I was really sad. Because it's so avoidable.
Oh, they're going. So it's a very risky composition that Denial has played out, but they're playing it very well. That's how you play a poke comp. And I love that they went for the back door there.
That was crazy.
That was really risky, but they played it to a T.
Yeah.
The way that they rotated and ended up bottom lane and still pushed the turret.
Yeah.
And then they split, but were able to... That's the thing, is
They landed the poke.
Exactly. If you get in that situation, you split your poke up. Because if you're both next to each other, you're going to get shockwaved. You have to have a Nidalee Spear coming in from one side at a diagonal angle, and then send in the Jace Shock Blast from the other.
Yeah.
Split them up. Divide and conquer.
I think the Shock Blast hit Ori and Kate.
Yes, it did.
And it was just like, dude, when you've got Last Whisper Brutalizer on a rank 5 Shock Blast, like, that's going to hurt some people, and it did. It won them the fight.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. No points into Jason's ultimate. It's what you do. We haven't seen a Jason in a very long time. So
pretty standard.
Yeah, it's very, very standard. Just the amount of benefit.
Is he maxing W or E second?
He maxed his, see, he put like 3 points into his Q, and then he started putting points into his W. So I don't know, actually. Okay. His build order. Unfortunate.
Well, I know at 6 you can get a second point in W really early.
Yes.
So if it's like 3-2-1-1, that's just level 6.
Yes.
Or something like that. I got some. Yeah, no, because 1 point's free.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was like, wait, that's what it's 7, but the first rank in R is free. You get that at level 0.
Yep.
There we go. All right, I'm not totally stupid. Here we go. And Nori actually going to be a split pusher for this one.
But you are gold.
Shh.
I'm just pointing out that you didn't say totally. You said totally.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Well, it's fine.
I gotta.
You know what? You're just really mean.
I gotta grill you on that. I'm really mean.
Yeah, you're a jerk. Can't believe you just did that to me. I'm crying a little bit.
You did it to yourself. I just pointed it out.
Nope.
Anyway. Stop fighting like a married couple. We get back to the game.
I've disowned you, son.
Yeah.
St. Vicious, ManCloud, and Co. going to make their way back to the bottom lane. The Inhib has respawned in the mid lane, though, which means a 2,500 gold lead is just sitting there stagnant for now with Denial. There's very few turrets left for them to kill. If they can get Inhib pressure, they can do something else with it, but that's the real test. They've showed up to the bottom lane.
Is backing now. Poke, not really landing. He gets 2, and they're important.
Big damage. Kuber blocks that one for himself. Lands the Javelin through the black shield there. Again, Poke still attempted, but that's Shockwave down, which is a very big deal for these guys.
And nothing really blown on the side of Denial just yet. They're clearing that. You want to poke from the Fog of War as much as possible, especially with these two champions. It's very easy to do so. At this point, there's a big minion wave that's top. I wouldn't be surprised if Anda actually backs and then uses his teleport to get to wherever they need to be.
Looks like they're trying to time this a little bit off of the Dragon respawning. They are mostly in the Fog of War as they pull back here. Top lane, definitely the farm worthwhile in this one. Link Ward's cleared away. But they didn't have enough blue buff or really the Dragon necessarily, in that there's still some time for them to respawn.
Yeah. And it looks like 31 minutes in. No Trinity Force completed for Chris. He spends the money on
Home Guard.
Himself a Home Guard, so he's in the fight in a timely fashion.
So 4 sweepers for Denial. They've actually upgraded the one onto Lee Sin, so he's very good at killing wards off. Plus his Sight Stone. So Denial also trying to control Vision very heavily to go with their poke composition to see if they can find the random kills, the free ones. Bunting those sweeping wards away as well, making that difficult.
It's kind of ironic that the best item or core item for the blind guy is the Sight Stone.
Yeah.
And basically, all of the guys who use guns and rifles use swords as their key items.
It's true.
Basically, every attack damage item is some type of sword.
But
there's like a bow.
Tryndamere, like, pretty much only buys swords
Yes.
as damage items. He just gets more swords to go with the sword.
Holds some in his mouth. Is good.
Why not?
Yeah.
He balances them. No, he just holds like 5 swords in one hand.
Together in just one hand.
Yes.
That's why his arm
That's
is
why his
strong.
right arm is a lot stronger than his left arm. He's holding 7 swords in one hand. He is that awesome. How it works, dude. Chris.
He's like that kid who's like, no, I got 2 swords in my hand. 3.
Yeah.
Take a bunch of sticks or something.
There you go.
Oh.
All right, Chris wants to flank around, doesn't get to.
So Dragon's up. This is the next point of contention here. Nidalee is not there to poke just yet, so it's actually very safe for Curse Academy if they were to start it up, but they don't have that information available to them.
Well, they see they're going to risk it. It's going to be going down really rapidly. No one's really around to stop this one. Lee Sin, oof. Nope, no Shock Blast lands. Red team picks up Dragon. Curse Academy now 1,700 gold behind. They are once again catching back up. Big items are done for Jax. Triforce Ruin King is there. He's going to get tankier from now on. This is the part. This is like the last time Denial has a chance to poke people out easily.
Yes. Easily is the big word there, but here's the thing, is they don't have to deal with any turrets in that bottom and that mid lane. So the poke comp's actually a lot better than it would be.
All right, well, Chris is going to take down the bottom lane turret. He does have teleport. He's going to use that right now to show up to the fight. He comes in from behind. This is a flank battle. Denial. Can they get away properly? Cocoon's going to hit Ion. Saint gets away from this one, binding onto the Karma as well. Big damage goes through into Karma. There's the Morgana ulti as well. Bunny Fufu locking up the team, and Nori Ion's trying to stay alive. Down goes Karma. Lucian forced away from this one as well. Now Anda, not in a good spot. Shockwave picked up a 2nd kill now. Denial are routed. Can they get away? Ion still forced away. This is not good for these guys. Both disengage tools are dead now. Curse Academy, let them out for now. Javelin at half HP.
Don't let the poke comp poke.
Nope.
And then you'll win. So they end up coming in from different angles. St. Vicious came in from the right. 2 members came in from the front. And then the back had the TP from Chris. So they sectioned them off, they divided them, and if you get right up in the poke comp's face, especially in Nidalee, not going to do as much damage. Jace, you force him to use the acceleration gate to escape, and if you get to the other side of it, then his damage is severely lowered.
You saw it right there. Very well played team fight. So Curse Academy made it all happen. And Jax just keeps getting scarier. I keep saying it, but it's the story of the game.
That
like,
is.
You've got to wait against Jax.
It's the timer. He's a big part of the timer here. Bunny Fufu.
Javelin Q exhausts on to keep him alive a little bit longer, and Nori gets binded. Q is up in about a second. Does not land it. Good dodge by Bunny Fufu. He's still low health, though. Guilty comes by. And Nori tanks it. ManCloud takes some damage from that one. Lucian landed a W. Javelin hits as well. Shields it. Well, there's some meaningful damage being dealt right now. If Denial can play around that. Again, Cocoon comes in from Saint. The wards are getting swept away by Denial very heavily. They're trying to control Baron. Problem is, Curse Academy are playing around it so well. They've not gotten caught out of Baron. They haven't given one away yet either.
I think with the poke comp, they wouldn't start up Baron. But Chris bringing the ward up, and oh, look at that.
Okay, ward comes down. He's going to start flanking around. Empowered here. They're going to go for Baron. How good is this smite going to be? Inori versus Saint Vicious. He comes in, picked up by the red team. Neither jungler getting it. Smite not used by Inori, but Saint will go down. 1 for 0, but Baron picked up for Curse Academy.
Peke picked that one. Peke picked that one up for himself, and Saint Vicious made Inori pull a Saint Vicious.
There you go.
Didn't smite the Baron and gave it up.
Oh. Shockwave Inori low. Ions as well. That's going to land. Another kill picked up for Curse Academy. Ions 1 hit from dead. No one's going to find him. But still, big fight. Curse Academy getting farther ahead now.
That's a huge swing for Curse Academy. They were ahead by a couple hundred gold. Picking up the Baron stops Denial from getting it. They give themselves these combat stats that allow them to deal with the siege because they have so much regen now. And they can just muscle things down. They also take Baron off the field, so there's no threat of that by this poke team.
This is now a really bad situation because, I mean, good luck poking against Baron and all that. Like, it's getting worse and worse. There we go. Ward's getting swept away. Curse Academy now. They can turn aggressive with this Baron buff.
Curse Academy, they put that ward, that Chris ran up and put that ward down with his trinket that he still has. And Denial didn't actually kill the ward. The ward is still sitting there in the Baron pit. I thought they were going to get on it a lot sooner, but no. That gave them the crucial vision they needed for St. Vicious and Peke to actually auto-attack it.
Yeah, it worked quite nicely. I mean, Repel does give vision when you use it, but he's got to time that a lot more close. That was the case right there. The call to stay on Baron, it almost did it. It was close, it almost worked out, but they even got the kill off the Baron, but the fact that the monster itself went to Curse Academy, really helpful for that red team.
And now Chris even stronger in that top lane. By the way, he's level 18 versus level 16 of Anda. He's been split pushing all by his lonesome.
277 minutes now in the lead on that one as well. BT finally now completed for Anda. He did get the Black Cleaver first.
The Jace window is pretty much gone at this point.
Yeah. He does spike again with BT, but it's still to the point where Curse Academy have better regen. They've got more health bars.
Yeah, Jace falls off pretty decently at this point in the game compared to everybody else who pretty much could have played top. The lack of a tank.
Infinity Edge, he has real damage again on his W. Like if you start adding damage items.
Far off.
Sure,
by the time he has
4,000 gold away. But if the game does keep going for a while, like you actually can burn through people with Jace Lucian.
Yes. Yes. You would have to get to that point, but you have to deal with Mandatory Cloud. And I'm assuming that he would just get even further.
Sure, true. Very true. A little bit of poke on a Saint. He loses Spiderlings, but still stole the blue buff away. So Curse Academy taking every advantage they can. Once again, they're playing patiently though. Chris, he's going to split push. They've got 1 minute, 15 seconds on Baron still.
Is it Chris Academy now?
Yep.
Just taking it over?
I mean, he's a part of the reason they're going to win. Although I got to say though, 5-1 and 3 next Peke.
Yes.
He's positioned well in every fight. He's gotten the cleanup kills every time. He even got the Baron.
Yeah. And you talked about it a lot earlier that there's talk of, maybe Chaox will be in the scene. We'll see what happens with that. Because Peke, he's doing really big things for his team right now.
Making the name for himself for sure. Oh, the Javelins came out, clearing away some of the minions. Denial are keeping their turrets alive for now, but Curse Academy, there's so many turrets to kill here. Wow! That hurts. There's a lot of gold left on the field for these guys, but with that poke, this could be rough. Nice flash shake, Peke. The Javelin hits, that's a kill. Now, can Denial get anything else? Chris will push down the bottom lane, but the inhibitors, again, they are available in a 5 versus 4.
Here's the thing, though. You have to send more than one person back to deal with Chris, but if he backs off himself, you're probably good to go.
They'd get out base race. He has
Yeah,
to.
they saw him back. They saw that he canceled his back, or they basically saw that he wasn't there. So now, Chris is actually going to start up again. And now, look at that. You can see they have that ward in that bottom bush. Yeah. They know what Chris is doing. And Anda is basing his movements off of that. Every time he saw him back, he was like, oh, nope, I'll back. And then...
All right, well, they're going to go for the bottom inhibitor now as well. Chris did recall with home guards. 5 versus 4. Baron buff timed out already. Denial. If they can't win a fight without the AD carry.
Watch for the shockwave, though. That would be the way that Curse Academy start this fight off in their favor.
6 seconds on Caitlyn. Denial, they are playing too afraid of the 4v5. They can't stay for this anymore. Caitlyn's back. This is I think, a pretty easy fight for Curse Academy if they go for it. There's the engage from Chris. He's going to land a two-man stun. Shockwave hits one as well. Anda's going to be going down. And nice Sonya's ulti from Bunny Fuba catches one as well. And Nori's got nowhere to go now. Hits it with a distance. 2 kills now for Xpeke. Ion's also going to go down. 3 kills Curse Academy. This is their fight.
And they got the middle inhibitor for Denial, but they got too greedy and they couldn't stick around in this fight. You saw Peke come back. Came up big for his team, picking up 2 more kills for himself. And Bunny Fufu, that Zonius was really good.
Oh, absolutely it was. So
Dragon's going to follow them as well.
There's a lot of gold now going Curse Academy's way. If the Nile can get another, immediate pick, like they have 1,500 random burst damage and skill shots land. They can find another one of those. They can make something happen. They've got a dead inhib as well to create pressure, and that will be super minions during the Baron buff, or during the Baron's respawn. But Curse Academy are so much stronger in team fights now. They were pushing the team back 4v5.
Yeah. Now there's a large minion wave top. Peke's going to make his way up there after he gets the red buff. Now, what does Denial do? Their team comp is hitting that window, and now there's a 6k gold lead. About to be 7k off this big wave for Curse Academy. And running a poke comp like this that doesn't have a tank, doesn't have anybody for zone defense against the Jax, who's just going to melt your team alongside the Orianna, it looks pretty grim for Denial.
I mean, that'll be at least
they've had to poke
maybe.
with the poke comp.
Yeah.
But Curse Academy, they aren't letting that happen.
Well, we'll see if Denial can ride the super minion wave mid lane. That could be a window for them.
Yeah.
1 minute till Baron. Dragon's off the field. No buffs, easy to take as well. Let's see. Sweep away some of these wards. They gotta know Dragon's off, so they know that's not important. Right side wards wouldn't matter. 45 seconds till Baron. Jax heads away to the bottom lane. Again, something that it'll require at least 2 guys to react to, and even still he might get away. Mancloud grabs Raze again. 331 minions there, even farther ahead of WP Raze in Italy.
So Denial can win this if there's a misplay by Chris in terms of how he gets into the fight, or if he doesn't get in fight in the time, if they get poked down. Right now, the call for Curse Academy is probably avoid the poke and let Chris push, but still stay relevant. Don't let them just all collapse onto Chris. You have to make yourself known. You have to show your presence.
Well, he might be looking towards Chris. Chris does not have any wards out at all.
Yeah.
But when he sees MAAs, he jumps backwards. But there's this window where he doesn't see him. He's going for red buff now.
He's kept his warding totem for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Because he needs to have that ward up to defend himself.
He's taking his time, taking double golems. He's happy to just say, me getting gold is still an objective in itself. No rush in this game. Curse Academy playing it patiently, intelligently so. This does give time for Denial to maybe hit these javelins, though. So with patience comes opportunity.
Say Vicious is really tanky now, too. So they have 2 people who have started tanking up against this poke composition. I wouldn't be surprised that if we see a Spear or Shock Blast land onto Elise, we're going to be like, oh, it's not as powerful as we thought.
Yeah, Randuin's extra Spectral Scout. He's actually going Void Staff in order to have more damage relevance in the late game. One extra threat on the team. Saint start up Baron, and Denial's on the wrong side of the map for this one. They've got to run up, not finish the red buff. They've got to stop this. It won't be in time. This is going to be Curse's. There we go. Good smite by Saint.
Sent too many people to be on that side of the map to keep tabs on Chris, and Inori was the wrong person to send. Same with Anda. You shouldn't have had anybody there. They had teleport available. And there's still always the possibility of the Baron. Now they have Baron. Their middle inhibitor is back up. There's a 9,000 gold lead with the combat stats of Baron on top of it. Curse Academy, they're looking really good right now. And they outplayed this composition.
They definitely did. So there goes the middle tier 2 turret. Only the base turrets are left. Big wave in the top lane there, but they look like the team's going to group up towards the bottom side. Right off the Jax bush. Javelin won't land. Shannon's going to be around there. He's got to be careful about the cocoons and everything else. Nice shock blast gets rid of some of the minions there. And I'll hold on for now. But again, it's a Baron buffed Curse Academy.
Even if they take poke, they'll be able to regen it up a decent amount. All the waves are actually pushed up to them right now. So Anda has to clear the side waves. Now, if a binding lands, a cocoon will follow. And now they're just trying to get the poke out there. See what they can do. Look at how little that does.
Shockwave hits everybody, and there comes the jump on in. Mancloud kicked into the team. How's this battle going to go? Chris actually forced backwards. Anda will fall 1 for 0. Bunny Poopa going to get a bit of a stun there. Chris finds another one. 3 kills. Curse Academy. Only the 80 carrying support left alive now. Shinon goes down 4 for 0. This is going to be the game. Curse Academy clawing their way through, waiting in the Jax to scale up, defeating the poke comp, losing inhibitors doesn't even matter. They finally get their way in.
They're able to just siege up and set it at the start. Top lane and the fact that there's a timer on this game is what we were going to be looking at. In Denial, their team composition, you know, they didn't get out-drafted. They did pick a solid team comp, but Curse Academy played it safe, played it right. Yeah, they end up on top.
45 minutes, 20 seconds, longest game of the day, but to no surprise really, because, hey, Curse Academy got behind early. The top lane plays. Okay, so Inori screwed up for first blood, but the double kill afterwards was awesome. That set them up for so much success. And to me, it's like ManCloud held them in there, because that mid-siege should have worked for Denial. ManCloud solo killed Jace, and that cracked the game.
Yeah, that was the point where it was like they had so much momentum, and then it kind of just dropped it off.
Yeah.
So Mandatory Cloud really did a lot of work before that dragon fight, which allowed them to pick it up for themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, it brought a lot of gold back.
There was basically the majority of the game, everything was happening on Curse Academy's side of the map because they were just constantly being pushed and poked in. And then Chris was like, all right, I'm just going to push bottom as much as I can, and they win off of that push.
Yeah, they did. And there was one part in the middle that it was so cool. The crazy Denial outplay where they're like, Dragon's up, but we're going to go mid, so you have to get off of Dragon, and then like if you push bottom, we're going to go mid even farther.
That
and
was
they got
really good.
They got the inhibs, they got that crazy team fight. It was like, okay, like Denial has enough of a gold lead again where they can battle again, right? They have to play with 5,000 ahead.
Yeah, it was the Baron steal at 35 minutes that put Curse Academy ahead for good at that point. Because the poke comp, you typically bait the Baron, you don't go for it, because you poke people before you start it.
Sure.
You had no rush. There was no rush at that point.
But this was the thing, is they felt the pressure. They knew if they keep playing the bait game, they're going to get out split push. I would actually defend that move. I think strategically it makes sense because they didn't have any win conditions left. Their siege wasn't going to work because of split pushing. They needed to force something lopsided and to say, we just swept the wards. No one came to ward again in a while. They knew the guy who warded didn't have any sweeper, or it was just the ward trinket.
Yeah.
So they knew someone else has to come into ward. And so they're like, okay, we have this window. Maybe they don't check it in time. Maybe they don't check it in time.
But they didn't clear the ward that was put down last anyway. There's just the weirdest thing.
Then once the ward came down, it was like, well, Jax is going to flank us. He's going to get in there.
Yeah.
Like, let's just go take the Baron down. And to be fair, Saint still missed Smite. Just Inori completely didn't even cast it. And I mean, that's a misplay. 100%, like, that's unfortunate. But they got a kill off it. A 50-50 Baron is still fine when you're losing in the game. It was just a missed Smite, and that would have changed the game around. And then even past that, once that happened, Denial still got that random pick on an X-Pack egg. Went in for the bottom lane, but they played so afraid 4v5. Baron buff's gone. 20 seconds till Caitlyn comes back in. They play passive until Kate respawns. When she does, CA just engages and gets 4 kills.
Yeah. Yeah, they really just locked him up there, and Mandatory Cloud kept them in the game, ending it with basically the same gold as Pekake, but Chris was a standout player there. He had half the CS of Anda. He ends up getting killed underneath the turret, and his lane opponent gets 2 kills very early on. So the lane just seemed completely against him, and he's like, you know, I'm just going to sit back, and I'm going to end the game with 362 farm.
Yeah.
More than ManCloud.
Yeah. He had the highest gold in the game because he was a split push threat. And even though his scoreline's not that impressive, 3-2-6, he was the win condition, and he played it right.
Yeah.
It went well. So, guys, if you're wondering how we could raise the stakes even higher, well, wonder no longer. We have a 5th and final elimination match coming up between Frank Fang Gaming and XUG Virtus right after this. Well, if they can make the plays happen, those shock blast hits. Chris is one hit from dead, and Nori, he's trying to get away. He's going to land the dodges by Chris. He doesn't have a way out, but there's no cooldowns or mana left to kill him. Oh, and Nori! He got it! That's the kill picked up. Beautiful play by Inori.
He has Dragon's Rage just now. Let's see what they can do. Look at how that does.
Shockwave hits everybody, and there comes the jump on in. ManCloud kicked into the team. How's this battle going to go? Chris actually forced backwards. Anda will fall 1-0. Bunny Poopa going to get a bit of a stun there. Chris finds another one. 3 kills. Curse Academy. back, everyone, to the 2014 North American Challenger Series round of 10. It's about time to decide the 5th and final team who will move on to their quest for a spot in the LCS. We've got Frank Fang Gaming taking on XDG Virtus.
And just to reiterate, this is not XDG.
Yeah.
It's going to be present in the round of 8. There you have 2 teams now, XDG Virtus and XDG GG.
Yeah.
They are the ones who had the automatic bye into the round of 8, which will be in 2 weeks. This is the round of 10 team, formerly UMI Bay.
Yeah.
So they consist of iKennyU in the top lane, Proof of Payment in the jungle, mid laner is Bob Chin, and then they have Otter and Apexi in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
So this is a team of very high solo queue heroes and a lot of familiar names here. You know, iKennyU, he was part of the North American Collegiate Championship and was part of the team from the University of Washington and hailed from there, and they ended up winning that.
Yeah.
Basically off of his back, though, because he was a huge part of that. The catalyst where he was playing carry top laners was when their games flourished. And Proof of Payment was also there for the team that was from University of British Columbia.
Yeah.
And they've also been around for a very long time. Kenny, Otter, and Bob Chin all played together in Infinite Odds.
Yeah.
So they have a lot of synergy. They have a lot of familiarity with each other's play styles.
Yeah. And it's a strong team overall, right? They're definitely really good. Picked up by XDG, of course, because they're so strong. They won their game pretty closely. Actually, it was a 36-minute slugfest for them. So they don't come in as like stomping the opposition, but it was an upset win. They were seed 15 coming into this one, so they beat someone a bit higher up than them. And it's a close one to look at. On the other side, though, Frank Fang Gaming, a bunch of good players as well. Some of these guys you might recognize. Top laner is going to be Nian Tanso, actually. So CLG top laner stepped down, decided he was going to try kind of get a fresh start. Still top laning, though, so Nian's going to be up there. Captain Ziploc, you guys might know from Cognitive Gaming. He played back in the spring promotion tournament. Yeah, when they took on Curse, this team took a game, but Ziploc, he renamed himself to Admiral Ziploc, by the way, on live.
Yeah.
You can't steal that from a Zingy. That's not allowed. Even if a Zingy lost in his match today, he's still the original Admiral.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
But just because he's the original doesn't mean there can't be another one.
Nope. So there's only allowed to be one.
What if a Zingy... all right, when a Zingy retires,
okay, sure,
then it's up for grabs. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But until then, there are no other Admirals in League of Legends. It's not allowed.
You don't think he was demoted after that?
No, it's fine.
With 0...
It's fine.
Was 08, 09? Okay.
Just blame the team.
Okay.
Junglers blame the lanes. Laners blame the jungler. It's going to be okay. The rest of the lineup for Frank Fang, by the way. So, Nian Tanso, Captain Ziploc, Baby Zeus in the mid lane, Latman on AD carry, and Baby Eater. Pretty awesome name of support.
So, yeah, they have Baby Zeus and Baby Eater.
Yeah.
Baby Zeus is the first person to hit Season 3 Challenger.
Yeah.
The very first person when Challenger was introduced, he's like, oh, I'm just going to grind and see what I can do. And boom, got there first before everybody else. Now, Nian Tanso, talked about him a little bit. He's back. He's in the top lane. Came off of the CLG roster voluntarily. But this might remotivate him. He wants to climb up again. It's kind of like the Alex Each thing that's going on, where it's like, you know what? I want to reclimb. I want that feeling again of being motivated to go for something and to continue to push myself to be a better player in the overall and increase my champion pool.
Yeah, I think their motivations were pretty different, but yeah.
In terms of overall goal, in terms of motivation, I think is the big thing.
Sure, yeah. So Nian's definitely he actually, it's interesting because he wants to stay in the top lane. He's originally an AD carry player from way back 2012, 2011. Played mid lane for a while on the old I forget if they were Cloud9 at the time or whatnot, but he was with those guys for a while as a mid laner. When they were Quantic.
Probably Quantic, yeah.
Yeah, but those guys kept changing names.
And High was
rosters. Yeah, right. It was High in the end of the mid lane. They had Wild Turtle, I think, at some point as well on the AD carry. So, that mix. He was a mid laner for a while. Went back to AD carry playing for Marn, and then went to the top lane playing for CLG. And he's like, "This is now the role I'm going to play." So, we'll see how he stacks up.
And I want to watch that matchup too. The Nian Tanso versus iKennyU. Because Nian Tanso has never been the super hard carry top laner, when that is definitely iKennyU's style.
True.
So Nian Tanso, actually, he did play Yasuo though in the round of 20, which is something I've never seen him play before. He went 3-3 and 5. He didn't have the best performance on his team. He actually, in terms of KDA, had the worst performance on his team compared to everybody else. But I want to see, has he changed his play style?
Anyway.
It did draw a ban. They don't want him to have that. That is, dang.
Yeah,
that's pretty big there. Because they used the Yasuo-Lulu combination, which is very potent. You set up Yasuo all the time very easily, because he's going to get into the fight with his sweeping strike. You're just immediately in there. It's like, oh.
The knockup when you're ready. Yeah, it's a really strong combo overall. Jax also removes, so actually Nian's getting target banned right now from all his carry top laners, interestingly enough. Meanwhile, mid lane bans aimed at Bob Chin. So it's interesting strats from these guys that they're attacking champion pool as best they can, but everyone else is going to get their best champs.
And I wouldn't quite call this kicking the puppy. I would just call this target banning somebody because they have such diverse champion pools. You're just kind of taking the edge off of them, being like, we don't want you to play this, we don't want you to play that. So Siobhan over Nectin, still available for Nianton. Rise is still available, which is his most played. And I remember when Rise was coming back to the top lane, it was basically drawing bans on all of the LCS.
Yeah.
Like every time you're up against CLG, you have to ban Rise against Nianton, or else he's going to play it.
Well, it's not going to happen here. The Kazakhs being the last ban for this one, so Rise is up. Plenty of bans aimed at the mid lane of there. Bobchin pulling all 3 from Frank Fang at Gaming. Hard name to say, by the way. I'm just going to call him FFG after a little while.
Yeah, Frank Fang is the name of their manager, who's also the manager of Denial.
Yeah.
He was the guy who started up the Mobile Challenger Series lane. Kickstarted that part of the Challenger Series.
And it was going to be a placeholder name.
Yeah.
They were going to find something else, and they're like, we didn't think of anything else. We're just going to name our team after you. Screw it.
On the latter, they were We Love Shakira.
Yeah.
So it was between We Love Shakira and Frank Fang Gaming.
It's a close vote. I don't know which one to go for. But, they chose Frank Fang. That's fine.
I like the snake, though. It's a good touch.
It is. Well, Kassadin first pick comes through for Baby Zeus, though. 4.6, pretty strong Kassadin.
He was known for his Kassadin play all throughout the ladder back in Season 3 and beginning of Season 4 as well.
Yeah.
He's kind of dropped it off for Ziggs and Lulu and things along those veins. But, yeah, this is pre-shield nerf Kassadin. So he has the 0.8 ratio instead of the 0.3 on his shield.
Yeah.
So he can deal with almost anybody in the mid lane. So, Ziggs.
Strong champ. And he snowballs really well. You go for generally Rod of Ages, what I see, and then you can go AP or tanky from there. I've seen Iceborne, I've seen Deathcap. And do what you can on that one. XDG Virtus. Again, one of 2 XDG teams in this tournament.
And here's the thing with iCanEU is they perform best for any team that iCanEU performs on. He performs best and then swings the team's momentum in their favor when he plays a carry top laner. If he's playing something tanky, it doesn't always work out. Like Mundo is pretty good for him because it's that mix where he's like, I'm going to show up to the fight and just be something people can't deal with. When you're playing something like Yasuo top or Aurelia top, definitely does really well.
Yeah.
He's an extremely aggressive player. I've actually played against him. I can do a Kobe now, right? I can be like, I played against this guy. Played against him, and he creamed me with Fiora.
Yeah.
He's extremely aggressive, and that is his play style in lane. He doesn't play to go even, he plays to crush you. Against Nianton, I want to see how he holds up against that.
We'll see who the Crusher Rising in this one. It'll be a fun matchup no matter what. Lee's sitting the hover right now. It's in Nian's champ pool as well as Ziploc, so might see that be a flex pick for these guys. Corki the hover, no 80 carries grabbed or banned. Looking for Corki for Latman.
So that leaves Twitch still up, that leaves Lucian still up. The Corki pick here for Latman over the Lucian, which it actually was picked up already, sorry about that.
Oh wow, I totally spaced on that one.
I jumped on your bandwagon and you like led me into the fire with you, like burning in a caravan.
Trolled, outplayed, did it. That was definitely not the case. Well, Corki Leeson grabbed up now. 35 seconds to choose for XVT. Aurelia top lane could be an interesting one. Ari, all these different hovers on. I'm just going to stop reading champion names. It doesn't matter. The Elise does come through for proof, though. Take that one just fine. Leave the Elise on the side. It's okay. iCanEU has to blind pick or kind of half assume blind pick. It's top lane.
I don't know why they didn't pick their mid lane here up against the casting, because then you know what you're picking, unless they have something special in mind. Like they want to, like if they wanted to play in Italy, because it's banned out, they can't.
Yeah.
Then you'd be like, all right, let's wait and see what type of engage they take. Because then it's all on them. If they don't take a hard engage, we win.
Yeah.
But now they get to pick whatever they want into that top laner, whereas they could have just picked their mid lane and then been against it. But we're gonna have to see, because if it's something special for the mid lane, it's definitely worth saving.
Definitely true. We'll see what that ends up being.
But yeah, it is gonna be Kenny on Aurelia.
Yeah,
of course. They're going straight with that.
Just carry top laner. Now they got to realize what Nian's gonna play against it. Will it be Lee Sin in that swap to slow the attack speed, or is he going to pick something tanky just to deal with it? The hover being on Thresh and Trundle. Okay, so Jungle Lee Sin, Trundle up there in the top lane to fight against Aurelia. Pretty interesting matchup. And
Trundle does decently against her. He has a little more sustain. He can take some of her damage, but she doesn't really get tanky stats for Subjugate until third item.
No, it's usually second item. It's usually Triforce Tanky is the general build. We've seen adaptations, to be fair.
Oh man, I want to see the difference between the Aurelias in Europe and iCanEU's Aurelia.
Yeah.
Because everybody in Europe was like, all right, let's go ahead and grab the Trinity Force, and now Zephyr. Wait, Hex Drinker. Wait, just sit on a belt for a while.
Yeah.
All right, finally Aranduin's. So only one attack speed item there. Sometimes they went Zerker's Reeds.
True.
But usually only one attack speed item, and then like, do I want the Zephyr? And then some of them went for it.
Yeah, well, let's see what the build ends up being. 10 seconds to go for XDG to round out their composition. And this could be one of the reasons they're waiting so long. They're hovering on the Jace right now. It is in Bobchin's champ pool, and it is Jace. So there's the rationale there, is you hide the pick because it's something you're not necessarily going to be ready for. This team, very good at being early aggressive. Again, Elise Morgana in there, Jace and Lucian to get the push going.
And the lack of hard engage.
Yep.
I was saying if they were going to pick a Nidalee, then you wait for it for last pick, but there you go. You go ahead and pick the Jace, and this bullies Kassadin mid lane like no other. His shield is worth nothing against you because you don't do any magic damage.
Yeah. Well, in melee form you have a little bit, but like, yeah, nothing that's
Thundering
meaningful.
Blow and your lightning
field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
But generally speaking, no, I say it to be technically accurate, but you're right. All the major Jace damage is physical.
The damage he's going to be doing to Kassadin
Yeah.
throughout the laning phase is going to be physical damage until he tries to all-in him.
Yeah.
That's basically it. That's the only time that he would ever be close to him. So.
Yeah. So the only ways for them to engage fights is going to be Thresh and Lee Sin. The only, I mean, you can Trundle Pillar and try to catch up. Like, it's weird because I feel like so I'm thinking about this comp, right? So we don't see Kassadin much. We see him sometimes, right? We see a fair bit of Kassadin, but we don't see a ton of poke comps and Kassadin together. So I'm like piecing it out in my mind how these fights go, right?
Okay.
So there's two main ways to beat a poke comp. Oh, I guess three it could be. But in an actual fight, it's hard engage or a flank.
Yes.
Because you either are stuck there or you can't get away.
A good flank.
A good flank, yeah.
Some
if you walk in
flanks
and
don't go-
die, that's just giving away a kill 1v5.
Team, please respond.
Yeah. Well, you TP'd on top of them. What do you want from us? Great. So a good flank. The thing is, you've got Kassadin and you've got TP Trundle. You've got these tools to get around behind them and make random things happen. And you've got Thresh hooks to try to make plays happen as well. So there's a smattering of like, I don't know if that's the right word.
Smattering just sounds good.
You've got a smattering of like could be really good tools. The Kassadin, again, AoE slow, like a 6-second cooldown, you can get it back up pretty easily. Again, you have the hook, you can maybe land it. You have the Lee Sin going for the kickbacks potentially. And if you can outplay a Black Shield, then you are going to get that engaged. So if you can get it, then you've got the way into the poke comp.
Yeah, I can see that. And the fact that the poke comp actually has more synergy in it too.
Yeah.
With Aurelia, because you don't always have somebody who helps Aurelia engage. The acceleration gate is going to be big for her.
Yeah.
Because Aurelia's gap closer is I'm going to run at you and then I'm going to blade surge to something near you, kill it, and then continue to have my blade surge so I can possibly get out.
Yeah, preferably.
Or that's like the best case scenario, right?
Yeah.
But I have to see how this shapes up for them. All wards start here for Baby Eater.
All right, so vision game definitely the case for these guys. See if it pans out for them. I Thresh one of those champions where it's interesting because I feel like he's just squishy enough that if you start without like a Runic Shield or like a Doran Shield or a Ruby Crystal, you're actually pretty pokeable. So it's a slight risk if he goes on 2v2 with this kind of build.
And here's the thing with Thresh is that all of the gold generation items are a little awkward on him.
A little bit.
You don't get the execute off the Relic Shield. You have to wait.
Yeah.
And then it's effective later on. You don't really get anything from the Spell Thief's Edge.
No, you'd never buy that.
And if you're gonna go for the is that the
Coin.
ancient coin?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to throw the ancient in there too.
Okay.
Get the ancient coin, you lose out on lane stats, combat stats.
Yes. Which
and
is
you're very easy to destroy.
vital for him.
Yeah. So at that point you're pretty much like, all right, I need HP. Doran Shield, or do I get a Ruby Crystal, or do I get do I like cut my losses and get the Relic Shield?
Yeah, and that to me, like, I think the two main builds. So obviously, he went all consumable, so he just wants vision for the team. And if it's a 2-on-1, he bypasses the entire thing and he's fine. But to me, the two main GP10 starts are Ruby Crystal and Relic Shield. Relic Shield, honestly, to me, is not that bad because you don't get to auto your opponents that much, so your flay is typically stacked, and because you almost always run attack damage marks, and many people run 9 points in offense on Thresh, they're going to start the game with like 65 AD, do another 60% of that with their with the Flay passive, and as you get souls, that even goes higher. So you're getting like 100 damage for your executes, which honestly, if you're Leon, it's like 250, and this is like 100. Like That's not bad.
Yeah, it's
Like
it's not
pretty reasonable because people rune in mastery for the ability to last it a little bit better with him and just the trades in general. But it's a good synergy.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you get basically you could also just go Ruby Crystal, and I think it's a fine start because it's basically a GP10 because your first back you'll afford a Sight Stone, and that's fine. You can go for a Setum Sight Stone and support as well, and that both those give you the health stats to win an all-out trade, I think.
Yeah, it's just that people were taking so much of the coin at the start.
Yeah.
And then they realized, well, if we're going to be doing lane swaps, or if there's a possibility of a lane swap, then I utterly get destroyed in the lane because I have no combat stats. I have regen based on what dies around me.
Yeah. And so the fact that the other ones got buffed as well, like the poke from the Spell Thieves is good enough to push people out. And here we are.
Another thing to note is that this is pretty much an all physical damage composition here from XGG Virtus. And you can already see Baby Zeus and Niantanso taking the cloth armors.
Without skill.
You can also see there that
this
there's 5 members camping in this bush here for Frank Fang Gaming.
Yeah. I want to see if actually Proof does go for like a Magic Pen build though.
He's dancing his little spider butt off.
Yep. But yeah, I want to see if he goes for Sword Quantum.
He's twerking for us.
Oh dear, no.
No, at least he's twerking right now. That's what Proof's doing.
Stop.
Tell him to stop. I'm just pointing it out.
You don't have to. Yeah. Well, there we go. Spiderling comes out. Kenny.
Oh, but here comes the rest of the team.
Oh man, he is alone. FFG gonna get that invade pretty easily. There we go. Trinket over the wall to see if Elite's gonna be around. And they're gonna pull it down far enough to be out of smite range. They should anyway. Wow, he risked that one. The Spiderling was there on time. Ooh, nice. Nian's back gets stopped as well.
Yeah, if that was a TP, it would have been interrupted.
True. But everyone recalls first to get like 3 more potions, so.
Yeah. But
actually, he can't. He's already at 5 pots. It's useless. He got his health back up.
Yeah. And now, it's a bad start for Proof of Payment. He's going to be a little bit behind here. And he has lanes that you want to push the advantage with Jace as much as you possibly can. Aurelia, she's going to miss out a tiny bit at the start, but it's really this bottom lane and this mid lane that you want to pay attention to as the jungler.
We'll see right now, though. Proof is going to be done with his level 3 on the top side of the map. And he's even doing double golem, so he's even in position for a lane gank if he wants it. Nice rethrow onto Latman.
Yeah, he's going to be out of mana, though. Like, he's going to have just a tiny bit because he didn't get a blue.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
It really messes up your gank timing.
We'll see Trinkets used now in the river. Of course, Kenny is the one who's pushing in towards the turret right now. Pexi, nice bind again, but takes some damage back for it. Flay going to be dodged away by Otter afterwards.
And now basically just a clear here for Proof. But mid lane, look at that. Baby Zeus is just taking a whole bunch of beating here. I'm surprised, like, he hasn't been poked out completely just yet, considering the matchup is heavily in favor of Jace. They both brought Ignite. They're both looking for blood. No TP on the Kassadin.
He's losing a lot of health for this one. He's running out. I mean, he's got potions still in that cloth armor, but yeah. Lane's getting ref. He's equal in CS, though, to be fair. So yeah, he's losing gold, but...
CSing well under turret. That's the thing with Jace, is that you pretty much sacrifice CS for harassment.
A lot of times, yeah.
A lot of the time. You'll walk up and you'll be like, if you're going to poke that and get that CS, I will kill you. I'll miss a CS, but because there's no TP, he won't get back to lane when he eventually pokes him out.
This is interesting. FFG just put down a pink ward in lane. Now, usually for me, that signals, hey, we're going to get lane ganked, but they want to make sure there are no wards here to see if they can Captain Ziploc in. There's no wards in the river either. They could find this trade. If I'm XVT, though, you can't play aggressive here.
But Proof is actually coming around at the same time. And if they see this, oh, good dodge there.
All right, Baby Eater not getting the hook on in. Captain Ziploc shows, and Proof is like, well...
Ziploc's going to come up this way. He's going to see
check.
it, but he can't do anything about it. He's a level down and a buff down.
Yeah, so doesn't even try for that one at all. I mean, he could have Cocoon Spiderling, but would rather actually not even show himself.
No, at that point, it's a moot thing to do.
Yeah.
The fact that the blue was taken away and he didn't even get to counter blue was huge, because Ziploc went straight to his blue afterwards and then picked up his red later.
Nian and Kenny, though, in a bit of a battle there. Nice pillar goes down. Nian, good damage comes out. Flash forced, one more auto. Not enough damage. Nian does not quite get that kill. Nian
does have potion advantage right now, so he'll start pushing this wave up, and as he's clearing it, he'll get a lot of HP back. He'll be about half when Kenny has about 300.
Man, this is risky. Kenny, I guess he knows he can't get dived now because there's a lack of flash, and there's just so much risk on that one, but he doesn't recall back. He's going to throw this wave before recalling and using his teleport, which will give him a couple hundred more gold on the recall. Be useful for him. Captain Ziploc still just farming out with his tier 1 jungle item. He's going to be all right. First recall comes back for the mid laner. Bobchin does go for a tier. Same for Baby Zeus.
You know what's funny is that flash forward from Niantanso was actually good if he had a Doran's Blade.
Yeah.
It would have been a kill there. I don't know how often he does the potion cloth armor start on Trundle. Because like that's kind of fallen out. But here's the gank from Proof on the Zeus. And ooh.
Good flash. The damage coming through. Ignite is on one more.
It's not going to be
enough damage. Baby Zeus stays alive. Shield from Ziploc just to be safe. But hey, Summoner's down there. Both trading too.
Yeah, Baby Zeus used his flash. I would say defensively.
Yeah.
I would say he'd also use his Ignite defensively.
Pretty much, yeah.
Get away from me. Take fire with you.
There you go. Got him out of that one. So, it's good. Latman, Baby Eater, 44 to 45 in CS. Very equal matchup here in this one.
Double tiers in the mid lane.
Yep.
Here's the tier onto the Jace. He's going for the late game here, which is understandable because you have Aurelia on your team. This is not the same type of Jace that you would have seen where he picks up so many blades, so many long swords for himself because he wanted to push early. This is a Jace that's looking to get the Manamune as quickly as possible, stack that up, get the Muramana, and then go ahead and be in that 500 range of people.
No trade found right there by FFG, but they did push the guys back a little bit. Once again, we're just seeing like really good bindings by Apexi, though. I think he's playing absolutely phenomenal. And with neither of these supports having backed yet, he's just getting gold that Baby Eater is not. The longer this goes on, the more gold this team accrues. I mean, despite the fact that the game is still really just equal in gold overall, Apexi's like the one guy with the lead.
And here's the thing, too, is that there's actually 200 gold difference between the junglers right now because of the CS.
Yeah.
It's been accumulated. And that's made up completely by the fact that Bobchin has about 100 gold over his opponent, and then the gold generation item in the bottom lane.
Yeah, he's 150 up. That's support. AD carry is pretty much identical. All kinds of fun things here. Okay, so teleports were used actually by Kenny here in the top lane to get back to lane. Not the case for Nian. It's a small level lead though for the Aurelia because of this. The trade goes in. Big damage, Nian. He's got to be careful. The dash on in. First blood, yep. The level lead turns on the W, gets the trade.
He is so aggressive in lane, and here's the thing. Is Niantanso backed, got a Vamp Scepter, some wards. Kenny sticks it out, backs, full Bilgewater Cutlass. More combat stats by a large amount. And the fact that that active on top of it helps Aurelia so much with the slow that he's able to come out big after that one. That's just a playstyle, too. I wanted to see how this matches up, and it looks like Kenny is going to get that snowball for his team starting going.
I gotta say, the fact that he bought that recall with his teleport to recall only when he had enough gold to buy important items, whereas in the end just recalled because he had a big push, was a really good choice. He cashed in that teleport basically on that item. It was great.
It's that little economy of top lane. Who has their teleport up? Who used theirs? How do I abuse that? What did they buy? Because like bottom lane, it's kind of like, oh, they backed early and got a Vamp Scepter. I back later, get a BF sword.
Yeah, it'll cost you your TP or you're losing XP, but
the fact
it was the right call.
He immediately pushed it when he got back to lane.
Exactly.
He's like,
he was level 7.
He's like, I know the potential that my champion has, and look at that. Ziploc's already here to try and even it.
He's in the fight though. Ziploc going to be kicking him back. Kenny, you now. Can he get away to the right spot? There's a minion to jump to, but his Q is on cooldown. So just damage. The trophy comes out as well. Looks like he cannot get away. Niantanso picks a kill back up.
It's a good counter gank there, and now they're going to get a lot of damage on this turret, but at the same time, that tells XVT that they need to go ahead and get this dragon for themselves because they have to cut their losses.
Absolutely the right choice though, and of course the bottom lane wasn't winning hard enough for FFG to prevent that, especially when you've got to consider it's Chase versus Kassadin top, like in the mid lane. You're going to have the push lead there. There we go, FFG. They stay in the top lane. Smart choice by Ziploc to get that turret down. And we're back to an equal game.
Yeah, and the flash wasn't up for iKennyU, and that was communicated to Ziploc, so he knew that that was where he was going to gank. And the fact that Kenny's so aggressive, I said it before, he's legendary for being a very aggressive player. He's number 10 in Challenger.
Yeah.
He goes to crush lane. He goes to jump in and destroy you and then snowball the game from there. These are solo queue heroes all across the board for XVT, making a team, and their individual skill is extremely high throughout all the lanes. But the fact that if you learn somebody's playstyle like that, and you know he's going to try to kill me again when I get back to lane. That's how you do it as a jungler. You camp it. You wait for the moment. And you're like, oh, I read it.
Hook on the Otter. Black Shield actually broken by the Corki. I actually like that.
Here comes the jungler, though.
Big damage. Can he get the Lantern? Does not. He just goes right down. Didn't even need the jungler.
Proof is just there for moral support. I said, you know what? I'm here, you guys. And now they're going to go straight for this turret. They're going to leave Kenny in the top lane. His TP is up now, but here is Niantonso in the bottom lane.
Baby Eater goes for the Flash Flay, pushes them backwards, though. And now he's taking a whole bunch of damage. He's going to give his life for that one, but here comes Nian. Is it going to be enough? Picks up Exi back. The trophy's down as well. The Morgana's still getting away. Flash forced. Burns the kill picked up. Now Kenny's there. Ziploc just going to get away from that one.
So 1 for him in the overall. Kenny takes about half his HP. And now that wave up top is actually continuing. He's going to continue to push against each other. I actually think, just by looking at it, that it's in favor of
FFG's wave's bigger.
Yeah,
100%.
FFG's going to push that in. So that's really good for Kenny.
Damage from Nian, also pushing Proof back away. So the thing is, he's not going to get there. I'm not sure if he's going to get there in time. If he's going to be able to. With Teleport being down, that minion wave might go to waste. He shows up mid, or the fact that Cassian's low, and they already saw the guys in the bottom lane. So XVT, they're making really good snap judgments here, seeing what's open and making things happen.
Yeah. Meanwhile, mid lane got completely poked out. And now Kenny's still there, though. Okay. I was like, he's not going to go for that, is he? No.
Not in this case. Ziploc shows back up to the mid lane, though. Nian's there as well. They're going to hold this lane for a little while. Aurelia making her way up there. Batman finally dodges the binding. But yeah, Apexi is just, I think he's playing phenomenally this game. He's landed so many bindings overall. It's allowed his team to actually set up some great things. And the cool thing about this is, we've talked about Morgana at least before, right? And how much it's good at picking people off. You've also got such good follow-up with culling and shock blasts that those guys are probably going to die with those bindings in.
It's such a good synergy between those two champions. It's a little ridiculous with some CDR behind it.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, because you can literally lock somebody up for, oh god.
You have small downtimes,
it's like
but
8 seconds.
Yeah, you have like 80% uptime on
yeah,
CC.
If they don't have Merc treads, you just CC lock them. It's no fun.
Pretty rough. We're going to see him looking for it again. Flay comes in, does land on an Otter. He's got nowhere to go. Latman's got to be careful. Exhaust burned to keep Corki alive, and the kill's picked up.
Ended up using the culling there, too, at the very end. Just got about a shot out of it.
Yeah.
But he was exhausted at the time. It was definitely a good save there by Baby Eater. No dragon for them to profit off of it, but now they're going to start putting some pressure on this bottom turret. It's going to call Proof of Payment to that lane.
All right, let's see what they get with this one then. Proof going to take that camp down. No big deal. Does go Golem to start things out. He's going to be defending this turret. Looks like actually no real push coming in, though. Baby Zeus actually going to make his way up the lane. Does get pinged out.
Yeah, and we see that Bobchin's actually making his way up there. Baby Zeus hanging out on the side. They have a pink ward there, so they know that he isn't seen. They're going to see Bobchin with this, though, and they're going on Kenny.
They're going for Kenny. Kenny at half HP, trying to pull his team in, defend this one in time, but he's losing so much HP, he goes down. Now the re-engage. Baby Zeus jumps away, and the Lantern, not Lantern, but Trophy, sorry, is there to keep him safe. Now Bobchin, not in exactly the best spot. His gate is down. He's got very little things to do. Niantonso picks up another kill. That was not the best counter gank.
That's Cassidy just getting away, and now the jungle is forfeit because there's nobody here who could reinforce it if Proof went for it. So they're going to have to give up this red buff, and Niantonso is now 4-1 in this game.
Absolutely great play with this guy, man. 4-1-0. Did give up first blood 1v1, but the rest of the time he just set up kill after kill after kill. FFG making it look good.
Well, they ended up realizing how aggressive of a player IKNEU is. Because he's like legendary for being aggressive. And then you play against him, you're like, wow, he really is aggressive all the time. Like right there, pushed up, no turret behind him, no ward coverage, and they were pinging. Bobchin was pinging basically what was going on. Proof is face checking this too.
Oh my gosh, so much damage. Kicks him back into the lines, does the repel, but no buffs up from Trophy. Not quite going to lock him out. Proof's going to get away.
Locks himself out of that one.
Yeah. All right, so 600 gold game to keep this in mind. It's actually very close overall in the trades. Right now, XVT, they've been punished for being aggressive. Their mid lane sort of winning lane has been turned around. It's a 5-6 CS difference now. Cassidy survived that phase very successfully, Baby Zeus. And it feels like the team that's going to outscale. So if you're FFG, I feel like you're really happy with how the game's going right now. XVT, they have the ability to siege. They're just not doing that right now. And I think maybe that's predicated by the fact that they need their split push to actually win to create pressure, but that's not happening right now.
Yeah, we see Kenny still has a CS advantage, but Trundle versus Aurelia is kind of an in-the-air matchup in the late game. Aurelia will most likely take it home depending on... No, actually, no, Trundle has a ton of attack speed. It's going to be head-to-head. It's really just going to be... Nobody just wins that matchup because they selected a certain champion.
No.
Because there are some matchups where you're just like, oh, that champion just beats the other one later. Or this one beats this one.
Sure, yeah.
He's like, Renekton will beat Jax. Kenny get ganked again.
Once again, taking a whole bunch of pain. The Lantern. Why do I keep saying it's a Lantern? It's a trophy. The slow again coming in from Kassadin down into the turret. Sure, why not? Neon Thompson takes up all the damage. Once again, XVT, they grab the Dragon for it. So they're making them pay for the top lane ganks. But actually puts it back in the gold lead.
Yep. The Dragon is worth a lot right now. And Kenny, he's becoming worth less and less. Every time he gets killed, it's not going to be as profitable to go kill him. Maybe you should go beat the kill.
I guess in Season 4, though, there's the rules where if you get 1,000 gold from minions, it resets 1 death.
Ooh.
So, like, I mean, assists are already -1 death, so if you're like 077, you're worth 300 gold.
When was that?
So the assists have been in for like 2 years.
No, I'm talking about the
Season 4. I'm pretty sure it's Season 4 or like late Season 3. 1,000 gold from CS equals -1 death.
Where was that patch note?
Season 4 patches. Rena, bro. Here comes the gank on the bottom lane, though. Apexi low on help. A Ziploc in an even worse spot. Kicks him back in, but he's going to fall. Stun and the kill picked up. Teleport in from Kenny as well. No assist, but he's there.
Yeah, that's true. He's there. Go ahead and try to push this out. They already got Dragon for themselves. They're in the gold lead by about 400. Definitely the closest match we've had all day.
Oh, yeah.
And both teams don't really have too much to worry about when it reaches the late game. I mean, Kassadin and Trundle, very, very good with their Lee Sin, their jungler falls off. At least does a lot better. And now it's Jace, who has tier into the Manamune, so he's going to be doing well. But then it's also an Aurelia. So both teams scale extremely well in the late game.
Oh, baby.
Oh, he's looking for another. He's looking to punish.
Go in. There we go. Bobchin taking a bit of damage. Looks like turret aggro's on Nian. He's going to take the turret down first. And now Jace, does he have anywhere to go? He does have Flash. He can find his way out of this one. No mana on Nian. Bobchin, though, 200 health. Q's over, gets slowed down, flashes, but he dies to the golems hitting him in the face. Another kill picked up for FFG.
Blowing your flash and still dying for it is really rough.
Yeah.
Especially against this team that has so much to get to you, and Jace's only gap closer is running away. Or gap creator.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to knock you out, you can try to run through an acceleration gate, but when you can blink back on top of him, not going to work so well. XVT did get the bottom lane turret off of the earlier gank there, though, so it does keep the gold in a pretty close situation. But FFG got tier 2 top. Can't exactly be sad about that one.
No, not at all. But the thing is IKU now has a free wave to farm. Bobchin can also go ahead and sit there. But Nian Tanso, he's not the type of person to sit on all this map control. He's going to make something happen. He has his teleport available. He's extremely big, so if he shows up somewhere, I think he can 1v1 anybody on the map comfortably right now.
Yeah, I don't think we would beat him up right there. Definitely not going to be Aurelia unless something miraculous happens.
He has the Warden's Mail already. Yeah, so he's good in terms of that and slowing her down. Ooh, yeah, no.
Well, Ruin got done, so there's a chance that this is a spike that's good enough for Kenny U.
That's true.
We'll see. More longswords picked up there. Bobchin still trying to scale through his build. No Brutalizer or Last Whisper done just yet. Just the Manamune. Early pick up there to keep the stacks going. Otter right now is up a Sheen in item build because, heck, having 2 kills is pretty freaking nice. And the 2 dragons, of course, helping the team out as well. Ziploc does not find his way into the battle just yet. FFG gonna keep waiting.
Now they're grouping up in the mid here. Lucian is off on the side, but the AD carries aren't involved in this fight at all if one breaks out. They're just gonna be farming the bottom and doing their own thing.
Okay, so the siege. Without Lucian, it's not the best siege right there. It's just kind of some poke and then mediocre turret damage. Kassadin, by the way, maxing E then Q. 5 points E, 4 points Q, 1 point W. So actually, that's the worst base damage abilities, but
well, there's no reason for him
more consistent
to put the points into Q.
Sure.
Like, he'll harass a little bit, but the shield isn't going to help him against Bobchin. Oh, they caught Otter and Nian Tanso out, actually.
Gets Black Shield, though. Nian's not exactly the best spot right now. He's going to try to run back through. The team gets stunned up by more. Can he get the Lantern? Yes, he can. Flashed for it to make sure he could get out.
That was pretty big for Nian Tanso. That was a really far extend.
Wow, that shock blast nearly caught the Trundle and picked him out right there, but it wasn't the case. But TP is available for Trundle, so he can use it to get back in the lane. Big wave top lane that might be picked up, and this siege mid's going to work for XVT.
Gonna go ahead and seed that tower, and the fact that they have a Jace, you can do some decent amount of damage to this.
Ooh, the bind going to land big damage on the Ziploc, kind of forced back on this one, but the re-engage, Kenny, you forced away on this one. The Proof also pushed back, at least low on health. Baby Zeus goes in for a slow one more time. Doesn't have a lot of damage just yet.
Poke him out on the retreat, and Baby Zeus will once again go in.
Jumps in, finds the kill on the first one. Can they keep chasing? There's Nian off on the wings as well. Big damage comes through. Wow, Latman finds one back. 3 kills so far picked up, make that 4 kills. Only Proof alive, 4 for 1 FFG, and they go towards Baron.
They were trying to peel away, but it's just all this poke from Latman, and the fact that Kasten has so much stickiness, and Nian Tanso TP'd into the side of the fight, and now they get a Baron and a triple kill for Baby Zeus.
That is all kinds of wonderful now for FFG. The jungler, to be fair, is alive. There's no wards in the pit. We've got a guess on this one. Does have a ward in inventory. Baron then half HP. Proof will be there in time. He's been spotted out. Baby Zeus goes in for a bit of a trade. Good damage through the hook. Not going to land, nor will the Elise Sin Q. That's going to be Elise forced to run away. Baby Zeus finds him. Guaranteed dead jungler. And the Baron's going to be theirs as well. Pretty much for sure. How good is Smite going to be? Apexy's there. Baby Eater. Almost going to die. That's a kill picked up. Wow.
Man, if that shock blast was a little to the left, that would have been really
That would have
scary.
been a miracle turnaround. That would have been the gold.
Wow. Kenny TPing bottom just to keep it alive and get the CS for himself. And now that the Baron buff is on FFG, it's a 4-1-6 Nian Tanso in the top lane.
Yeah.
He has his own Blade of the Ruined King completed. Now, XVT, they're going to get a dragon for themselves to try and close this gold gap just a little bit, but it's the temporary combat stats that's really going to help them out from the Baron buff.
Sure. So, by the way, quick pause in the game if you didn't realize. We're going to get back into the game before too long. Don't worry about that one. Yeah, and here's the weird thing, right? It's like, it's weird how the scaling works because Baron is worth a flat amount of gold no matter when it is in the game, right? It's always the same amount for your team, 1,500, 300 per person. Dragon is interesting because, but also the combat stats on Baron scale up. It's not 40 AD and 40 AP if you kill it right away. So it's only like 22 minutes into the game, so it's a lower value of stats for what that's worth. Dragon, interestingly enough, actually does scale in terms of gold per person. So it's a 20-minute dragon, which is like a level 11 or 12 dragon. Is not the same amount. Maybe it's like 200 per person, something around there. So the gold value is actually pretty significant compared to the combat stats that Baron's going to give you. In general, I mean, yeah, okay, it still matters, of course, especially when the game is close, but at this point in the game, it's actually more of a gold objective. And so it's a big gold swing, actually, for FFG that's going to do not necessarily more than the combat stats, but just as an anecdote, hey, more gold.
And we'll see exactly how much it is here. 237 for Jace, 212 for everybody else.
All right, so yeah, about 200 gold versus 300. Definitely a bit of a difference there. Of course, with one guy already dead, it means only 4 Baron buffs for FFG, but not exactly horrible.
I'm trying to see how much AP it's giving.
I think it's 29. Corki had 54 AP with a Sheen.
Ah, you're right. 29. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so I believe it starts at
less
20.
Than half. Yeah, it's 20 to 40 based on.
And it goes to 40. Now they have all these temporary combat stats for themselves. In the mid lane here, that's a wave gone. Zeus is just getting pretty big though. He's 603. He already has the Seraph's Embrace completed. Rod of Ages going up. He's definitely ready for this next fight.
Okay, well, let's see what we got with this one. Of course, FNG feeling good. They can siege the poke comp. That'd be fine. Nian will keep split pushing. There is no teleport advantage. Both have it down, but heck, if I'm FFG, I'd like both top laners to chill bottom lane. Just have Nian win this one. Looks like he'll be given the turret. He's given the space to take it down. Instead, XVT actually wants to siege with all 5. FFG will play defense with his Baron buff. Hook will land at a Kenny. They go for a little bit of damage there, but not too hard. It's a 4v5 after all. Trundle now on tier 2 turret.
And he takes turrets extremely quickly. You can chomp them. You can put down your Frozen Waste. Or Frozen Domain. And pick it up. Look at that. Kenny's being aggressive.
Tails Kenny as well with a Black Shield on top of that one. Slows don't mean too much. Latman forced away. Trundle still pushing. FFG just forcing their opponents away right now. Shock Blast missed.
It's a 4v5 and you force them away while getting a free turret off on the side.
Oh my gosh, he's going to get
down.
1 kill, maybe 2 as well. He's going to jump over right on top of the other people. But yep, double kill there for Kassadin. Baby Zeus getting big.
They just got 2 people out of a 4v5.
Yes, they did. And 3 turrets right there. Mid-outer is gone. Baby Zeus finds more damage onto Apexi. This fight is going rather well for Frank Fang Gaming. Looking now for the inhibitor turret. Niantanso doing so much damage there. Baby Zeus showing up as well. Make that 4 turrets in this push. The slow, the damage. Apexi forced to flash over the pillar. Got even more damage coming through. Now the inhibitor gonna fall 25 minutes in. Baby Zeus still looking for harassment. And they back out as the rest of the team respawn.
They didn't just take Baron, but they played that perfectly. They realized the power spike that Baby Zeus had with the Rod of Ages stacking up and the fact that he had the Seraph's Embrace already done. 8-0 and 3. He's doing immense work for his team right now on that Kassadin. First picked it.
Yep.
Didn't care what it was played into. Even if it is somebody that is all physical damage and doesn't get
Bought a Jace, didn't care.
Yeah. So this Kassadin would basically be as strong as he is now on as live.
Yeah. I mean, with the exception that we would block damage from Elise and Morgana, but generally speaking, he's not like dying in fights anyway. Rod of Ages, Seraph's a heavy mana build actually. He's actually out of mana right now, so
hit a champion.
Use that W. Yeah, seriously. As soon as he lands a W, he'll get part of that bar back.
Big part of that bar, 'cause it's missing mana.
The interesting thing for Nien, he's actually splitting points between W and E, the Frozen Domain and the Pillar. I've seen so many different Toronto builds. I've seen some 3 points Q than max W. This one 5 points Q, splitting points W and E. Again, there's the Pillar there. Good damage to Bobchin. He's going to try to knock him back. Black Shield comes out. Finally gets the knockback to keep him safe.
Yeah, even with the Muramana completed and toggled on, Bobchin doesn't want anything to do with that. He had the flash, had the ignite, waiting for the Trundle to get away, forcing him back.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean, when you're a fed top laner, and this is what I like about Trundle, especially when you get a little bit ahead, is you tend to think of Trundle as a bit of an immobile champion, right? No move blocks, it's only move speed, but like the dude pillars you and gains like 40% move speed. The guy actually is pretty good at catching individual targets. He doesn't dive backlines well, he doesn't get through disruption, but in terms of one-on-ones, the guy will pin you down.
Yeah, he's extremely potent. He's very good duelist with his subjugate chomp. One of the better ones in the game. Like just straight up.
He's an S-tier duelist for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And the fact that we saw it there required help for Bobchin, who was doing well throughout the entire early game and was transitioning it into the mid game.
Well, you mentioned it. You said he was giving up CS in order to harass. And because of that, though, he was forcing Kassadin to chug through so many potions. The fact that he went Cloth 5 meant, okay, he chugs through that 175 gold. But Cass kept up in CS. Like, yes, he was losing the lane because he's losing gold chugging pots, but like, you know, when you can think back to the Jace versus Jax matchup from the game before, right?
Yeah.
Double the CS lead, got a turret dive from his teammate, knocked the guy down, got the turret off as well. That was not what we saw here. Yet Bobchin played well, but he certainly didn't dominate.
Baby Zeus, on the other hand,
doing friggin' awesome.
Dominating this game. Has more kill participation than Niantanso now.
Actually, he's technically legendary now with 8-0.
That's true.
Dominating was a couple kills ago.
Okay, he's legendary. He's doing crazy stuff here, and it's Kassadin. So still a little bit ban-worthy.
Yeah.
People were skeptical about the new Kassadin.
We still see it banned occasionally, and yeah, people are playing this well. The new and changed Drift Walk, people got used to it. Pretty good at the champion now.
I remember talking to Scar, and he was saying, yeah, no, it's all about the new Kassadin.
It's a good champ, man. He's super fun.
Yeah, the lower cooldown on his ultimate as well.
By the end of the rank, yeah.
You just got to play it a little differently.
Yeah, you've got to be very conscious of your mana pool, which is good. It's a good change.
W management, 12, not that hard.
Well, I mean, 1,200 mana Rs, though, is pretty expensive if you're spamming it too much.
Yeah. Well, everybody will spam it as much as they possibly can.
Yep.
Such a great ability.
It's cool for us. So here we go. Soul's grabbed up by Baby Eater.
So Niantanso's back to the split push. He has the teleport available, but so does iKenny but iKenny is nowhere near that to help him out. Baron's up in 1:20. I assume that they're going to start warding up that area again in favor of Frank Fang Gaming. Here is the blue buff to Baby Zeus.
So he's doing all kinds of well for himself. Close to 16. Gets about a quarter level off the blue buff itself. Dragon, 35 seconds away. Baron, another 30 seconds after that one. blue buff now owned by FFG. They're taking their time, saying, look, we own the map. Let's grab all the buffs. Let's grab all the gold. And then once that's off the map, so that if you do kill us, there's nothing to take, then we'll do the push.
Yeah, Niantanso up in the top lane, and this is part of the push too. He's now made it so that this lane is all the way up. He's 3 levels up on iCannyU, who first blooded him.
Yeah. Teamwork there on the top lane. Working out pretty nicely. Some little bit of harassment. Baby Zeus does get fined, though. This is a bit sketchy. Cocoon will land as well. Good damage comes through. Baby Zeus has to Zonia's. Now can Elise go in for it? It's Mikhail's, dodge the shock blast, but Seraph Shield is going to be all right.
That was the combo right there. Didn't come up completely perfectly with the Cocoon into the Dark Binding. But you can see right there that the power of that. Baby Zeus out of mana, even with the blue buff.
Gotta be careful, man. There's only it's only rank 2 Rift Walk as well, so it's a 5-second, not a 3-second cooldown. Yeah. Pretty big difference there. It allowed the stuff to hit. So Dragon and Baron now on the map, and the fact is actually FFG, that was actually hype. That was actually too aggressive because they gave up the map control over Dragon Baron because Cass had to go back to base, heal back up. They couldn't just rush on the Dragon. They couldn't set up a Baron bait. They've got to wait 30 seconds for Cass to reset, and it's like you just miss an opportunity for a 400 damage trade.
Yeah. Just the back and forth here, these teams are very evenly matched across the board.
Yeah.
But Frank Fang Gaming, they have that edge now because of the plays that Niantanso was able to make and the fact that Captain Ziploc visited top very early and swung it back in their favor. And then Baby Zeus kept coming top too. And then Niantanso's like, all right, I was a puppy. You raised me up to a dog, and now I'm just going to go bottom lane and ravage everybody.
Yeah, now he's the alpha dog at this point, and he's destroying guys. And that was interesting. It is Troll Town. It is Troll Town now. You're absolutely correct about that one. And that's interesting to me. Is like, you had the first gank be Lee Sin, and that was very effective, and it worked. It was awesome. Grats to Captain Ziploc. Still Captain, not Admiral. But yeah, the rest of those ganks were Cassidy rooms for the most part. It was Cassidy rooms. And this is a lane that was supposed to be locked down in, right? He got counterpicked by Jace. Air quotes counterpicked because it didn't really shut him down very much. And then Cassidy gets to roam out of his lane, not get really punished for it, and in turn kills around elsewhere. They got top lane tier 1 because of a Lee Sin gank. They got top lane tier 2 because of a Cassidy gank. Like, you're allowing this to happen and nothing's stopping it. Like, that is not good if you're XVT, right? Like, you can't let these kind of things happen. Of course, now you're at the point where, well, Cassidy's 8-0 now. Like, you didn't shut him down the lane. You let him get the roams. These things all just happened. You had some kind of pushes from XVT, but like the guy left lane so much, I'm gonna say push lane, like more turrets should be dead, more of the jungle should be owned. That should swing in a bottom lane at some point, and these things didn't happen when he left lane.
Yeah.
Just rough situation to be in.
It's a very, very rough situation to be in. And the fact that the roaming of Baby Zeus and the fact he got Cassidy first rotation, first pick.
Yeah.
A lot of confidence in that champion. He's played it throughout season 3, 4, then kind of dropped it for a bit and he picked it back up.
Yeah.
Just basically it's a signature champion for him, actually. It's basically like giving Cheesed Beluga Cassidy, or I guess X-Peke Cassidy. I'll put it that way. Cheesed Beluga's a little more
underground.
Little more challenger scene. Like,
get it? Because belugas are ocean.
They're underwater, not underground. Okay.
Below sea level.
Close. Okay.
Below sea level.
Okay, if you're gonna go get that specific on it, then yes, I'll give you that one. Just barely though. Just barely.
Anyway, sorry. Continue.
No, that's it. I'm done. I'm not in the mood anymore.
I've destroyed your ability to commentate with like one of the. What was that out of 10? Like a 4.5.
It's a negative.
There's a negative.
It was possible.
Well, yeah, because
it
below
was
sea
bad.
level.
It was incorrect.
It was below sea level.
The beluga's underground, right? Okay.
I mean, if they're fossils, sure.
Okay.
Why not?
But it's Baby Zeus though, so he's obviously in the heavens.
True.
And that's where his score is too. He's legendary.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what it last was, but
you could definitely say he's godlike.
Yes. That one's actually a little bit better.
That was good.
A little bit better.
That was pretty good.
I can give you a little bit on that one.
Oh, I appreciate that.
No, a little bit more than before. So
only -2.
Where's Baby Eater in all this stuff? No.
He was eating souls the whole time.
Okay, yeah, he did play.
And he's killing minions, which are like little babies in the lanes. So
we're getting pretty graphic here. Stealing the souls of babies.
Wow. Sure, why not? So okay, breaking this game down. I mean, honestly, the thing is like this game. I feel like it's slipping away. It's slipping away from XCG Virtus. It just. The lanes didn't really work out. Kenny, you got that first point. That was awesome. I loved the play. It worked out so well. He manipulated the waves, recalled at a certain amount of gold, used the TP to get back in the lane to fight with a power spike that was great. It was wonderful. Kenny Yu showing his good individual player. But it bit him. He didn't get any counter ganks. I haven't seen Proof do anything this game.
Yeah. Proof didn't really go top at all. He went bottom for a bit, but he was behind at the start, so he couldn't gank top very early on. Kenny got the solo first blood, and then because he didn't have that blue buff, it kind of threw off his entire timing.
Yeah.
And it was a try buff for Captain Ziploc.
Yeah.
Who abused that.
He's
like, I have red for a longer duration. I'm going to go visit top. And then he was able to pull it off. So it was big shout-outs to him on that one because it's just the way that they invaded and took the blue away was very decisive, and they knew what they were going to get out of it.
Yeah.
So it freed up top. And even if Proof had shown up top lane during that gank, it would have gone in the favor of Niantanso still.
Sure.
Because the fact that he was behind a level and because it's a Lee Sin so early on, still does really, really well for himself. And then when Baby Zeus started making it up there, they just put all their attention.
It's actually interesting to think about, actually. I want to let's just break down the level 1 because it actually did a lot, right? So you're absolutely right. It was a 3-buff start versus a 1-buff start. So Captain Ziploc is very far ahead of Proof. Straight up, that situation, right? You got to spend time top lane and not get behind in gold because of it. The interesting thing, though, is because XGG kind of did this selfish buff start, like they cut a lot of corners, right? They had at least do it by herself.
Yeah.
Kenny got to his lane very early on. He killed the entire first wave before Nian made it up there. So the entire time, Aurelia's got a level lead. The entire time she's going to continually have a level lead. And actually that paid out when he TP'd back into lane. Like some of that was the gold lead from, again, getting those minions and TPing in and all that stuff. But also it was the fact that he's got about a 5-minion lead because he got to lane first, right? He sacrificed his jungle, and okay, the guy lost the buff because of it, but that actually level 1, or the 1-to-1 first blood at level 6 and 7, was actually from leaving the jungle early.
Yeah, and now we see both Dragon and Baron are up. We're back in the game. Batman's got himself nice little red buff before this fight starts up, and this is pretty much do or die for XVT. They could get the Baron with a steal, but at the same time, Baby Zeus.
We've seen a lot of Baron steals.
So scary.
All right,
it's
so
really scary.
5,500 gold deficit right now. Frank Fang Gaming not looking at Dragon. They could have gotten into Cast and weren't chunked, but that was their reality here. They jump in over the wall, some good damage towards Proof. They get a lantern and a trophy to be sure. Nice flash gets away from the hook.
Speaking of getting chunked, Baby Zeus.
Ooh,
that's really aggressive.
Q Ignite, that was crazy.
With the blue buff and the fact that he has the rank 2 Rift Walk. Just went in, flashed, and then he was able to Rift Walk out by that.
Well, FFG, they're going to start up on Baron right now. Baby Eater trying to zone out for his team. The team's got to back out on this one, though. Looks like they're going to have to piece away from this one. There we go, FFG now again back with the Frozen Domain. They're looking to control Baron as best they can. 8-killed lead. They're going in for Baron. They're going to take a lot of damage in this one. Proof is around, and the walls. There comes the repel. The smite is picked up by Proof. He's going to flash the wall. He might get away. No, picked up by Lee Sin, but they trade one back for it. 1-for-1 battle. Now Bobchin gets exploded. Baby are going to trade his life for that one. Now Apexi under fire flashes the wall. Kenny Yu in the front lines. Can he get away? He's got almost nowhere to go, but with Summoner Heal, he just might get out. The slow does not land from Baby Zeus. Niantanso low on health. They got to play this one right. He's got to be careful with this one. Kenny Yu goes in, gets the shutdown. Baby Zeus forced to zone his Latman around Kenny Yu. Can he get anything else? No! He gets blown up there by Baby Zeus. Otter gonna lose the trade as well. Ace comes in, only 2 men alive, but Baron grabbed from XVT.
Wow. That was a 5 for 3 in the overall. The Baron did go to them, but now all the people who had Baron buff were gone.
Yeah,
you don't get temporary combat stats. It's just gold, experience, all that goodness, and they keep it away from Frank Fang Gaming.
Wow. So unfortunately, the pause. Sorry about that, guys. Looks like I was seeing Captain Ziploc reconnect a couple of times, so it might be on him.
You missed the smite. You gotta back out for a second.
You gotta rage quit when you miss a smite like that. Okay, so 2 guys alive, right? So you can basically forget that Baron happened now. It's just Baron's off the map for 7 minutes. That's all it means at this point. The golds that have been tallied up, the buffs are off the map. It's just, okay, it respawns in 7 minutes. Here's the gold lead, here's the champions. Top lane siege is going to be the goal now. You've got 2 guys with some health against 40-second death timers. I got to expect that inhib goes down.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about it, but...
Oh, actually, those shorter death timers than I thought. Elise is already back.
She's back. Bobchin's about to be back. If Baby Zeus overstays, then he will get picked off.
Wow, and
yeah,
they have to
prove
peace out.
Here to defend.
Okay, so I was wrong on the respawn. It's 20 seconds to on Lucian and Aurelia, but the first 2 already back there. It will be a red buff steal. That's good for Latman.
So I was looking at that fight and they could have picked up Baby Zeus. It was weird. Kenny's positioning could have been a little bit better during the Zonias.
Oh, and just stay on top of him?
Yeah, because he was just taking Latman's poke, and then he kept walking towards Latman, who was already walking back. So if he had walked back to the area where Baby Zeus was, and then what you do is you split Kassadin, you put one on the left of him, one on the right.
Yeah.
So that he can't hit both of you with Force Pulse.
Yeah.
You force him to go one direction.
Well, we're going to see right this one, though. Baby, they're just going to go for Hook to try to steal it. There's a chance. There's no smite right here.
Can he do it? The wind up. And
nope. Tormented Soil. Finally comes in a little bit late, but that is Dragon going to XVT. So now 3.7 thousand gold. Not a gigantic number here. Less than 10% to me is always enough for you to make the pretty straightforward comeback.
You know, it's a pretty gigantic number right now is the kill participation for Baby Zeus being 11-0 and 5. And so is his KDA.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm going to say that's pretty useful for him. I mean, the first game he played yesterday was 2-1 and 11, so he's adding an 11-0 and 5 to that one. And that's like a 30-ish KDA. Not exactly a bad score for the Challenger Series so far. Now being one of the main split pushers, getting rid of this top lane there. Zonia's, of course, already done. Death Cap going to be added soon. I would assume Void Staff last. Maw of Mortius there for Bobchin. So more AD added and some MR to keep himself alive. No Brutalizing though. So not a ton of CDR, just the cooldown.
And now we see, yeah, like you said, Maw of Mortius. The cooldown boots are kind of standard on Jace.
Yeah, they are.
Nothing really else is going to help you. Berserker Greaves, you already have max attack speed. Doesn't really have anything to Merc Tread from.
One thing I'm actually surprised about is, I know it's the standard build now, but Proof is going for the CDR release build. Because you mentioned in the very beginning of the game, it's a physical damage heavy team. They're not going to build much MR. You can see there's 0 MR items aside from the Mikhail's Crucible. You could go Sword Haunting on this Elise and be a significant damage threat in fights.
Yeah, they're going more for the lockup, apparently. They aren't looking for that damage threat, which, yeah, I understand that. They just don't have it. And that's not what their mindset is. But they are gonna they're gonna fall off. Because if they're just building all armor,
yep,
the Frozen Heart's already out for the Aurelia. The Randuins, and it looks like he'll go for a Sunfire Cape or Warmogs next.
Gotta be one of the two. Double Randuins. Okay, Hook's gonna land on a Bobchin. Good early damage. Baby Zeus with the shield on takes a little bit more damage away from this one. Bobchin already goes down to 1-for-1 though with Fresh Balls. Now Latman forced to run away in the back lines. Kenny, nice block out with the pillar, keeps him safe. Baby Zeus peeling back as well. So far still the 1-for-1. The regen coming to try to keep them alive. Now Apexi gets kicked into the team. A couple of knockups there. Proof goes down. More damage coming through. This is going to be a dead inhibitor. The push in. Baby Zeus stunned in turret range, though. Will he stay alive? Yes, with Seraphs, he will. Kenny locked up now as well. Captain Ziploc, he is going to fall for that one, but now nobody alive for XVT versus 3 remaining members. Frank Fang Gaming push it through the inhibitor, down onto the Nexus. They're going to take the last game of the day in 34 minutes and 50 seconds, and they are into the round of 8.
And it's a 12-0-9 Baby Zeus on Kassadin.
Yeah.
His main squeeze right there, and he made some great roams and survived the laning phase versus Jace, who was poking him out constantly at the start.
Yeah.
He went up top, and then he ended up getting the Intanso going, who just continued to split push, and then they ended the game off of their combined efforts and their combined fantastic scores.
Ludicrously good scores. 12-0-9 on Kassadin, 6-2-14 on Trundle, 4-2-11 on Corki, 2-3-9. Hey, he got his team going on Lee Sin. You know, that was all right. 4-11 on Thresh, still again just there to initiate fights. But yeah, the major carry forces, massive showings by those guys. That was awesomely great.
Yeah, and although the XVT lineup, the XDG Virtus is out, there's still XDG GG in the round of 8 in 2 weeks.
Yep.
So this isn't the main XDG roster, but not to take away from that, Frank Fang Gaming come out on top. And Frank Fang was also the manager for Denial, so he had at least one of his teams go through. It'd be a really, really bad day if both of your teams get knocked out.
Yeah. Well, didn't happen in this one.
No.
So, okay. Individual play, I think, really won the day there. I think the teams we saw today overall, a lot of glimmers of greatness, a lot of, I think, at least a few like weird situations. It's the kind of thing where it's like, generally speaking, when that big wave shows up at 7 minutes, or yeah, about 7 minutes when you do the 2-on-1 swaps or the 4v0 swaps, those are typically sources of action, and we didn't always see that today, actually. I think if you had like SKT doing it or OMG doing it, that would be like a 5-man tower dive. and like something weird
Yeah.
would go down. Like even CLG Prime actually, I guess CLG now there's no other CLG roster, but they used to be CLG Prime. They were talking about like, yeah, you actually don't want to freeze. You typically don't want to freeze in the after the 4v0 because you can do something with that push.
Yes.
Now that depends on teleport cooldowns, other things going on. It is possible to play the freeze right, but generally speaking, those pushes should create opportunities. And right now, at least from the teams we saw, teams are just holding it. They're donating farm. And I mean, the holds are pretty good, right? It's like, hey, let's have Shyvana hold bottom, then she TP's top, and she'll carry the game by herself. Those kind of work, but there's still, I think, some room for a lot of these teams.
There's a lot of room for improvement with a lot of these teams, but it is the round of 10. They have a lot of time for the round of 8, and they can step up their game in 2 weeks.
Yes. That's going to be the test, right? This is the goal is LCS. Can you improve to the point where you're an LCS contender? That's the test for these guys. Well, guys, that's it for the Summer 2014 North American Challenger Series round of 10 play-in. But the round of 8 begins in 2 weeks when they start playing best of 3s. Former LCS team XDG will take on Frank Fang Gaming to maybe avenge their teammates in the first quarterfinal on May 31st. And 2 of today's victors will go head-to-head when Team LawPro goes up against Area of Effect June 1st.
And the quarterfinals continue on June 7th when Team Coast plays Team Green Forest in a best-of-3 matchup. And then on June 8th, Cloud9 Tempest takes on Curse Academy.
A lot of known names here. It's going to be a whole bunch of fun to watch these guys. Now, the LCS, by the way, is going to be back in 2 days with week 1 of the European Summer Split. Stock up on Poro Snacks and settle in for our coverage beginning 4:30 p.m. Central European Summer Time, 7:30 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time with the LCS Preview Show. It's everything you need to know about the LCS right before Fnatic takes on SK Gaming. Now, with that, we've reached the end of our time together this weekend, but before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now, for myself, Zyrene, the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night. GG. Small level lead, though, for the early because of this. The trade goes in. Big damage in the end. He's got to be careful. The dash on in. First blood. Yep.
Baby Zeus will once again go in.
Jumps in, finds the kill on the first one. Can they keep chasing? There's the end off of the wings as well. Big damage comes through. Wow. Latman finds one back. 3 kills so far picked up. Make that 4 kills. They're going in for Baron. They're going to take a lot of damage in this one. Proof is around and the walls. There comes the repel. The smite is picked up by Proof. He's going to flash the wall. He might get away. No, picked up by Lee Sim, but they trade one back for it.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slew. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe So said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look